permission from Mr. Boyer to have them bound to himself for a term of undetermined years. I shall ascertain, the envoy added, whether the same privilege will be granted to any other person wishing to come here with their former slaves, a worrisome trend that could deprive the slave-holding republic of free labor and bolster an abolitionist aisle besides. 71. Thus, U.S. Secretary of State John Forsyth, a resolute son of Dixie, Georgia in his case, was then told of others like Kingsley arriving at auxiliary Ks with their former slaves and securing their services for 9 years, or so it was thought and not necessarily accurately. This was hardly minor, I hope you will agree with me, said the U.S. emissary, in thinking that this subject promises to be one of great importance to the U states. Colored persons would undoubtedly prefer coming here, it was noted morosely, than to be sent to the settlement at Liberia. Haiti was not bowing down to Kingsley and those like him, since persons bringing former slaves here must make the best bargain they can with regard to compensation for their services, either by an offering of wages or a share in the produce of the soil. The soil was rich too, which augured well for these former slaves. 72 Another mainlander spoke to a Haitian military man and concluded that the issue of the arrival of former slaves was indeed profound and promises to be one of great importance. 73. There were privileges granted to the colored children of Kingsley, said a U.S. representative on the island, as he acknowledged that the Haitian leadership would be pleased to see settlers here from America, and were they to come there is certainly a wide field for exertion and enterprise, and comparatively small capital would be required. Clarifying earlier notions, Ralph Higginbotham asserted that property can always be leased for 9 years, renewable at the expiration of that time, at a very low rate, and although a white person is not allowed to hold land, it can always be purchased in the name of a colored person, and this can be done without any possible risk, it was said with relief. 74. The heirs and former slaves of the elder Kingsley were fixed, as the Floridian put it, in a fine rich valley, about 30 miles from Port Plattsburgh, heavily timbered with mahogany all round, well watered, flowers so beautiful, fruits in abundance. His son had laid out good roads and built bridges and mills. Kingsley was anxious to establish a good school there. I engaged a teacher, he said. And he insisted, my laborers in Haiti are not slaves. They are a kind of indented apprentices. I give them land and they bind themselves to work for me, adding unnecessarily to his interlocutor, Maria Child, you know very well I could not sell them there. The budding abolitionist asserted forcefully, I should be the last man on earth to give up a runaway. If my own were to run away, I wouldn't go after them. Well, replied Child, with emphasis, if these are your feelings, why not take all your slaves to Haiti? Kingsley responded, I have thought that subject all over, ma'am, but all we can do in this world is to balance evils. I want to do great things in Haiti, and in order to do them I must have money. If I have no Negroes to cultivate my Florida lands, he continued, they will run to waste. As the affluent have insisted before and since, he stressed, to do good in the world, we must have money. That's the way I reasoned, he continued damningly, when I carried on the slave trade. Kingsley was a Quaker and, said Child, he still loves to attend Quaker meetings, and to complete the circle of contradictions, he likes the abolitionists and is a prodigious admirer of George Thompson, a British abolitionist viewed as public enemy number 1 in Dixie. 75 Still, it would be a mistake to see the slave-dealing and slave-holding Kingsley as typical of his class. To the contrary, it would be more appropriate to see him as a man who had the advantage of being sighted in Hispaniola in the 1790s and had a ringside seat from which to view what could occur on the mainland, unless transforming changes were made. In sum, Kingsley had sought to glean lessons from the Haitian Revolution that were not heeded by those of his class, and, instead, a whirlwind in blood was then generated in civil war. In any case, the 1830s were a decade of turmoil, not only featuring abolition but also searing conflict leading to disjointing population movements of various sorts. Typically, the slave-holding republic was in the forefront, e.g. their ouster of the indigenous in the southeast and their removal, hundreds of miles distant, on a trail of tears. This occurred though they were more than willing to assimilate to Euro-American norms, up to and including owning enslaved Africans. 76 The fact that this did not spare them indicated a deepening and coarsening of anti-Negro racism that was bound to bash Haiti. Indicative of the expanse of bigotry was the 1838 order from Missouri's governor adjudging members of the adolescent Church of Latter-day Saints, or Mormons, as enemies who must be exterminated or driven from the state. 77 This was said to be in response to a Mormon war of extermination against their own antagonists. 78 The religionists were said to have hostile intentions, suggested by how they ingratiated themselves with the Indians to assist them in their diabolical career. These fanatics 79 also exercised a reputed corrupting influence upon enslaved Africans because of their alleged abolitionism, which seemed to be the case especially. 80 While Missourians were contemplating this atrocious conflict with a determined foe, the governor was informed that, in now Tottery, Florida, the frontier was in danger, requiring 500 or if practicable 600 troops from the Show Me state, this at a time when the Osage there had yet to be subjugated altogether. On the one hand, this political buzzsaw could provide a breather for the Freedom Isle since Washington was so preoccupied. On the other hand, the cumulative chauvinist bile provided a clear and present danger to Haiti. 81 Haitians had endured hellish centuries of enslavement at the hands of Europeans and then decades of threats, then brutalization of those nearby in Jamaica and Cuba with the like maltreatment promised to them if they let their guard down. This did not predispose many Haitians to greet those from the slave-holding republic with bonhomie. Similarly, slave-holding Republicans marinating in the brine of white supremacy were hardly in a position to go against the grain of prevailing racism. This made for a combustible recipe of distaste, e.g. when in 1838 the crew of a Haitian vessel were to be found in Charleston, compelled by inclement weather to put into port and then were jailed en masse and, said an outraged U.S. journalist, were subjected to barbarous treatment. 82. At the same time, Haiti was moving strategically closer to Britain, particularly after abolition put them in the same camp opposing continuation of the slave trade, which their mutual antagonist on the mainland was now spearheading. This culminated in an accord between London and Port-au-Prince to that end, which attracted the admiring attention of the U.S. Negro press. 83. This relationship of convenience between London and Port-au-Prince had its limits, particularly since there were those in Haiti who would have felt even more comfortable if the settlers were ousted altogether from Jamaica. The systems of labor that replaced slavery continued to contain elements of coercion in any case. Even as slavery was on the verge of abolition, London spoke openly of continuing the disposal of colonial convicts, who previously were dumped in the Spanish Main. However, said London, after the Colombian emancipation measure, the South American governments refused admittance of condemned slaves into their territories, and their example seems to have been followed at Cuba and Puerto Rico, complicating the handling of all forms of coerced labor. Perhaps they could be sent to the Australian colonies, still not sufficiently distant for Haiti to have been at ease and assure that yet another form of coerced labor would not be part of its destiny. 84. Still, London had a decided advantage over Washington. While Haiti had to worry about U.S. vessels arriving and then departing with newly enslaved, former, black Jacobins aboard, when U.S. nationals including the enslaved washed up on the shores of the neighboring Bahamas, all were told that they were free to stay unmolested, which included freedom for the slaves. 85 Meanwhile William Dalzell of Texas was in the Bahamas just before Freedom Day, August 1, 1834. He had been deputed by Lone Star slaveholders to ascertain what privileges are to be granted to the Negro population after this momentous day. And considering that the enslaved owned by mainlanders would have to leave these islands for that state, meaning Texas, he wanted assurance that this human property would not be jeopardized. 86 Weeks later a schooner with 205 manacled Africans aboard was detained near Haitian waters due to slave trade violations, and Port-au-Prince was left to wonder how these flesh peddlers viewed the island of abolition. 87. In the prelude to abolition, though trade between the island and the mainland continued apace, diplomatic relations were far from ideal, particularly since Dixie wielded disproportionate influence on foreign policy, complicating an entente with Haiti. There also continued to be complaints about alleged sharp dealings by Haitian merchants who, according to a U.S. envoy, are in the habit of shipping American seamen and leaving them destitute. 88 The question of destitute seamen washing up in Haiti, for whatever cause, continued to roil bilateral relations and was an outgrowth of increased trade unaccompanied by normalized diplomatic relations. 89 Our seamen, said the U.S. envoy in auxiliary case in 1838, lack proper protection and, besides, have to contend with the prejudices of the natives as well as the climate. 90. The island was strategically situated and even distressed British subjects found it necessary at times to seek aid there, e.g. when a vessel bound from Liverpool to New Orleans in storm-tossed seas wound up there having lost everything it possessed. 91 The flip side of this matter was the knotty issue of Haitian seamen in U.S. ports that were unaccustomed to confronting real or imagined black jacobins. 92 Haitian entrepreneurs were upset when a formidable vessel that had been sent to New York for repair, after being purchased on the island, was seized, along with its valuable cargo, on the spurious charge that it was illegally sold. The Haitian purchasers then pursued the U.S. commercial agent on the island responsible and he was jailed, outraging Washington. Then, said an apparently pleased British diplomat, 2 American vessels of war in Port-au-Prince refused to salute the Haitian flag, bringing further recriminations. 93 Haiti and the United States too knew that the island's position was strengthened after abolition. A more confident Port-au-Prince slapped extra duties on U.S. vessels at that point. Duties on the products from the United States, said the U.S. delegate, were increased about 50% and vessels arriving from the United States must now bring specie to pay their import duties. The operation of these laws will tend to diminish very much the trade from the United States to this country, the delegate also said. 94 William Miles acknowledged that this was a reaction to his nation failing to recognize Haiti as an actual government. Formal recognition of Haiti did not arrive until the United States, reeling from the hammer blows inflicted by traitors in 1861, chose to bend to reality. At that juncture there was worry that lucrative trade would be soon lost because of this U.S. stubbornness. Already by late 1835 British provinces in North America were looking to take advantage of the situation, i.e. several British vessels from Nova Scotia had arrived loaded with various goods including flour, beef, pork, and the like. As well, Hanseatic vessels from Bremen were bearing soap that was made to imitate American articles. William Miles in auxiliary case wanted more U.S. diplomats appointed, though political realities in Dixie forbade him from requesting a change in policy. I am perfectly aware of the delicacy of the question of our relations with this country, Miles said tactfully, but if the United States wanted to block the rise of European commercial rivals now bent on challenging the slave-holding republic in their areas of strength, including lumber, rice, and tobacco, a change in diplomatic relations was paramount. 95 Haitian trade to the United States, which consisted primarily of coffee, cotton, cacao, tobacco, mahogany, logwood, tortoise shells, pita, aloe, oranges, limes, and old rags, was diminishing rapidly, as Canada was substituted as a partner. 96 Auxiliary case was hardly singular. There was trepidation in Cap Haitien, as well, that a branch of trade that portends much injury to our eastern commerce was unfolding. The U.S. Secretary of State was told that Britain had commenced running several vessels here from Halifax. The cargoes consist of several articles from our country, which they say they can undersell us as long as the Haitian government exact from us the additional duty of 10%. 97 Yet with typical bullheadedness, Washington adamantly refused to recognize the reality of an abolitionist republic. The word Saint Domingo used in my commission instead of Haiti or Haiti, said Miles, and the grade or title of consular commercial agent instead of consul were and are still considered be the intentional and unfriendly acts of the U.S. government. London and Paris were not as rigid with such things, while our conduct is openly attributed to the prejudice of color, a point made to him expressly by a Haitian leader. 98 Haiti was notably sensitive about accepting U.S. commercial agents in the newly acquired port that was Santo Domingo on the southern coast. After all, If Washington did not recognize this relatively recently acquired port as Haitian soil, then why should a still potent Spain, 99 the U.S. appointed commercial agent there found his position to be embarrassing and disagreeable as a result, though he should have added understandable, 2.100. Thus, by 1838 the U.S. emissary in Cap Haitien was raising the roof about the repeated and almost daily mortifications that beset him and his fellow agents. They were continually the subjects of suspicion among the mercantile class and liable to every species of contempt from the powers that be in this place. The United States agent is not acknowledged in his official capacity unless his appointment is to the Republic of Haiti instead of Saint Domingo. With this failure to recognize the nation's formal name and not so subtle denial of sovereignty, this government, Washington was reminded repeatedly, is determined to be recognized as an independent republic by the United States before they pursue a different course toward their agents. 101. But recognition of Haiti conceivably portended a disaster for Dixie, namely, the arrival in Washington of melanin-rich diplomats, a slippery slope imagined to entail the seduction of Euro-American women. Miles wailed that there exists a special prejudice against this country on account of non-recognition, though he was fearful of annoying the State Department with my letters of complaint. 102. Trade with the United States has considerably declined from its former prosperity, Lord Palmerston was told in March 1838 in reference to Haiti. Moreover, there was little desire on the part of the government to encourage the trade with the United States. This feeling arises from a dislike to the policy of the American government and the comprehensible desire of Haiti to engage in import substitution, i.e. seek domestic alternatives to items routinely brought from the mainland antagonist. Haitian leaders had repeatedly expressed a desire to see the trade of our North American colonies supplant that of the United States with Haiti, said London's man on the island, Thomas Usher. 103. By May 1838, Miles closed his affairs at Auxiliary Quays and returned to Baltimore, and since no other American resides there, nor was there any European house willing to handle U.S. affairs, he also closed the commercial agency that he had headed for Washington. This was due to the decline in U.S. Haitian trade, a dangerous trend for the island too, for it gave Washington more flexibility to meddle and stir up dissidents in the still unsettled eastern part of the island, which eventuated in Dominican independence in 1844.104. This closure came with a cost. As the Auxiliary Quays delegate reported, cotton goods can be shipped to this country from the United States cheaper than from Great Britain, and it would appear that we lose annually the sale of more than $1 million worth in consequence of not having an accredited commercial agent here. Yet so strong is the feeling against Americans, the Haitian leadership was disposed to do everything to favor the trade from the British North American provinces, 105, which could strengthen London immeasurably in the case of a replay of the War of 1812 or an enhanced quasi-war with Paris. From the proximity of Haiti to the United States, said a U.S. official in late 1838, we have much in every way to gain by securing their friendship, instead of having as we do by their dislike to us. In the event of war between Great Britain or France, these seas would swarm with privateers which could as well be fitted out here by the subjects of those countries, assisted by the Haitians. 106. This was even more likely since it was already common wisdom, according to one U.S. observer, that Cap Haitien, in particular, was without exception the healthiest port in the West Indies. The harbor is one of the safest. 107. Although it would deepen the sectional rift that was to explode in civil war, this sage advice had to be ignored because of Dixie's demands. By early 1839, a London diplomat's arrival was eagerly awaited in Haiti as he was slated to ink a treaty. There is great reason to fear, said the U.S. envoy worriedly, that this pact will materially affect our commercial interest. Already, he repeated, Haiti seeks to favor the trade from Canada over the United States, which was leading to an entire exclusion of our vessels. 108. A catastrophic financial and security development. By July 1839, Lord Palmerston was told that British trade rather exceeds on average that of the preceding 3 years, while the American trade was much depressed. 109. The remedy proposed was for some of our squadron in these seas occasionally calling here, albeit not with the view of intimidating this government, but such is the fact that if our ships of war are not occasionally seen here, they imagine that the United States do not care for the interests of its citizens engaged in this trade, and they are led to do what they would be restrained from by the occasional appearance of ships of war. 110 Haitian leaders, however, were not as confident that battleships from the aggressive slave-holding republic, cruising regularly in Haitian waters, would be seen by their constituents as a peace offering. Earlier, British officials were mulling the same issue, but since, it was said, no depredations had been committed on the property of any British subject in Haiti, why should a ship of war visit? Anyway, the increased activity of the slave trade to Cuba employed all the disposable vessels to combat this pestilence, a consideration beyond the ken of the slave-holding republic. 111. Haitians were not inclined to see cruisers from the major powers as vessels of friendship. As France was undergoing political unrest in the early 1830s, waving the bloody flag of revenge on Haiti for the revolution could be a useful diversion. Even Washington was expecting a blockading squadron from Paris in league with Madrid, still smarting over the 1,822 ouster from the eastern side of the island, in order to compel the Haitians to come to terms. It was thought that this would incite civil war on the island, since the president being very unpopular was no secret. In that case, the interest of the Americans as well as the foreigners would be jeopardized. The suggested solution? The United States should send a naval force too, not the wisest suggestion. 112. It seemed that the bellicose mainland republic thought a show of force was always the best way to approach the abolitionist republic. Just as Henry Clay was recommending the ouster of free Negroes, he was being told that the United States should have an armed vessel at Cap Haitien and Port-au-Prince as a brutal reminder to Haiti of threatening possibilities. The problem between the two nations mirrored Haiti's problems with France that led to the punishing indemnity paid to Paris. In fact, U.S. nationals repeatedly demanded compensation for property supposedly expropriated during the Revolutionary era and thereafter. One difficult claim arose in 1828 amidst complaints of sequestrations during the government of Christophe, involving considerable property, without any just cause. 113 Another claim in 1833 pursued captains of vessels reproved, as it was reported, for the alleged traffic, or intention of traffic, with the insurgent blacks of the French colony of the island of Saint Domingo. 114. Wiser U.S. nationals were well aware of the dilemma posed by the hegemonic influence of Dixie on foreign policy. Just as there was a series of resolutions passed by states in the United States continuing to carp about alleged French spoliations, as if the quasi-war had resumed. 115 There were companion resolutions directed to Congress demanding recognition of Haiti. 116 Thus, by 1838 hundreds of petitions were arriving in Washington demanding recognition of Haiti. 117 As 1838 was ending, a furious debate unwound in Congress on this issue, pushed by Nantucket in particular and, thus, bound to inflame Dixie. Congressman Henry Wise, who was to serve as John Brown's executioner, rose to object and thundered against the petition that asks that a white republic should amalgamate with a black. John Quincy Adams, liberated from the White House by then, cracked, "Is there not enough of amalgamation in Virginia already? Let him go and look at the color of a part of the people of Virginia and indeed, of all the southern states, and then come here, if he can, and object to amalgamation." Dixie, said the former president, thought it right and proper to have commercial intercourse with Africa, meaning the slave trade, but with a land of freemen. No, it amounts to amalgamation. For years, U.S. citizens had been making large claims for indemnification for spoliations by the former government of Haiti, particularly stemming from the Christophe era, when this leader made free with vessels and cargoes of our citizens, he seized and confiscated without remorse. These compatriots appealed to Washington for aid. The reply from Haiti was that a U.S. court had seized some property of the Haitian Republic and that he Christophe had taken American property only in the way of retaliation, and when the United States should restore to him what these courts in Maryland had taken away, he would restore our property. Then the same issue was raised with President Boyer, who promptly requested the credentials of these emissaries, but since the United States did not recognize Haiti, they had none. The issue of France calling Haitian leaders rebels had ended with Paris's recognition of the abolitionist isle in the wake of the Indemnity Accord. All that was now left as a fig leaf for Congressman Wise was to cry amalgamation the last refuge of a chauvinist scoundrel. Wise was irate and contended that the United States now intended to recognize an insurrectionary republic on our southern coast, which contravened the principle that the ulterior object of abolition was unconstitutional and illegal, and condoned the fact that a large portion of those now in power in Haiti are slaves who cut their masters' throats. It was hardly consolatory to think, when we are threatened by abolitionists with having our throats cut in the South, that these slaves in St. Domingo, though 10 to 1 in number, never could have succeeded in insurrection but for the aid of a British army, now in alignment with these Africans. We never will be driven to say, in effect, to our own slaves, he maintained, when you have cut the throats of your masters, you will be acknowledged by England and by the northern states as Republican freemen. Disgusted, he concluded by querying querulously as to why we have no petitions from the same quarter to recognize the independence of Texas, 118, which had broken away from Mexico recently on pro-slavery grounds. This inflammatory dialogue only served to further incite Dixie and exacerbate the sectional rift, particularly since it was detailed in the Boston press. Hugh Swinton Legare was an exemplar of the abolitionist republic's worst nightmare in that he was of Huguenot ancestry, hailed from South Carolina, and had served respectively as Attorney General, Acting Secretary of State, and Congressman. His father had escaped to Carolina from Nance and, thus, he knew that the status quo could cause one to flee, a perception bolstered by the presence in his vicinity of often embittered Africans. The cosmopolitan congressman had studied in Paris and apparently spoke both French and Italian. Recognition of Haiti, he proclaimed, was just a backdoor to promoting abolition, which was virtually an act of war against one portion of the Union. This was designed to revolutionize the South and to convulse the Union, and if this course is permitted, he warned, the sun of this Union will go down, it will go down in blood and go down to rise no more. It would be simple treason, but the perpetrators would be traitors not to their country only but to the whole human race, 119, which presumably did not include Africans. Congressman Waddy Thompson, also of South Carolina, advised his opponents that it was dangerous to even discuss this matter. Actually, he continued, it was worse than dangerous, it was dishonorable and degrading to any Southern man to discuss it. He knew that in the event of war the enemy would most certainly strike at the Gulf of Mexico, and where else but in the West Indies could any foreign nation congregate their fleets. This was a veiled reference to London's Jamaica colony and Haiti, both of which were prone to attack the vulnerabilities of the slave-holding republic, where an enslaved African population would not be hostile to the notion of revolt in the face of invasion, a situation made worse by the Florida War. Still, as if he had a death wish, he remained unyielding in refusing to contemplate recognition of Port-au-Prince. 120. The question for Haiti in the 1830s was if the gathering alliance with London would be sufficient to overcome deteriorating relations with Madrid and Paris and the slave-holding republic. The odds were unlikely. Haiti had sent a diplomat to France to negotiate, perhaps expecting a positive outcome in light of the decision to pay an indemnity, but Secretary Inginac found the resultant pact to be obnoxious, at least that is what the U.S. Secretary of State was told. The objectionable demands of the French, said the Secretary, are that French citizens on their arrival in Haiti shall be allowed all the rights and privileges of Haitians, that they shall pay half duties only on all imports, that French vessels would be allowed in time of war to enter the ports of the island with their prizes for condemnation and sale, and that said privileges were to be refused to all other nations, particularly Britain. Haiti was a deadbeat, it was charged hotly, failing to pay the indemnity payments on time. Thus, it was demanded that Port-au-Prince cough up $400,000 annually, until the entire payment of the debt, principal and interest, was liquidated or otherwise, it might be the abolitionist republic that could face liquidation. 121. Particularly after abolition, Bordeaux, possibly sensing the strengthened posture of Haiti, petitioned furiously for payment of the indemnity. 122. Yet at the same time it was reported that a French brig from Bordeaux was the source of the most horrible screams, a possible slaver en route to Cuba near Haiti, in a demonstration of what might await if demands were not met. 123. With metronomic zeal, the Chamber of Deputies was instructed that Haiti was failing to adhere to the 1820s indemnity accord. It was a scandal, it was said, both moral and political, that was without example in the civilized world. 124. In other words, there was an attempt to fashion Haiti as a premature example of what was to be called neocolonialism, that is, independent in name only. This country is in an agitated state, it was reported, just before British abolition, owing to the affair not being settled with France. 125. Haiti was under strain. The indemnity to France and the financial crisis in the United States hurt the island badly, contributing to a stagnation of European trade and almost annihilation of that of the United States. 126, said one commentator. Declining relations with more belligerent major powers, combined with the latter's ability to play upon color contradictions on the island to create crisis and looming perilously, were ever more frazzled ties with the Colossus of the North. Ingenac, the Talleyrand of Haiti, was a very fair quatron sick, said a U.S. visitor knowingly in 1837.127. London thought that the influential Ingenac was their steady friend and powerful advocate, but not President Boyer, which provided an arbitrage opportunity, though this maximum leader too thought that Britain's emissary was a sincere friend to the interests of Haiti. 128. As Jamaica continued to reel from the machinations of Sam Sharp and Virginia was stunned by General Nat, a huge fire was ignited in Port-au-Prince. It was an irresistible fury, said the U.S. representative, with 16 square miles containing about 600 houses destroyed in 4 hours, though not in the commercial part of the city. However, depredations on property were most shamefully committed in the aftermath, and in the commotion the lives of U.S. nationals were in imminent danger, just as their property was in jeopardy. 129. This decade, the 1830s, was not just tumultuous for the British Caribbean and Haiti, or France, for that matter, as the attempt to seize Algeria suggested. General Nat ensured that the slave-holding republic would be immersed in disquiet too, and Bordeaux, which preened contumaciously as the island's prime foe, was quick to report that Vicksburg and Mobile too were afflicted by incendiaries at a time when Haiti was erupting in flames. 130. La Révolution des Noirs, or Africans, was spoken of in Paris. 131. As if this was not France's issue alone, though, admittedly, it did not take much to tempt the slave-holding republic to seek allies against Africans. If Port-au-Prince had been able to get hold of a lengthy memorandum respecting Haiti in 1836, even more concern would have been aroused. For in May 1814 London and Paris agreed in a secret accord that the former would not oppose the latter's recovery of the island, though this was putatively made null and void when France recognized Haiti in April 1825 on the condition of the payment of a hefty indemnity. Still, the accord said that France could employ any means whatever, even those of arms, to recover the island and to reduce the population of that colony to obedience. When Charles Mackenzie was sent there to serve London's interests, somehow this was interpreted, likewise, as making the accord null and void. Yet Paris continued to insist that, considering the color of the people and the fact of their having massacred the white population, France could not enter into any treaty with Haiti. These words were made even more viable when disputes arose over whether Port-au-Prince was fulfilling the terms of the indemnity. Settlers in Martinique and Guadeloupe felt strongly upon this point, it was said, realizing that Haiti was an inspiration to the enslaved in both colonies. Thereafter Paris threatened Haiti continuously with a blockade, even after recognition was extended. London was willing to court Haiti as an ally to gain leverage against Paris, but, as the secret accord indicated, this support was often wafer-thin. London was uncomfortable with provisos of the Haitian constitution, which were said to place restrictions on blanks 132, i.e. those defined as white. Mackenzie, though a man of color, was not helpful in this regard, referring often to the suspicious character of the Haitians, who, influenced by the bad faith of France, regard all approaches from Europeans with distrust. Thus, Denmark was wary of renewed intercourse with Haiti from its perch in St. Thomas, and Haiti's neighbors viewed with their own suspicion the formation of a Haitian commercial navy, as if the island were undeserving. 133. As the 1840s approached, Haiti was ripe for dismantling, beginning with the much vaster eastern end of the island, which was to comprise the newly born Dominican Republic. The U.S. Negroes who had arrived in eastern Hispaniola by the thousands in previous years were to find themselves in a different nation where black Jacobinism was far from the reigning creed. 7. Black Jacobins weakened 1840 to 1849. The news from Hispaniola was reminiscent of the Revolutionary era. But it was now the 1840s, and the U.S. Secretary of State was being informed that within 2 days' march of Santo Domingo, the recently proclaimed capital city of the former eastern part of Haiti, now known as the Dominican Republic, was an army of 10,000 blacks, whose aim was the extermination of all whites and mulattoes said to be in the vanguard of the new state. 1. This was not a fortuitous moment for the slave-holding republic, now drunk with confidence over the impending swallowing of Texas. However, abolitionist Britain still hovered darkly over U.S. fortunes, and the prospect of the former sponsoring slave rebellions was rarely absent. Not daring to even mention London's name, the leading slaveholder, James Hammond of Carolina, warned in early 1845 that should any foreign nation be so lost to the sentiment of civilized humanity as to attempt to erect among us the standard of revolt, or to invade us with black troops for the base and barbaristic purpose of stirring up servile war, their efforts would be signally rebuked. 2. Hammond may have known that from 1840 to 1850 his state had gained 3 times as many enslaved Africans as men defined as white, increasing profitability and insecurity alike in a devolving spiral. 3. And France too did not favor annexation of Texas, given its pre-existing claims to the sprawling landmass, a point well recognized by Louisiana's own Judah P. Benjamin, who was soon to be the leading foreign envoy of the so-called Confederate States of America. 4. With the enslaving republic expanding westward, Russia, perched in Alaska and only recently in California, was seen too as a threat. The future rested in Asia, said the then leading scholar, William Henry Trescott. The increasing power and growing antagonism of England and Russia in the direction of Asia had to be accounted for, given colonial India and the recent seizure of Hong Kong, while the conquest and rapid settlement of California have brought us to the same plane. Thus, France and Russia are natural allies, a supposition soon to be disproved in the Crimea. Amidst the diplomatic maneuvering, Trescott was rooted in old verities that slavery served to cement. Asiatic inferiority was a given, he said, while the connection between the Anglo-Saxon race and the Asiatic nations on a footing of perfect equality has never existed, and we conscientiously believe it can never exist. 5. Then there was the grim news brought by the glimmerings of war with Mexico. We are in imminent danger of an invasion from Mexico or her allies, the governor of Missouri was told heatedly in 1845. 6. Though the state, being far from the border, was thought to be secure. The latest intelligence as of August 1845, the chief executive was informed, was that we shall shortly be at war with Mexico or her allies. 7. Requiring an expensive mobilization. 10,000 Mexicans are marching rapidly. 8. It was then announced. The U.S. Senate discussed means to prevent the white population from being exterminated or expelled from the Yucatan, just across the water from Haiti. John C. Calhoun unnecessarily declared, "If this be a war of races in reality, then my sympathies are for the white race. For if the white race be overthrown and Indian ascendancy established, another Haiti was in store." The case of the Yucatan does not stand alone. All the causes operating there to produce the present stage of things are operating in all the portions of this continent south of us, and all are in great danger of falling into the condition in which Yucatan is now placed. 9. Actually, it was not just this continent south of us that was in presumed jeopardy. In the enslaving republic too, a schooner only recently had escaped from Washington and was bound for the open seas with scores of desperate Africans aboard. If the enslaving republic was not careful, said Calhoun, we shall have Saint Domingo all over again. 10. Though the black Jacobins had triumphed decades earlier, by the time of Dominican secession there continued to be worry in Washington that the presumed contestation between Africans and Europeans for control of the Americas was not settled. Weeks after Dominican independence, the U.S. envoy in Caracas observed that the leader there had just grounds for the apprehensions he entertains as to the possible consequences of a war of races in Hispaniola. Recalled was Farfan's rebellion, the notorious object of which was to array the colored population against the whites. It was not a question between master and slave, but one of color only, which it is feared may one day or other arise in Venezuela. It was assumed that in 15 years slavery will be extinct in the Republic, a distressing signal for the mainland, though reassuringly into the best circles of Caracas society, mulattoes can no more gain admission, than they can into those of the United States. Yet, unlike the mainland, in Caracas they appear to be entirely and helplessly unprepared for the horrible conditions of affairs which they fear might be produced here by the evil and contagious example of Haiti. Attached to the correspondence was a note from Juan Manuel Manrique, foreign minister of Venezuela, who feared that the Dominican revolt would be crushed by Haiti, leading to intensified racial conflict regionally that would spread to Caracas with obvious implications for Washington. 11 Robert Harrison, U.S. emissary in Jamaica, felt that the people of Saint Domingo, that is to say the mulattoes, by which he meant the Dominican Republic, are disposed to put themselves under the protection of Great Britain. This was a further reason for Washington to scramble to take a firm position on what was thought to be a race war. 12. While expending blood and treasure to dismember Mexico, the slave-holding republic had yet to absorb Florida effectively. By the year of statehood 1845 enslaved Africans outnumbered their masters in 5 of the 26 counties and a significant minority existed in 10 other counties. Not coincidentally, there were repeated stories about arsons perpetrated by Africans and slave conspiracies, while awesome stories of revolts in the Caribbean where Haiti was implicated circulated widely. 13. The annexation of Texas, a template for what was to become the attempt to annex the Dominican Republic, did not improve relations with Mexico. Then there were the ongoing conflicts with Native Americans, contestation with Spain for control of Cuba and much more. Furthermore, such news was bound to enhance sectional conflicts, with abolitionists accused of preparing a similar plan for the extermination of all whites and mulattoes on the mainland, a dire prospect not assuaged by trends in Hispaniola. France recognized Haiti de jure in 1838, by 1840 Haiti had paid France 4.5 million francs, leaving it 55 million francs in arrears. 14 but forming the predicate for an improvement in bilateral relations. British and Haitian relations improved markedly when formal diplomatic recognition was established in early 1841. 15 Though the inability of London's man to speak French or Creole, the Haitian language, was a handicap. 16. Be it in Texas or Mexico, North America or South America, the 1840s indicated that slavery and its handmaiden, white supremacy, were generating murderous conflict effortlessly. Hence, the secession of the Dominican Republic and the war that it delivered came at an inopportune moment for Washington. There was the delightful prospect of weakening black Jacobins by depriving them of the vaster portion of Hispaniola, but it was no secret that the enslaving republic was no fan of the mulattoes said to rule in Santo Domingo. The latter factor only served to provide an opening for Madrid and London, thus exacerbating not resolving the fraught matter of U.S. national security. Moreover, London's growing ties with Port-au-Prince were not good news for Washington either, as they increased the breathing space for the abolitionist island, giving it more freedom of movement, e.g. the ability to sponsor abolitionist plots. When a leading Haitian appeared in London in 1842 for a major abolitionist conference, it was not reassuring to the enslaving republic. The same could be said for the fact that the Haitian deputation, as was reported casually, had the pleasure of breakfasting with nearly 30 gentlemen of color, resident in Paris. 17 5 years later the U.S. Negro press seemed pleased when Haiti's delegate to the London gathering affiliated with U.S. abolitionists. 18. Similarly, Near this same time in Puerto Plata, soon to be part of the Dominican Republic, a militant abolitionist society was formed. They defined slavery as a sin against God and man and pledged to do all in our power for the attainment of that righteous object, meaning abolition. Reflecting the presence there of a goodly number of U.S. Negroes, targeted was the stronghold of slavery, i.e. the United States itself. Our measures shall be like those of William Lloyd Garrison and in alliance with the American Anti-Slavery Society. Though their official documents penned in English, Spanish, and French downplayed insurrection and violence, this boilerplate was also not assuring to enslavers. Any sect, sex, or color was invited to join their ranks. For as philanthropists, it was asserted, our country is the world, our countrymen are all mankind, our watchword is liberty and equality. Pleadingly, it was declaimed, cooperate with us, for the extinction of that great evil of slavery, the existence of which, among other nations, is so unfavorable to the prosperity of Haiti, which was all too true. 19. Boston abolitionists were traveling to the island then. Maria Weston Chapman was told in 1841 about the Friends in this country and the warm reception and kind attention after safe arrival on the Haitian sail. This embrace was highly gratifying to your numerous friends, and your proposed visit to Haiti will be a precious benefit to the anti-slavery cause. If an enslaver had been able to peek at this missive, eyes would have been drawn to the words about the strong talk of war between Great Britain and the United States then growing in obstreperousness. 20 Abolitionist materials were flooding into Puerto Plata from Boston with untoward consequences for those who sought slavery's expansion there. 21. Correspondingly, Washington did not seem to be adapting to these maneuvers by their rivals, a trend partly driven by the shot of adrenaline delivered to the bloodstream of the enslaving Republicans when Texas was taken from Mexico. A grudge against free Negroes and gens de couleur continued to mark the slave-holding republic, though they could have been co-opted easily. In 1840 there were more than 500 free Negroes in Mobile, nearly all of them described as mulattoes. Very few of them were illiterate or could otherwise be deemed less than upstanding, but they were coming under increasing pressure to evacuate the premises. 22 In 1842 Louisiana debated a measure to bar this group from entering the state, a rude signal to those who had fled from Hispaniola since 1791. Typical was a Euro-American in Chicago who in 1844 announced brashly that he had his first encounter with a free Negro. 23 I smashed a chair rung over his head. 24 He said tersely. On the centennial of Dominican independence a novel was published about New Orleans and Haiti, antipodes in essence. It features characters who, in the novelist's words, had never hated Negroes before, but, driven by the assumed misdeeds of black Jacobins, they develop a hatred of this kind. Is the black man the eternal enemy? This is the novel's rhetorical query. The reply, God, yes. He represents the blood-stained machete and the torch. What about the black inhabitants of the island? Should they be reenslaved? The implied answer was, of course. In the case of the protagonist, though he had been sympathetic toward the Haitian mulatto elite, his Louisiana upbringing rebelled against the idea of social drinking with a black man. Another character prats, manifestly the United States must be involved in an expansionist policy southward, my friends, always southward. If Haiti and Saint-Domingue, for instance, were acquired and admitted as a state, or two states, who can doubt that men from Louisiana would quickly become the ruling element there? We are the natural inheritors of Saint-Domingue, it was written. If the old Spanish colony, meaning the Dominican Republic, is ready to shake off Negro rule, it should be aided, and if it wishes to join this country it should receive the same welcome that is on the point of being given to Texas. There was much anti-Haitian plotting portrayed in New Orleans, though potential plotters were advised that Haiti would resist a conqueror even more savagely than their ancestors resisted the army sent by Napoleon. Nothing short of making slaves of all survivors, it was stressed, would be effective, and in bondage their resentment and vengeful spirit would know no bounds. The reply, it could be done, however, for slavery could be brought back gradually. Described in detail was a Louisiana-based conspiracy to destabilize Haiti in 1843, then 1844.25. The enslaving Republicans had reason to fear that if Haiti were to overcome the Dominican Republic, the leadership would aggressively turn its attention to the perceived source of the problem on the mainland, leading to more covert or overt support for slave rebellions. Increasing poverty of the country has driven away all the American merchants, said London's island envoy in mid-1840. Formerly there were 5 American houses in Port-au-Prince, at present there is not one, while trade with Bordeaux had nearly ceased and with Marseilles had ceased entirely. 26 American commerce is declining, was the message received from auxiliary Ks by Secretary of State Daniel Webster in 1842. Only 9 American vessels have entered here for the past 3 months. There is no American mercantile house in the city. 27. Despite this absence, complaints continued to mount about the abuse which American shipmasters suffer from the authorities of this port, abuses which the government of the United States will not submit from any nation. 28. It is in vain to attempt to establish the innocence of an American white citizen against the testimony of a Haitian, however false the accusation was. The complaint enunciated with shock by the U.S. envoy in Port-au-Prince. 29. Perhaps worse, duties slapped on arriving U.S. vessels were more than on any other nation and were imposed on all imports from the United States 30 days before the announcement of Dominican independence. It was reported that the United States had no other personnel than commercial agents in Haiti, 1 at Port-au-Prince, 1 at Cape Haitien, and 1 at auxiliary Ks. 31. Despite this deficiency, there was a reported frequent resort of American vessels at the ports of Maragoan and Gonaives, requiring attention and also indicating that there might reside a base for subversion of Haiti. 32. Still, deteriorating trade reflected an overall downturn. The U.S. agent in auxiliary Ks found it hard to understand why there was a large standing army embracing about 1/7 of the male population. This had diminished labor and plantations which once yielded wealth and were now abandoned. Thousands of tons of coffee are lost for want of laborers to harvest it, and then there were the losses sustained by the recent earthquake and late fire at Port-au-Prince that were computed at 1/2 the wealth of the island. 33. Bilateral relations with Port-au-Prince were far from ideal, a reality that underscored why John C. Calhoun reportedly backed one of the more significant covert operations in U.S. history. According to the veteran fire-eater Edmund Ruffin, his comrade, the then Secretary of State, used the Secret Service fund to supply arms to the Dominican rebels against Haiti in order to repel their more barbarous invaders. The idea banked on the permanent hostility of the two populations, Haitian and Dominican, and the weakness of the Dominicans to get footing on their territory and ultimately annex that larger portion of the island. There were more than niggling problems, of course, e.g. a mixed population. They are too near to being white to be denied the equal rights of citizens, said the reflective Ruffin, and yet it would not do to contaminate the purity of blood of Caucasian settlers, by intermarrying with the mixed blood. In any case, this acquisition would soon and necessarily lead to the conquest of Haiti, ending for all time a base of subversion for U.S. Negroes and then reversing course by ousting this group from the mainland in favor of a new homeland precisely in Hispaniola. 34. Ruffin had little respect for Haiti and in the temper of the times blamed the insane government in Paris for the revolution by declaring first in favor of equal political rights of the free mulattoes and then supporting emancipation, which led to unprecedented rapine and slaughter and unspeakable outrages and horrors. Definitely, if there had been only white masters and Negro slaves and no foreign and stronger power, although the whites were only 1/10 the number of their slaves, their mastership would never have been seriously disturbed. 35. Haiti was a failure and a return to enslavement was the only way out, it was thought. A self-described colored American in Philadelphia sensed this vast conspiracy was occurring as it was unwinding. It was JCC or Calhoun who was the culprit, and not just because he was singularly responsible for a very great cause of alarm at the present juncture for the safety of colored people. Why was Boyer deposed, as he was curiously enough just before Dominican secession? Look back at the unsuccessful attempt made to stir up rebellion in Canada, about 1837 or 1838, weakening the sanctuary for fleeing U.S. Negroes, was akin to the deposing of Boyer. Colored people may meet up with actual loss of liberty in Texas, in consequence of Annexation 36, a prospect now faced by the Dominican Republic, and, perhaps, Haiti too. This unnamed observer had reason to be concerned, for in his own Philadelphia, only recently, Negroes marching in favor of temperance were attacked after Euro-American bystanders were angered by the sight of a flag showing a Negro breaking his chains in favor of freedom. 37 Surely, if this banner was deemed a provocation, the existence of an island that had broken its own chains was a casus belli. Moreover, it was suspected that enslaving Republicans had yet to forget that one of the first measures adopted by the Boyer regime when it took over the eastern portion of the island in 1822 was to abolish slavery. 38. To hear one pro-Haiti spokesman tell it, there was more than racism at play. B.C. Clark argued that the turning point for the island came on December 30, 1843, when a constitution affirming religious liberty was bruited in Haiti, which led directly to the 1844 secession. As noted, Haiti was willing to embrace thousands of migrating U.S. Negroes, most of whom were not Catholic, and the same held true for those arriving from its patron in London. Yet even Clark pointed the finger of accusation at Calhoun, the marks of the slave-holding class. The Horne Secretary Calhoun, said Clark, was concerned that 130,000 white Dominicans were unsafe on the island, given that their fate was bound up with that of an African republic. The War of Color was launched by Calhoun and company as a result, he said, as those cowering in the East claimed protection at the hands of the government of the United States, which was facilitated when Calhoun's secret agent successfully sought to disparage Haiti Springs to entrap the unwary, perpetrated by pious frauds. It was even more of a fraud, since those defined as white on the island would not be regarded as such on the mainland. The DR was a mulatto republic, and any sympathy awakened for it on the Negrophobia principle is a sheer loss. 39 Dominicans, said the 20th century scholar, James Parthimas, were sensitive of their racial background to a point approaching paranoia. 40 A perception driven by their unique role as being born in revolt against an abolitionist republic while aided immeasurably by enslavers. The self-proclaimed secret mission to San Domingo by U.S. emissary David Dixon Porter in 1847 was certainly bathed in illicitness. He was quick to locate the military man who appeared to be the only pure white person present, though they all consider it an insult to be called any other color, black being applied to the Haitians at the West End. Although Dixon railed against vindictive decrees issued by the Haitians against an oppressed nation of whites, the implications for the mainland of the proposition that the Dominican Republic constituted an oppressed nation of whites were too ghastly to contemplate. He eviscerated Haiti, since their enmity to the United States and some of our institutions is well known, though from commercial interest, they preserve friendly relations. He thought, as well, that it was actually France that was responsible for DR secession in 1844, not his own homeland. 41. Actually, the founder of the Dominican Republic, Juan Pablo Duarte, was educated in the United States, and the Declaration of Independence there echoed that of the mainland republic. 42 Though it remained true, as had been the case for centuries, that the major European powers, Spain, France, and Britain in the first place, were preoccupied with Hispaniola. Nevertheless, unrequited claims for compensation by U.S. nationals stretching back decades continued to irritate relations with Port-au-Prince, providing an incentive to disrupt the status quo. 43 Unfortunately for Haiti, such claims also animated France and, in fact, brought Paris and Washington together to the detriment of Port-au-Prince. 44. At times the opposite was true, e.g. when William Burson of Tennessee made claims against France seeking to be compensated for his lost inheritance in Hispaniola. Baptized in the place he called St. Francis, Grand Gove, Santo Domingo in 1780 and educated in Paris, he learned the trade of jeweler or clockmaker on the advice of a wise uncle, but by 1810 was in exile in Boston with his U.S. wife and 4 children. By 1830 he had moved to the bountiful frontier Franklin, Tennessee, in his case. He made a claim pursuant to the law of 1826, the result of a treaty between France and Haiti, claiming a piece of the indemnity, in other words. 45. The French consul in New Orleans was instructed that the losses he sustained during the revolution on the island were compensable, as he sought to take benefit under the laws providing for the sufferers of Saint Domingo. Port-au-Prince had paid some 2 or 3 installments to the French government for the purpose of indemnifying the French who lost their property, but as yet, he moaned, I have received nothing, though he remained a Frenchman in feeling as well as by birth. 46. This description could fit numerous descendants of the Hexagon in the slave-holding republic, perpetually jeopardizing Haitian sovereignty. On the other hand, capital from Haiti via France poured into New Orleans, increasing the already formidable wealth of the city and the nation. Burson hired a Paris attorney to recover at least a portion of his former property, which was worth, he estimated, about 1,000 francs. 47. Paris and Washington could now potentially unite to press Haiti for compensation. A Bostonian also had claims against Haiti for losses sustained and occasioned by the late revolutions of 1843 and 44. Angered to the quick, he charged that all moral influence would be lost on that government without a demonstration of physical force, as he headed with vehemence toward Jeremy, Haiti. 48. Haiti appeared to be a duck worth plucking by the major powers. It was a kind of neocolonialism in the sense that if it could not be subjugated directly, this could be done indirectly via indemnification. Step by step, Haiti had been marched to this precipice, with Paris issuing threats of invasion as early as 1823 before an indemnity was voted under duress by Haiti in 1825. This was followed by a revolution in France in 1830, causing Haiti to argue that this vitiated the earlier vote, which led to a new accord in 1838. Then Boyer was dislodged in 1843, causing the new regime to threaten repudiation of the 1838 pact, leading to yet another accord in May 1847. Meanwhile, Spain was arguing that if France got reparations, then so should Madrid, and, barring that, the cession of the eastern portion of the island would suffice, which was the approach taken as early as 1830. By 1842 Cap Haitien was destroyed by earthquake, weakening Haiti materially and making it more susceptible to the blandishments of Paris and Madrid. 49. Yet Paris did figure into Washington's calculations, for by the 1840s relations, which had spiraled upward, were headed downward again. If France had gained a foothold on the island, this too could have jeopardized national security, providing opportunities to Paris for leverage by dint of allying with the British in Jamaica or the Spanish in Cuba, not to mention the Haitians. Since Paris-London relations had taken an uptick, this too was worrisome, for keeping the two divided was the ne plus ultra of U.S. foreign policy. Strikingly, almost to the day that DR independence was proclaimed, the U.S. Congress passed a resolution concerning French depredations on American commerce that, like similar claims against Haiti, went back years. 50. Just as the cession of Florida brought problems with an ever closer Britain offshore in the Bahamas, dismembering of Mexico was thought to deliver a related problem, Paris and London moving closer together in response. So thought one Charleston resident, who felt the two European powers have an immense stake in the present contest between us and Mexico, with both expected to dispatch a fleet to the Gulf of Mexico to watch their interests. 51. Hispaniola's proximity made it all the more important for the enslaving Republicans to destabilize this island. Earlier, the bellicose Congressman Waddy Thompson of the Palmetto State was instructed that while war is always a dreadful alternative, the enslavers would try it rather than let London meddle and rule in this hemisphere where the regulating place by right is ours. To be sure, Washington desired positive relations with all Europe and the rest of the world. 52. But not at any cost, certainly not at the price of London establishing a foothold in all of Hispaniola. Already the possibility of a Mexico-Britain alliance aimed at independent Texas had supposedly driven annexation of the latter. 53. Then there was the racial danger of Indians on our frontier and of the Negroes, said one leading Carolinian, which mandated a damned thrashing of Mexico in response. 54. There too racism was not absent, which magnified the concern about Hispaniola, since the enslaver's top diplomat in the region, Joel Poinsett, speculated intently about the racial bona fides of Mexico's former leader, Vicente Guerrero, wondering if he was a mulatto. He appeared to me to be of Indian descent. It was reported anxiously. 55 Africans were nearly extinct in Mexico, said Poinsett with evident satisfaction. In the capital I saw only 3 or 4, and have not seen more than 20 since I entered in country. This pro-colonial emissary wrote that many respectable Creoles have declared to me that they regret having assisted to shake off the yoke of Spain, an attitude that he could imagine existing in Hispaniola, particularly since he was glad to find that every precaution will be used to prevent the black population from gaining an ascendancy in Cuba. 56. For Spain had been seeking satisfaction for what it perceived as an improper takeover of the eastern portion of the island in 1822. The Haitians have no title whatever to the Spanish part of the island but occupancy, stressed William Miles of the United States in 1844.57 months after Dominican independence had been formalized. The U.S. Secretary of State was told by the Dominican authorities that the 1822 union between East and West violated the sacred principle that slavery was thought to embody. Then the white Dominicans, after the fall of President Boyer, a victim in part of color contradictions and a deteriorating economic environment delivered by intensified tensions with neighbors, the mainland republic not least, pushed successfully for sovereignty. Boyer fell in 1843 and on February 27, 1844 independence was declared. It was followed by a Haitian invasion by more than 13,000 men, but by mid-March Spanish Dominicans gained the victory with only 2 killed and 3 wounded, whilst more than 1,000 Haitians remained dead in the field. This initiated a series of similar victories, followed by bloody setbacks, and then an invitation by the Dominican Republic for Spain to return as a colonizing power by the early 1860s in order to blunt Haitian advances. The Dominican Republic, said Santo Domingo, had many mines of copper, gold, iron, and 2 great bays suitable for formidable squadrons. Samana, where U.S. Negroes had settled, also had lucrative pearl fishing, mahogany, and tobacco, although agriculture decayed in consequence of the union with the Haitian Republic and the abolition of slavery. Puerto Plata, a similar site for U.S. Negro emigration, ranked with Santo Domingo as a port for trade, and already had significant trade with New York, Bordeaux, and London. Puerto Plata and Samana both had to be fortified against our enemies, the Haitians, but the migration of foreign agriculturalists by increasing the white population would produce greater security, notably for the United States. All the white Dominicans, many of whom were in New Orleans, should return, and property not alienated by the Haitian government shall be restored. This was a priority since an unlawful invasion was expected, given the innate and unconstitutional hatred of the Haitians to all of the white race to whom the rights of holding property is denied throughout the whole of the Republic. In words assured to receive maximum attention in the slave-holding Republic, Haiti was said to possess a maniacal obsession, a thirst for vengeance in their interest in preventing the progress of prosperity and the increase of the white population on the island, though the Haitian population is much greater, amounting to more than 500,000 of persons. A U.S. intervention was demanded to block this alleged race-baiting nation. To that end, Spain was assailed for insolence and indifference, no small issue given the tensions between Madrid and Washington over Cuba. Spain did not lift a finger for 20 years to save the East, which languished under the oppression and vexations of the Negroes of Haiti and suffered through the consequent destruction of the white population in the period after 1791. U.S. aid was needed too. According to this official document from the Dominican Republic, it was noted, as well, that the black population must, however, be necessarily in the majority in the Dominican Republic, as the treatment received by the whites during the last 20 years induced many to emigrate and depressed others. It is, however, to be observed that the Spanish dominions in the island, as well as the continent, did not contain a larger population of Negroes than those of the English and French. This was reassuring, indubitably, to Washington. But the Dominican Republic, conforming with the norms of its closest neighbor, mandated that slavery was forever abolished, and, likewise, there is not in the Constitution any difference of color or race. Until the failed annexation of the early 1870s, suspicion still brewed on the mainland about the racial bona fides of the Dominican Republic, blocking closer union with the mainland. 58 Similarly, this abolitionist decree by the Dominican Republic did not enhance relations with the enslaving Republicans. To countervail this understandable suspicion, Santo Domingo resorted to history. Recalled was the earlier Declaration of Independence 30 November 1821 and the arrest of Madrid's men, the governor and captain general. A new state, Spanish Haiti, was initiated and hoisting the Colombian flag occurred. Cooperation with Haiti was on tap, but Port-au-Prince balked, and a civil war flared in the east, while President Boyer was threatening the new regime. By February 12, 1822, President Boyer arrived in Santo Domingo at the head of more than 13,000 men. It was he who abolished slavery and then took over. 59. Despite the remonstrations of Madrid, it did not retreat so easily. In 1826 Haitians were criticizing the Spanish residents of the eastern side of the island for their supposed laziness and vice versa, which delighted the French envoy. In 1 week they are not doing more than the French in 1 day, he sniffed. Abolition had brought dislocation, it was thought. 60 By November 1828, a U.S. agent reported that a considerable army has been marched to the eastern front of the island by Haiti to protect it from an invasion of the Spanish. 61 By December 1828, Haiti urgently denied a report about the cession of the East to Spain, and the island's U.S. Negro ally added portentously, "No other government will ever be suffered to retain any portion of this beautiful island." 62 The flux led to much agitation in Haiti. 63 Undermining Boyer. By January 1830, a Spanish frigate arrived in Haitian waters determined to restore Spanish sovereignty in the east, and forces from Cuba were headed to Santo Domingo. The chance of Haiti holding on was deemed to be poor by the U.S. delegate. 64 By February 1830, Haiti was making extensive preparations in expectation of a Spanish invasion of Santo Domingo. Naturally, the U.S. emissary, instead of peace talks, called for one of our vessels to arrive immediately, particularly since the British and French are constantly about here. 65 By March 1830, Madrid demanded that Haiti withdraw from the east. 66 Just before the Dominican secession, the U.S. agent in auxiliary case had detected late difficulties between this government and the governor of Cuba, which did not augur well for Haiti. 67 Those of Huguenot descent, e.g. Joel Poinsett, the enslaver's top diplomat, regionally played a critical role in formulating U.S. policy. Some of them, like Poinsett, were fluent in Spanish and, assuredly, favored fellow anti-abolitionist Spaniards over Haitians in Hispaniola. President William Henry Harrison too spoke Spanish, which was not a good sign for Haiti. 68 Louis Manigault was also of Huguenot descent but now an elite Carolinian, and he too, said his biographer, had a love of the Spanish language to the point where he preserved copies of letters in Spanish written to him by various persons he befriended in Spain and Latin America. Of course, he spoke French too. He was born in Paris 69 and had inherited a distaste for Haiti that was seemingly part of his birthright. Charles Manigault was of similar mind. His favorite vacation spot was Paris, described by him lovingly as the place, after all and before all. 70 Similar sentiments drove Poinsett, whose close ties to Emperor Alexander of Russia and Paris alike 71 soon to clash in war in the Crimea in the 1850s, was indicative of the uphill climb faced by Haiti. Poinsett had managed to visit Samana in 1822 on the island's northern coast, this after visiting France repeatedly. Fortunately, he favored limitations on the African slave trade, though he was far from being an abolitionist. 72 Still, the fact that one so influential in Washington was so partial to Paris was of concern in Port-au-Prince. When Commodore Jesse D. Elliott of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, sought to move to France in 1841 in order to join its military, it was Poinsett who he consulted, in a process that reached to the office of King Louis Philippe himself. 73 In that same vein, U.S. nationals in Paris during this period sought to reach Secretary of State Daniel Webster via .74. A chronic problem for Haiti was the persistent influence of those of French descent in Washington. Thus, in early 1843 the U.S. envoy in auxiliary case did not seem displeased with the late attempt to revolutionize the country, as 3,000 or 4,000 of the revolutionists were to take possession of this place. In the uproar some who were formerly citizens of the United States claimed the protection of the American government, as they barely escaped being molested, though many arrests have been made among the respectable 75. This snare did not elude the U.S. national, Dr. H.P. Lovell, who was imprisoned and then tried by a military court and sentenced to be shot. The U.S. emissary was treated with the greatest indignity and pointed to the door when he sought to visit him. "A black colonel who can neither read nor write," said Dr. Lovell, was condemned and, thus, received great abuse from the president of the court. The medic's health was failing, but the request to have him removed to a hospital was refused, though American, English and French gentlemen in the city have taken a deep interest in this case, also many of the most respectable Haitians. The consul had to suffer indignities hard for an American to endure. For centuries the soil of this island had been moistened with the blood of human victims, and it seemed now that this earth would be watered with the blood of an American citizen accused of seeking to destabilize the regime. William Gooch, the agent, demanded that his government send forthwith sufficient armament that may be immediately ordered to this place for the protection of the prisoners 76. Gooch did manage to wrest a second trial for Dr. Lovell, but his conviction was affirmed and he was slated to be executed, as the accusing Haitian general was bent on washing his hands in the blood of this unfortunate man. It is striking that a Mr. Davis of Charleston, a citizen of Haiti said to be the only man in this country who has one drop of colored blood in his veins and to have taken an interest in foreigners like the unfortunate Dr. Lovell 77 was arrested on the orders of President Boyer himself on a charge of being involved in an attempted insurrection. 78. But by March 1843, as Boyer's fortunes declined, those of Dr. Lovell like a sea sorrows, as a so-called popular army, as Gooch termed it, entered the city and opened the prison doors and released the prisoners, and among them was Dr. H.P. Lovell. Thus, the revolution was achieved but with little bloodshed, to the benefit of Lovell's homeland too, since American commerce would be benefited and duties on U.S. vessels would be annulled. 79. This was in the context of fruitless attempts by the blacks to gain the ascendance over the mulattoes, with the latter thought to favor Washington 80, though they, in turn, were hardly favored on the mainland. "A certain party here, composed chiefly of blacks," said Thomas Usher of London, "aimed to take the power into their own hands, and this could terminate in a fearful struggle between the mulattoes and the blacks." 81. By August 1843, Richmond Loring of the United States was describing an outbreak between the black and colored classes of this island which may lead to disastrous results. "The actual power of the country is in the hands of the colored, though of late 62 of the most influential and intelligent of the blacks signed a petition that in stringent terms was complaining of the situation. The response was their arrest. But the most influential escaped to a plantation 3 miles from auxiliary quays, where they sounded the alarm and raised nearly the whole of the surrounding country, 82, to the detriment of President Boyer, who evidently had alienated the influential and Washington alike. It was in 1843 that Secretary of State Webster was told that a political revolution had commenced in the southwestern part of the island, with the revolutionary parties having gained the ascendancy. Boyer appropriately thought Washington fled on a British vessel to Jamaica. "No Americans have in any way suffered," it was said, but conflict with Britain had not ceased since a ship flying the Union Jack sought to deprive a U.S. vessel of its crew, as 2 black men from shore joined the Londoners in this armed confrontation. 83, according to a U.S. informant. 84. Ironically, if Duff Green, the powerful U.S. leader, is to be believed, it was in 1843 that Buenaventura Baez, future president of the Dominican Republic, went to Port-au-Prince to meet with French agents who promised aid if he was to spearhead a revolt. 85 Such a viewpoint is consistent with the prevailing idea that the island, being a rare piece of real estate not claimed by colonialists and close enough to the United States to generate value, was attracting ravenous attention. The environment was so rife with unrest that it is possible that all of these conspiracies were unfolding simultaneously. Months later, U.S. nationals Samuel Thomas and J.R. Thomas were imprisoned in Haiti on a charge of murdering the captain of a British vessel that had just docked, 86, increasing the possibility that Washington too would like to see the island dismembered. By late 1843, Paris was told of fermentation in Santo Domingo, along with anger toward the authorities. But there was also positive feeling toward France emerging, something alien to Haiti in recent decades. 87. In the prelude to Dominican secession, official U.S. views of Haiti, never positive in the best of the times, were declining precipitously. William Miles was now safely back in Baltimore from auxiliary case. He took time to reflect on his island tenure, concluding bluntly, that the people are not prepared for self-government and civil war was inevitable. Their separation from France is a great misfortune, he opined, and their withholding freehold rights to poor whites was a most erroneous policy. These alleged missteps were not due to a dearth of resources. There was plenty of rain and the richest and most abundant forests, containing plenty of birds and fine rivers. The port of Nicholas Mole, which the United States was to control later, was superb. But in the interior, African languages do exist, a presumed measure of underdevelopment, where they believe in the evil eye and adore idols. Still, most were chiefly Catholic and very much attached to their faith. The influence of the clergy is unbounded, which sheds light on the commotion brought by an attempt to deliver religious freedom. 88. France, thought to be a major beneficiary of secession, was predictably pleased in February 1844 when independence occurred. In fact, it was asserted that French nationals had taken part in the independence battle on the side of the Dominicans. 89 The French consul was elated to ascertain that weakening Haiti appeared to be a goal of the Dominicans. Scorned was the supposed overconfidence of the Haitian leadership, taken by surprise by this loss of the majority of the territory they ruled. But now Dominicans were shrinking in fear and seeking asylum at the French legation in apprehension of what was said to be the well-known ferocity of the Haitians when pricked. Even General Descartes, a Dominican leader thought to be of French ancestry, had asked France's delegate for protection for himself and his family. In response, the French envoy convened a meeting at his residence of Dominican camps in a bid for unity, which proved to be successful. A beautiful day it was, he beamed, as all sides seemed to place confidence in him, perhaps because it was felt that Paris's man would brook no compromise with Haiti. 90. The leader of the Dominican rebels, Pedro Santana, hastened to assure the consul that the rumor that his constituents were willing to accede to Haitian sovereignty and abjure French protection was simply false. 91 Though not denied was the support he received from Madrid and its representatives in Cuba and Puerto Rico. The latter, thought the French envoy, would alarm the Africans in the East, given Spain's penchant for enslavement. 92. France was consulted when the Dominicans sought arms from Curaçao. Paris's man thought that the Dominican leaders were interested in becoming a protectorate of France. 93 The consul thought the Dominican leaders had confidence in him, and he conceded that he tried to take advantage of the situation while avoiding intrusiveness. He took the lead in seeking to oust from Dominican soil 630 Haitians unwilling to accept the new order, dispatching them to Jacmel by sea. 94 Reported without comment were the stringent strictures against slavery in the founding documents of the Dominican Republic, including the death penalty for slave trading. 95 This rhetorical medal was tested when a Puerto Rican slave trader arrived in Santo Domingo in mid-1844 in search of his property that had escaped and found asylum in the Dominican Republic. 96 Apparently he received no satisfaction. In the early stages after the secession, Richmond Loring informed Calhoun that the French part of the island will probably soon be under a black government, as opposed to the Boyer regime, perceived as dominated by gens de couleur. The Spanish, I believe, will soon establish a separate government. As he saw it, the problem was that there are very few blacks capable of conducting the affairs of the island, and by what I know of their character I have not a doubt that they will soon commence fighting each other and separate themselves into clans and become like Africa. Loring's view harkened back to Jefferson's dark vision. As well, he noted that navigation in the vicinity of the island becomes dangerous to foreigners on account of piracy, again raising the specter of a regional Algiers. And he observed that in auxiliary Ks there is a large amount of American produce in the city remaining unsold and must remain so, as they have no specie 97. The problem faced by Haiti was that the Dominican independence struggle was portrayed as a race war with the fate of Europeans or whites at stake and at risk. Not coincidentally, this inflamed enslaving Republicans and Royalist Spaniards alike. By early April 1844, 2 U.S. vessels departed auxiliary Ks, bearing the chilling news of the vengeance of the Negroes, who had declared a war of extermination against the Browns 98 and others. Vessels are constantly arriving from the unfortunate island, said the enslaver's typically hyperbolic emissary in Jamaica, Robert Harrison, all crowded with refugees consisting mostly of white and brown persons. 99 in auxiliary Ks. Thomas Freelon of the United States railed when U.S. property was seized, and to make reprisals, he added, would be the certain destruction not only of the property, but of the lives of every white in the town, as a fearsome comrade of the late General Christophe had taken charge. 100. Even the U.S. envoy, William Gooch, was not exempt. A company of freebooters, the Haitian military in other words, forcibly entered his abode, took possession of my trunk containing all my official papers, as well as private letters and funds, and, to cap it off, issued an order for our arrest. So, he wanted to depart pronto. 101 Before he departed auxiliary Ks, he reported breathlessly about civil war. The contest is now between the mulattoes and blacks. This city is in possession of the blacks, and it was heart-rending to witness hundreds and hundreds of the colored population rushing to the seaside to go on board the vessels in harbor for protection from the Negroes. 102 Trade slowed to a trickle. There was a large amount of American produce in the city remaining unsold, as the island was about to become like Africa. 103 Words unintended as complimentary. The American residents in auxiliary Ks, said Gooch, felt his prolonged stay there was necessary to their protection, since revolution and anarchy were unfolding, but he sought a speedy exit. 104. When the defrocked Boyer arrived in Kingston after a brief stay in France, the climate there was too cold, in more ways than one, said Robert Harrison. Anxiety rose. France had made encroachments in Samana where U.S. Negroes had nested, and, said Harrison, the mulattoes are favorably inclined to the English, but as they are not the 1/20th part as strong as the Negroes, they will have to succumb to the wishes of the latter, who it is said have no goodwill to either the English or French. Philippe Courier, then leading Haiti, was a drunken old fellow and very illiterate besides. 105 Not boding well for what was to be termed race relations. But President Courier was sufficiently sober to be preparing and organizing the Black Army to march on Puerto Plata or the eastern end of the island to reconquer it, said Francis Harrison, reporting from this town where numerous U.S. Negroes resided. They were now, as in Samana, trapped in a racial conflict, precisely what they had hoped to avoid when they migrated. For now they were side by side with the likes of Harrison, who announced hubristically that what was involved was a struggle of my own race to liberate themselves from the horrible bondage of the blacks, as many of the people of the island are white, the population being similar to that of Mexico. The helpful Harrison chose to aid his racial comrades by supplying them as a merchant with powder, balls, muskets, and other munitions of war to liberate themselves from the horrible oppression of the blacks of the West. Since the regime in Port-au-Prince was decidedly one of the blacks, Harrison, inevitably, was personally obnoxious to the blacks of the West. First as a white man and also as a citizen of the United States. This was October 1844, but earlier he was attacked in the street by two of them, meaning Africans, and he killed one of them in my own defense and put the other one to flight. He had resided here as an American merchant since 1836 and was uninterested in moving, but if his side lost, my property and person and the persons of my family would be in jeopardy. Thus, he demanded that Secretary Calhoun dispatch a warship immediately and reminded him bluntly, I am known to most of the gentlemen of Charleston and Savannah, i.e. the slave-holding elite. 106. He got results. Days later Secretary Calhoun moved to implement Harrison's urgent request. 107. The next day John Mason, Secretary of the Navy, sent one of the vessels to Hispaniola and no cannonballs had to be launched for Haitians to get the message. 108. By the spring of 1844, Washington was told by its envoy that there were 3 ships of war in the harbor of Auxiliary Quays, 2 English and 1 French. More troubling was that one of the English captains informed me that if I considered the property or lives of any Americans in danger he would protect them. This was not good news for Port-au-Prince insofar as the regime counted on the tensions between London and Washington to survive. As the United States has several armed vessels on the West India Station, Richmond Loring continued, I consider it important for some of them to call at different ports on this island, as there is so much American property and lives unprotected. 109. When a major British capitalist offered Santo Domingo a loan of £1.5 million and then sailed to the island to punctuate his generosity, 110 Haitians should have realized that the tides of history were not flowing in their direction. Opportunistically, London was hedging, unwilling to be outfoxed by Paris, Washington, or Madrid, in the event that secession was successful. For at the same time, Paris was warning Port-au-Prince that if it sought extermination of their opponents, all of Europe would mobilize against them and, not least, this would supposedly hasten the advent of unfavorable stereotypes. 111. Madrid was hurrying ships to the Dominican Republic simultaneously. Haiti was falling off of the diplomatic tightrope it had been traversing for decades, as it had managed to galvanize a pro-Dominican coalition among the major powers. 112. The enslaving republic was a chief beneficiary, though in the long term this only served to heighten the bravado of the slave-holding class, helping to push them toward a bruising confrontation with their sectional rivals over Kansas and Nebraska and Cuba. Weeks later, Secretary Calhoun was informed from Auxiliary Quays that the dispute between U.S. seafarers and Haitians was becoming ever more serious. The latter were acting as aggressors and tended to increase the insolence towards foreigners, meaning lives have been endangered. The remedy? More warships were sent. 113. The Dominican envoy to Washington, Dr. Jose M. Caminero, expressed great exultation to Secretary Calhoun for his aid and assistance to his homeland, which was now busily repressing Haitian Negroes' usurpations and attacks, a fact that was in their mutual interest. The 5 armed vessels sent to blockade Puerto Plata were proving to be decisive and was a warning to France to steer clear of Samana. 114. Dr. Caminero assured Calhoun that the sympathies of the whole Dominican people are in favor of the government and citizens of the United States in preference to all European powers. Puerto Rico too wanted to revolt against Spain. So, when the United States aided the Dominican Republic, this served to hasten their political change in San Juan. 115. Caminero, the Dominican delegate, came to the enslaving republic with impeccable credentials. Aymar & Co., one of the largest commercial firms in Manhattan, with substantial trade in the Caribbean and Latin America, vouched for the Dominican, informing Calhoun that the republic he represents, being a republic of white men, was now permanently and safely established in their independence of the Negroes, meaning Haiti. 116. Caminero told Calhoun that Dominicans had been unhappy with Haiti ever since the Union of 1822. The Union, together with the abolition of slavery at the same time, occasioned a general unsettlement of habits, as well as of the principles of social life, he said obliquely, but in words that the enslaver Calhoun could interpret favorably. Tellingly, he asserted that our agriculture decayed in the consequence of the union with the Haitian Republic and the abolition of slavery in 1822. The oppressions and vexations of the Negroes of Haiti were condemned in a tone that enslavers found comforting. Then white Dominicans rebelled when Boyer fell, which was seen as a blow against gens de couleur. Ironically, the United States, which had been persecuting gens de couleur, was now poised to take advantage of their surge. As had been the case since the late 15th century, Caminero pointed to the many mines of copper, gold, iron, and coal, and 2 great bays. In the numbers game, he said that half of the population in the Dominican Republic was white, who hold the general administration. And 2/3 of the other half are mulattoes and the remainder are Negroes, thus the number of ancient slaves is small. To bolster the prevailing ratio, he wanted to effect immediately the immigration of foreign agriculturalists who, by increasing the white population, will not only produce greater security but will also constitute a force for attracting and augmenting trade. And, to that end, the government has recalled, and no doubt they will come, all the white Dominicans who emigrated in 1822–117. This would also serve to marginalize the U.S. Negroes who had been flocking to the eastern side of the island since the 1822 takeover and prime the pump for a potential annexation. Caminero too echoed the historical explanations proffered by others to justify secession. The break with Spain in 1821 allowed Port-au-Prince to manipulate all sides and win the entire island, as President Boyer triumphantly arrived in Santo Domingo in February 1822 and then promptly abolished slavery, enraging many. Again and again, he reminded Calhoun that in his emergent nation, a portion of the people of color, that is mulattoes and Sambos, were free by birth and were all natives of the same Spanish Dominican soil and not of the French part and, thus, had always been in contact with the whites. 118. So Boyd, those Dominicans defined as white, criticized Santo Domingo in mid-1846 when a delegation was dispatched to Europe for support that supposedly was comprised exclusively of those defined as colored. 119. Calhoun also sent an agent to the Dominican Republic with the instructions, inter alia, to determine the aggregate population of the country and the proportion of European, African, and mixed races, in short, the racial correlation of forces. 120. After returning, John Hogan, in private correspondence, urged the recognition of the Dominican Republic in order to have those people act as a barrier against the movements of France, though Haiti could easily have played this role but remained unrecognized. He was concerned that France was more committed to abolition than the enslaving republic and was now endeavoring to unite the other, Negro, part of the island and then through the aid of Spain get control of the whole island of Saint Domingo, holding out to all as an inducement to their submission the abolition of slavery, which the Dominican Republic had pledged to do in any case. The Haitian government will the more readily yield in consequence of our conquest in Mexico. They say that we wish to get possession of the island of Saint Domingo in order to put the Negroes into slavery, not an inaccurate supposition. The southern states of the United States were committing a blunder by not soon acceding to recognizing the independence of the Dominicans, for as soon as their independence is acknowledged no power could make them submit to France. They have a deep-seated hatred to the French, which was not wholly accurate. But, he worried, as soon as France can lay her hand on her lost possessions of Saint Domingo she will then turn the Bay of Samana to a good purpose, which happened to be the finest harbor in the world and a current residence for recently emigrated U.S. Negroes, who may not have supported the United States. 121. Hogan, who played an instrumental role in U.S. policy toward the island, held high-level meetings in Washington upon return from his visit to the Dominican Republic in the summer of 1845. The city of Santo Domingo has about 9,000, 2/3 white, he assured, unlike Port-au-Prince. The Dominican Republic controlled about 3/4 of the whole island and, in sum, there are 3 whites to 2 blacks and mulattoes. Despite that worrisome ratio, he advised that the Spanish black are a more civilized race than either the French black or our black. They are peaceable, quiet, submissive creatures, entirely unassuming and obedient. They yield obedience to their white rulers and they have the utmost veneration and respect for their white masters. The rise of the Dominican Republic, in short, was a coup for the United States and a blow against Haiti. As well, our southern states are safe and England is sorely beaten in her wicked efforts. 122 Hogan concluded, which brought fervent thanks from Santo Domingo. 123. The Dominican leadership repeatedly reassured Washington that Santo Domingo was on the side of the enslaving republic in the race war that was thought to be unfolding in the hemisphere. For example, when their mainland agent, Dr. Caminero, met with President John Tyler. He emphasized the supposed large proportion of Negro blood in Haiti and how the free people of color in the Spanish part of the island had long resented Haitian domination. 124. So moved, John C. Calhoun recommended immediate recognition. He envisioned great things from the relationship. Should the Dominican Republic sustain itself, it opens a prospect of restoring the island again to the domains of commerce and civilization. It may one day or another be one of the great marts for our product. 125. This recommendation was made based in part on the recommendation of the secret mission he sent to the island, though the emissary David Dixon Porter cautioned that the pure whites amount to not more than 150 or thereabouts and about two-thirds of the population are composed of the mixed race. In fact, it was a difficult matter to find 20 females with pure white blood in them. Despite this supposed debility, there were security issues that were overriding, e.g. the German colony that had settled near auxiliary quays 4 decades earlier. Moreover, there was perhaps no country in the world so abundant in water power as the island of Saint Domingo. The Hall of Mahogany was breathtaking. Samana contained the finest harbor in the West Indies and the key to the Gulf of Mexico, long seen as the Achilles heel of the enslaving republic. Yes, Cuba may be the key to the Gulf, but Samana could be made the key to the entrance of it. Then there was the most beautiful scenery extant, perhaps in the world. If these natural resources could be combined with the energy and the liberal sentiments of the Anglo-American stock, the heavens were the limit. In fact, if the enslaving Republicans did not act, their European foes, notably the British mining interests, now joined by Germans, would and the Dominican Republic could become a dangerous foe rather than a strong friend. This was of notable concern since in the strategically sited Samana, with not more than 1,000 inhabitants, the most conspicuous portion of the community is a colony of Negroes who left the United States in 1822. Still, in light of the devastation of war, they were now in the utmost state of destitution, which curbed their enthusiasm for further conflict. They seem to have lived for the last 20 years on scriptural phrases, he noted sarcastically, as their conversation is continually interlarded with such words. He contended that Boyle's Code Rural was put in force with great severity against the American blacks. But what drove this secret agent and his homeland was what he termed Haiti's great prejudice, which has always existed with them against the Americans, and there is no greater proof of their hostility than the fact of their imposing an extra duty of 10% on all articles of commerce from the United States. This has driven all our cheap manufactures out of the market, he added blazingly. Our cheap cottons, he moaned, cannot compete with the English. The trend was evident. About 15 more American vessels visit Port-au-Prince than visit Saint Domingo, but the number that visit the former port is stationary, while those at Saint Domingo are increasing every year. Anyway, he concluded, with a final insult, Haitians did not observe the incest taboo. 126. What was to follow was intense jockeying between the enslaving Republic, Spain, France, and Britain for influence in Santo Domingo. 127. This was not unlike what had befallen Cuba, with a similar result. 128. Growing U.S. influence tending toward annexation. For as Porter was sizing up the Dominican Republic, his comrade Francis Harrison found that the French made extensive surveys of Samana Bay, with at times as many as 6 vessels of war being employed. Madrid was also in an advantageous position, at least that was the suggestion of Harrison. The Dominican Republic was prospering in the midst of conflict with Haiti, since the depreciation of the country has principally affected the foreign merchants and was benefiting the native shopkeepers, planters, and woodcutters who had been wrong-footing the merchants with depreciated paper. 129. But these local elites were heavily of Spanish origin. But first Haiti had to be defeated, which would weaken the abolitionist republic and circumscribe its aid to enslaved Africans on the mainland. A backlash was developing against the partisan enslaving republic, perceived correctly by Haitians as being all too interested in splitting the island in two. Auxiliary Quays was in a state of great excitement. It was reported in March 1845, as lives and property of American subjects are in jeopardy. 130. By December 1845, The U.S. envoy in auxiliary case was taken by the fact that difficulties between the Haitians and Dominicans augment daily with no prospect of speedy termination. A general recruitment is taking place in order to form an army destined to proceed against the city of Saint Domingo. The problem, said Loring, was that lower classes are in a complete state of demoralization, pointing to the great importance of having occasional visits from a vessel of war from the enslavers to further intimidate Haiti. 131. Haiti was not without weapons. From Cap Haiti and the U.S. emissary sketched the possibility of a conflict between the enslavers and the abolitionists. There sailed from this port, said G.F. Usher, a Haitian man-of-war bark, carrying 10 guns, a schooner, formerly of Philadelphia of a hefty 133 tons, carrying 6 guns, and 3 small schooners of 3 guns each. Their object is to cruise against the Spanish, though it had just destroyed the Dominican schooners. And their next object will be to blockade Puerto Plata, where U.S. Negroes resided in significant numbers. This conflict was empowering the military and draining the island. There was an insatiable desire for military titles, with the military appropriating to themselves the little that is produced. 132. By December 1845, the Haitian fleet was being confronted by warships from the enslaving republic. A shot was fired, said the U.S. agent, and his nation's vessel then hove to again and was detained for some time. Despite this setback, things were looking up for the U.S. Dominican side, since they were expecting aid from Spanish Cuba. 133. Nevertheless, a few years later alarm bells were sounded when a Haitian vessel headed to New York, sailing reputedly under the guise of Danish colors with unclear intentions. 134. Haiti was not finished. Their militant navy seized a U.S. vessel and the captain was imprisoned for 3 months for what was termed a pretended fraud. The U.S. delegate demanded that at once a man of war should be dispatched, along with such measures as would preclude a repetition of this presumed outrage. 135. The enslavers were now enmeshed in a war with Mexico, so President James Polk was told to send a vessel of war or have one stop on the way to Mexico. 136. Intriguingly, the U.S. delegate then spotted 2 privateers or pirates under Mexican colors. 137. The United States was not finished either, for it was able to cast the conflict in terms unfavorable to Haiti and stunningly allowed the enslaving republic to gain the moral high ground in certain circles over the abolitionist republic. A war of color has declared itself at Port-au-Prince. It was blared by 1848. Colored people urgently met with the Haitian leadership in response, but supposedly the latter's top leader was insulted and ordered his guard to shoot down the speaker and to clear the palace, which was done immediately. Because the American interests in this island are so great, said John Wilson, I earnestly hope that our government will not quietly look on and permit such butcheries, without sending out a man of war, since the blacks so far outnumber the colored and, thus, become easy victims. This was simple self-interest too, for while the citizens and subjects of France and England are treated with respect, Americans are obliged to submit to whatever may befall them. Just as it was a turnabout for Washington to be defending the colored, it was likewise a reversal for the enslavers to now pose as the champion of U.S. Negroes who had fled the mainland in terror years earlier. I have been applied to by respectable colored people, said Wilson, claiming to be American citizens, to know if in case of emergency, I could grant them protection. Wilson asked plaintively as to how far he should be justified in interfering in their behalf, though the import of his query was unclear. 138. The desperate colored people of Haiti, said Wilson, were praying for the intervention of the French government in their behalf. They desire the French government should take possession of the country, which, he thought, will undoubtedly be of vast benefit to the country and a comeuppance for black Jacobins too. For it is impossible for the colored people to remain in their present position, as they are liable to be arrested or assassinated at any moment. 139. Though gens de couleur were harassed on the mainland, the United States posed as their protector on the island. Nothing less than the extermination of the colored portion of the inhabitants of this island was at stake, according to Wilson. Murdering and plundering was now the norm. He demanded that battleships be sent immediately to different seaports on the island to effectuate a rescue. 140. Ironically, it was the very same Wilson who expressed his stern surprise when in August 1848 there was the appointment of colored men in the employ of the U.S. commercial agent in Port-au-Prince. Practically, he said, such men would not be able to grant protection to American citizens in case of need, since they were not able to take care of themselves. Besides, this peremptory act has met with the condemnation of every foreigner in the capital, and notice of the appointment was received with indignation by the American shipmasters in port, since it tended to diminish the respect in which we should be held. 141 Of course, this evaluation evaded the 1820s appointment of Charles Mackenzie, a man of color serving London's interest, though it suggested that Washington's engagement with the colored had strict limits. Port-au-Prince was the seat of an open and armed revolt. It was reported in 1847. Rumors are in circulation too horrible to be executed except by savages of the most inhuman and bloodthirsty nature. A large percentage of the black population have formed plots to overturn the government and place at the head of affairs partisans of their own who would not only permit but encourage any atrocity, as they wish to massacre without distinction of age and pillage their property. If this were to occur, foreigners would not be safe, for the Negroes look on them with a jealous eye as friends and protectors of the colored class. The hatred which the blacks bear the people of color is well known, and they have always intended a general massacre. Thus, in 1844 the time seemed opportune and they moved to execute their projects. All colored people and many blacks unwilling to participate in crimes so revolting to human nature were compelled to save their lives by flight, leaving their property to be pillaged and destroyed. He found the Negroes to be uncivilized, with constant meditations of massacre and plunder, an assessment with implications for the United States itself. Thus, the foreign consuls urged the dispatching of vessels of war to protect the lives and property of their countrymen. The author of this damning report, Thomas Usher, had passed the last 23 years on the island and purported to possess perfect knowledge of Haiti. Though he was an American citizen, yet well considered and respected by those in power. 142. Richmond Loring may not have been as respected, but he too shared the view that unless some foreign power interfere effectually, Haiti will become a disgrace to the civilized world. 143. This was an opinion also held by British merchants, who demanded protection of their property exposed by political dissensions in the presence of an armed revolt. Loring was noticeably dyspeptic, asserting that anarchy reigns due to the present ignorant and depraved administration, which was deplorable. 144. In Puerto Plata, where there was also a contingent of Negro migrants from the mainland, things by way of contrast appeared tranquil in early 1847, with no offensive war measures from Haiti detected by Francis Harrison, who had extensive commercial interests in the vicinity. 145. He found but one American vessel in this port, he said a few months later. 146. Yet the difficulty in procuring horses and the bad state of the roads caused him to go by sea to Samana. It was fortified with significant enrollment in the military of armed men, though he did not say if this included U.S. Negro migrants. However, he did seem more pleased when he arrived in Savannah La Mar, a small town on the opposite side of the bay inhabited by white immigrants from the Canary Islands, a population thought to be friendly toward Madrid. He went on to meet with the Dominican leadership, who were elated to greet him, but disappointed that I had not any letter from Secretary of State James Buchanan. 147. As for the frontier towns that are near to Port-au-Prince, Harrison ascertained premonitory symptoms of an invasion by the Haitians, who were mustering on the northern frontier. 148. This proved to be a false alarm, but not inaccurate was Harrison's claim about marauding parties of the Dominicans, who had been carrying off some horses and cattle, and contributed to a state of dislocation. 149. The riotous anarchy that then prevailed may shed light on why Harrison fell victim to a spreading fever that took his life. 150. As comments about marauders suggest, the enslaving republic was seeking to corral an increasingly bumptious Dominican ally. Because Haitians then had the larger population, Santo Domingo, according to Jonathan Elliott, a U.S. agent, insisted that they have the right to exact military duty from all foreigners, including mainlanders. There were other problems too, e.g. when Jacob Wood of Darien, Georgia, purchased 2,000 acres of land in the Dominican Republic, then manumit about 250 enslaved Africans for the purpose of their being located there, akin to the move by Zephaniah Kingsley in the previous decade. Brusquely, he was informed by an official that the government cannot receive other than European emigrants and then only in such proportion as they deem proper. On top of that, the authorities then sought to illegally seize the property of the late Francis Harrison, 151, which was considerable and represented one more conflict between the local and global elites. But Washington was constrained. Relations with Haiti were so bad that a warmth in ties with the Dominican Republic was unavoidable, a maneuver also driven by the fact that rivals e.g. France, Spain, and Britain were moving in that direction. Hence, even though Jonathan Elliott confessed that the greatest distress and stagnation in business prevails here in Santo Domingo, an alternative to the status quo was difficult to develop. 152. For whatever problems existed with the Dominican Republic paled into insignificance when compared to those with neighboring Haiti. The greatest consternation and alarms prevails here, said Elliott, in the Dominican Republic, since the president of Haiti, Soluk, has beaten the people of this republic in every battle. My house is already filled with frightened females. As soon as the Haitian president arrives within half a day's march of the city, it is my intention to go out and meet him to know if American property and persons will be respected. 153. The Haitian army are close to us, wailed Elliott days later, writing from Santo Domingo in the spring of 1849. Virtually all the extensive merchants have packed up their goods and shipped them to the neighboring islands and are leaving with their families. This town is filled with women and children from the country, and famine is stalking the land. They have asked for the protection of the French, which led the United States to increase its own meddling, particularly since large quantities of goods belonging to merchants in New York have been placed in my care, though in the North U.S. commerce involved not more than 4 or 6 vessels in a year, it was greater in the South, near 3 vessels per month. Britain too was upping its involvement. The president has told me that it is the intention to set fire to the place in case they cannot hold out against the Haitians. I have written to St. Thomas, Curaçao, and Jamaica for one of our men of war. The merchants of Puerto Plata have all shipped their goods and gone to Turk's Island or St. Thomas. The destruction of leading towns was nigh. I have abstained from all participation in this war, he said, not convincingly. I have not even expressed an opinion, but I have been given to understand that President Faustin Soluk, who leads these Haitian men, has a strong hatred to Americans, while Dominicans afford us advantages and extend us privileges more than to other foreigners. 154. The problem for Soluk was that he was perceived as seeking to suffocate a neighboring mulatto republic at a time when a number of the major powers thought that splitting the island was not a bad idea, not least since it would weaken abolitionist and ambitious Haiti. Moreover, he was seen as suppressing mulattoes in his own land at a time when some of these same powers thought that this was just a prelude to an attack on their own nationals or racial group. By May 1848, in Port-au-Prince, political demonstrations were reported, while a deadly revenge was said to rankle in the hearts of the blacks against the more enlightened and enterprising mulatto population, a tendency that was said to exist since the days of Dessalines. Presumably, under the sanction of the authorities, this revenge had burst forth in open violence, said S.C. Luther of the United States. Some 50 or more of the mulattoes were massacred by the President's Guard and the police, and a general massacre was only prevented by the bold threats of the French Consul General and the looming presence of an American sloop of war. This flame of destruction will spread throughout the southwest part of the island. 155. It was added forebodingly. Only recently, Luther had demanded the presence of an American man-o-war, since acts of oppression and injustice were daily taking place at the hands of these sable officials and citizens upon American citizens, seamen, and vessels, and this could only be repelled by threats of defense and force of arms. Moreover, there were unprovoked assaults and depredations of the numerous depraved wretches who watch for their opportunity for pillaging and insulting the officers and seamen of our vessels, with unjust extortion of money from their innocent victims. It was in vain to attempt to establish the innocence of an American white citizen, however false the accusation. There were internal wars then raging in Hispaniola, pitting ostensibly the darker against the lighter, and the United States seemed to think that Euro-Americans had a stake in the outcome. 156. When the enslaving republic gobbled up a good deal of Mexico in the 1840s, it provided impetus for further interference in the internal affairs of Haiti, leading to the secession that created the Dominican Republic. Interestingly, though alarm was raised in Washington when the perception arose that gens de couleur in Hispaniola were being persecuted, this had no noticeable impact on a similar mainland policy. Relations between Haiti and Britain were held hostage to London's intense involvement in Hong Kong and other parts of the empire, complicating matters further for Port-au-Prince. The resultant military clashes between the abolitionist Isle and the enslaving republic were the inexorable result, setting the stage in the 1850s for mainland dreams to arise not only of annexing Hispaniola but also, perhaps, of enslaving its inhabitants and reversing the gains of the Black Jacobins. 8. Black Jacobins under siege 1850–1859. Militant pro-slavery forces on the mainland were intoxicated with reveries of territorial expansion in the 1850s. Have you ever in your visions dreamt of a great federation of West India Islands, stimulated in their prosperity and advancement by African slavery as now existing in the southern states? History has never recorded such a commercial and naval power as Cuba, Saint Domingo, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica united under one confederation, could rear up. Such were the dreamy words of James Gadsden, whose very name signaled annexation. Writing tellingly from Mexico, site of a recent triumph, he confided his concoction to a man who could actualize his words, Jefferson Davis, soon to be the leader of secession from the mainland republic on the basis of the expansion of slavery. A priority was Hispaniola, since after all it was the only island not already controlled by a European rival, and the priority there was to take the initiatory to protect the white race in Saint Domingo and give them the opportunity of recovering their power in that Garden of Eden. Both Haiti and Domingo would sing anthems to their deliverers from barbarism and her regeneration under the restoration of African slavery. It would also be a great boon to U.S. naval power, providing a launching pad for further expansion for, as in Japan, to secure a coal station at Samana was too a must. 1 Hours after Gadsden's impassioned words, the British envoy on the island spoke of being reminded of the recent debate in the U.S. Congress about Nebraska, where it was said unashamedly that unmistakable indications appear of a purpose to annex the eastern part of the island and to subjugate the whole island, restoring it to the dominion of slavery, and this is to be followed by alliance with Brazil and the extension of slavery in the valley of the Amazon too. London also could not ignore that. Somehow Jamaica too was part of the U.S. expansionary project. That domestic colonialism was merging with imperialism was glimpsed when a U.S. diplomat, Ben Green, charged that Haitians were half savage and below the Comanche Indians in development and, thus, merited a similar fate. 3 Such bigoted analyses were influenced by the bloody war between Haiti and the Dominican Republic that showed few signs of surcease in the 1850s, but what was dimly grasped at the time was that the Dominican Republic's refusal to pay a share of the indemnity owed to France placed even more of a burden on Port-au-Prince, driving the war. 4 The migration of U.S. Negroes to the island too was at issue, unsurprisingly. When the United States sought to lease Samana in 1854, Spain suspected that the purpose was to forge an immense den of filibusters that would be speedily deployed for the purpose of wider territorial aggrandizement. 5 And it was suspected that the grouping that came to be known as African American would be part of U.S. ambitions. This ambition was hardly a secret. It was in 1850 that a leading British official insisted that Washington could seize Hispaniola on the pretext of racial unity with the whites of the Dominican Republic against the presumed bloodthirstiness of the Haitians, a perception fueled by still regnant fears of what had been wrought by Black Jacobins decades earlier. Confirming this apprehension was the statement by a prominent Manhattan editor who chortled, "Saint Domingo will be a state in a year, if our cabinet will authorize white volunteers to make slaves of every Negro they can catch when they reach Haiti." It was probable, said historian Rayford W. Logan, that the whole President Franklin Pierce administration estimated the Haitian Republic in terms of the value its inhabitants would have on the slave block 6 by 1851, 2,500 freebooters had amassed on the mainland, ready to depart for the Dominican Republic, supposedly as simple settlers but actually with the idea of conquest in mind. 7 Negro emigrants were menaced since Puerto Plata was their focus. 8 Martin Delany, the U.S. Negro leader, condemned the deep-seated scheme for the invasion of Haiti. 9 Meanwhile, abolitionists continued to congregate in London, issuing one castigation after another of the enslaving Republic. 10 Whose ambition to enslave the entirety of Hispaniola's darker denizens was no secret. As the grand intent of the enslaving Republic became evident, London reacted, particularly as it was not only Hispaniola that was at stake but Jamaica too. By 1850, the U.S. emissary in Cap Haitien thought that the Emperor, speaking of Soluque, was making active preparation for another campaign against the Dominican Republic and, as a result, has contracted in England for the building of a war steamer to cost some 80,000 Spanish dollars. He had also sent agents to New York for the purpose of obtaining a brig of war and is daily expecting from there one of 2 corvettes, and had emissaries in France too for similar purposes. 11. Frederick Douglass had gotten wind of this news about Jamaica and was highly displeased. This Jamaica talk of separating from the mother country and annexing themselves to the mainland was driven by planters and would mean the re-establishment of slavery. To this they have been encouraged by Mr. Calhoun's proposition to re-establish slavery in Haiti and the Florida elite's proposition to annex Cuba for the purpose of preventing the abolition of slavery. 12 Douglass excoriated the gigantic scheme of conquest and annexation that is in progress, involving Cuba and Haiti, with its millions of free blacks to be re-enslaved. 13. The confluence of such tribulations, prospects of re-enslavement on the island and the scent of civil war on the mainland fueled the related idea of African rebellion in the United States, aided and abetted by gens de couleur, which seemed as imminent in the 1850s as it did during the Revolutionary era. That the gens de couleur were seen as being under assault in Haiti did not contradict this, as the contradictory notion arose that this group was a firewall that needed protection in the Caribbean, lest their perishing signal the doomed fate of those defined as white on the mainland. At the same time this group continued to endure difficult sledding in New Orleans and elsewhere. 14. As the enslaving republic sped towards civil war, the heady ambition of the mainland secessionists was fed by the idea that secession in Hispaniola could easily eventuate in a reversal of the abolitionist victory of the black Jacobins, delivering more slaves. Before Gadsden spoke, the pro-Haiti B.C. Clark of Boston spoke dismayingly of the war of color and the 130,000 white Dominicans then backed by Washington. 15 With the latter having a capacious agenda then soared far beyond simple recognition of the Dominican Republic. The enslaving republic had been constructed on the basis of racist polarization, with the darkest of us all at the bottom of the socio-economic pyramid. That was the lens through which the struggle to form the Dominican Republic was envisioned, and this did not redound to the benefit of Haiti. Dedicated U.S. visitors to the island, including Louis Hennep in early 1855, found upon arriving in Santo Domingo that there are very few white residents and the population is composed almost entirely of Negroes with a few mulattoes, and, not coincidentally, the city seems to be gradually falling to decay. Then the ultimate indignity occurred when his vessel was boarded by a Negro lieutenant in full uniform, to whom the same honors were paid as would have been paid to one of our own officers. 16. The long-time fear of the mainland enslavers about being overrun by Africans seemed to reach new heights in the 1850s, driven by sectional tensions and the growth in the African slave trade, to nearby Cuba notably. The so-called Africanization of Cuba led to nervousness about more free Negroes across the Florida Straits, leading to a free Negro state on Dixie's border. This was utterly abhorrent, said one U.S. national, who mused about squatter sovereignty taking flight in Cuba to the enslavers' detriment. 17 When Jefferson Davis was told about the possible Africanization of Hispaniola, it was hard to say if he was elated at the prospect of more potential slaves arriving or horrified at the thought that yet another Haitian revolution was brewing. 18. Ideologically, this loose talk about legalizing the African slave trade, seizing Hispaniola, and enslaving its residents led to the increased popularity of the philosophy of the Frenchman Arthur de Gobineau and his theories about African inferiority. I have seldom perused a work which has afforded me so much pleasure and instruction as the one of Count Gobineau, said one of his followers in Mobile, a city that was a twin of New Orleans. Dr. Josiah C. Knott contended that the Dominican Republic was acceptable since its population consists of mulattoes. As for Haiti, said Dr. Knott, it possessed intellect of the lowest order. Thus, we see the Haitian Negroes energetically repel the white man from their territory and forbid him to enter it, evidence of their alleged dearth in intellect. 19. U.S. enslavers were becoming bolder about extending a supposedly illegal African slave trade. Carolina's favorite son, L.W. Spratt, chided abolitionists with the charge that measures to curb this odious commerce on the mainland only served to deliver more Africans to Brazil and Cuba. Anyway, he objected, abolitionists did not have repugnance to slavery or the extension of slavery in the United States. No, he said, they have repugnance to the power of the United States and to slavery as the source and condition of that power, a force that could be easily extended to Hispaniola. 20. His fellow Carolinian, C.W. Miller, was more explicit, asserting forcefully that the African slave trade should be legalized since every attempt of the African at self-government has failed or sunk him lower in the scale of liberty. The evidence. Haiti and Jamaica illustrate this, it was said. Thus, the African slave trade must be opened to bring down the price of Negroes. The demand for slaves in the western states is so insatiable that before long the cotton-growing region of the old eastern states, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland will be exhausted. Yes, fear has been expressed of insurrections if native Africans should be introduced, but a successful insurrection would defeat the fiat of God which dooms the African to servitude, so there was little to worry about. 21. U.S. nationals continued to press large claims against Port-au-Prince for losses ascribed to the Revolutionary Era. This may have aided in moderating Washington's policy toward the island, since there was apprehension that if Haiti were to be destroyed, the possibility of compensation for claimants would evaporate. One high-ranking U.S. envoy fretted about Haiti exhausting its resources in conflict with the Dominican Republic and the United States alike, jeopardizing some ultimate and hearty reparation to the American claimants. 22. Such considerations may shed light on why in early 1851 Secretary of State Daniel Webster suggested reciprocal recognition of Haiti, but only if the abolitionist Isle shall abandon its ambitious projects of foreign conquest, meaning subduing the Dominican Republic in the first place. The other closely linked demand was that any diplomat posted to Washington be a person not of African extraction. 23. The latter point aside, the talk of recognition was driven by those like Gerrit Smith of what Frederick Douglass termed the Free Democratic Party, which posited that the independence of Haiti ought to be recognized by our government. 24. By 1850 London detected a paradox in that Washington seemed to be favoring Haiti over the Dominican Republic, since once the extirpation of the Dominican race occurred, it would prove easy for American aggrandizement to annex the whole island to the States. The frequent broadcast of racist attitudes was souring Dominicans toward their potential mainland guardian. Besides, as long as Haiti and the Dominican Republic were draining each other in war, Hispaniola as a whole was weakened, making it more susceptible to annexation by the United States. 25. In the late 1840s, cannons of war being fired in auxiliary Cays seemed to be a routine occurrence, said one U.S. observer. President Solok was accused of imprisoning the most worthy citizens and encouraging disorderly blacks whose only object is pillage and massacre, and were openly threatening to set fire to suburbs. Since reputedly the commerce of the United States is so extensive and where so much property is at stake, there was only one course of action: a vessel of war should be dispatched. 26. In other words, as Secretary Webster was premising recognition on the basis of no African allowed in Washington, he was perusing reports from auxiliary Cays about the massacre of the colored people and how foreigners are looked upon invidiously as their protectors. 27. In fact, said Richmond Loring, these semi-barbarians had yet to be convinced that American citizens are not to be trampled on with impunity, as they and those they were said to be protecting were daily exposed to the mercy of bands of lawless and bloodthirsty Negroes. 28. There was an added reason for opposition to the man then known as Emperor Solok. He was charged with the ultimate sin, operating directly against American commerce. goods from the United States were required to be sold at fixed prices, causing great loss to the American merchant who shipped them, while but one or two articles brought from France are subject to this law, said George F. Usher. "Trade with the island is valuable to us," he cried, and he demanded equal footing with France. The emperor was maneuvering, however, knowing that the Dominican Republic was easing closer to France and realizing that the King of Belgium is exceedingly desirous to partake of the Hispaniola bounty too. He was planning to escalate against the Dominican Republic, and the United States currying favor with this regime was antithetical to his long-term aims. 29. Though the enslaving republic was no slouch in persecuting gens de couleur, official Washington reacted with barely concealed outrage at reports of this group being demonized in Hispaniola. They connected this successful crusade on the island to the growth of insolence against foreigners. This also took the form, it was said, of religion trodden under feet, and the Bible too, in the midst of horrible scenes of murder, assassination and pillage. Again, battleships were demanded. In this instance, they were deemed necessary to provide protection to the extensive American commerce and particularly to the unfortunate citizens of the United States whose lives and property are so imminently exposed to the insubordination of the lawless Negroes of Haiti, for only very recently a citizen of the United States was assassinated. The victim was John Noel of South Carolina, a resident since 1821, who also had family in New Orleans. 30. Finally, a U.S. sloop arrived. Her officer came ashore to greet Loring, but to our great astonishment, said the irked envoy, he espied the tumult and departed swiftly to Pensacola, leaving U.S. nationals to the none too tender ire and the feelings of hatred amongst the lower classes that were on the increase. 31. A state of alarm persisted, said the besieged emissary, since the black authorities have accelerated their threats and abuse. As well, they sought, with the grossest ignorance, to accuse the United States of being confederates of the Dominicans. This was happening as the most respectable colored people were seized and shipped as prisoners into Haitian confinement. And this spelled danger for those like himself, as the United States was slowly beginning to view gens de couleur not as those to be persecuted but as harbingers of a possible destiny for those defined as white. Since the Dominicans had promised to burn auxiliary quays, this intensified the peril faced by U.S. nationals on the island. 32. Outrages often occur on U.S. citizens, was the considered opinion of U.S. envoy Ben Green. At Jeremy he encountered a U.S. merchant who complains of the forcible sale of goods under Haitian monopoly and of the refusal to pay him coffee at stipulated prices. At Port-au-Prince he bumped into a U.S. commercial agent from Cap Haitien, who fled to the capital to escape imprisonment, and there he also found items from U.S. vessels that had been illegally seized by customs officials. He too thought imposing naval force on Haiti would be necessary ultimately. 33. Green's mission was more complex than he might have imagined. It was true that residents of the Cibao region of the Dominican Republic reputedly desired to be annexed by the United States. 34. But a good deal of the leadership in Santo Domingo was pro-Paris, which countervailed this desire. Thus, Green was received by them with a decided lack of warmth. Germans also had begun to intrude on the island and Spanish ships continued to cruise nearby. 35. Nonetheless, those Dominicans who longed for annexation invoked the Monroe Doctrine in order to substantiate their questionable claim. We are worthy of the advantages of the 27 states of the Union, they said. 36. So influenced, a leading Dominican official broke ranks and asserted bluntly to Ben Green, I am charged by my government to communicate to you that desirous of putting an end to the cruel war which we have sustained against the Haitians since the moment of our glorious separation, we would see with pleasure the intervention of the powerful Anglo-American nation, which you represent, to maintain peace. 37. In a presentiment of future U.S. policy, Green asserted that his nation preferred an ersatz independence for the Dominican Republic, rather than a protectorate, i.e. neocolonialism rather than colonialism. But since other powers e.g. Paris and Spain were offering the latter, he was forced to make other concessions to keep Santo Domingo on side. Dominican leadership asserted that Santo Domingo and Washington had a common foe in Port-au-Prince and should proceed accordingly. Moreover, if the enslaving republic demurred, then the Dominican Republic would simply turn to Paris or Madrid, or even London, for satisfaction. For Dominicans made it clear that they had had their fill of Haitian rule, alleging that with this advent a flourishing university was destroyed in the East, which was part and parcel of a war on knowledge generally, or so it was said. One enticement waved seductively before the enslaving republic was a reversal of migration policy, as the Dominican Republic made it evident they would forbid blacks from the United States while seeking to offer every inducement to whites. And if the Dominican Republic did not receive more aid, there would be further reason for white Dominicans to flee, thereby strengthening Haiti and, perhaps, fortifying a rear base for U.S. Negroes beyond the northern side of the island. Green found it reassuring that whites control and have nearly all the offices in Santo Domingo, though like others he thought that concessions made to people of color in the face of Haitian aggression could cease as soon as the threat from Haiti dissipated. 38. But what Green saw in the Dominican Republic stunned him, suggesting as it did a future prospect for his own nation, and underscoring why intervention was invited. Haiti intended to exterminate the whites and mulattoes, he exclaimed. 39 Solaki is at present engaged in putting to death and driving out all the mulattoes and browns. Within the last few weeks he has shot 4 of the principal mulattoes and declares his intention to do the same with 11 others. 40 Green was made to believe that Solaki felt his oath of office mandated him to subdue the eastern end of the island. 41 Yet Green was conflicted, since as ever for U.S. diplomats he was pressing Port-au-Prince to conclude and sign a convention satisfying claims of U.S. citizens against Haiti. 42 The question was whether this lust for compensation would overcome the competing wish to seize the Dominican Republic and, perhaps, save lives. Green maintained that his nation had claims since 1805 that originated in the arbitrary, illegal, and oppressive acts of the Haitian authorities. He proposed articles that would settle for $500,000 to be divided pro rata by United States and paid at New York in gold or silver. 43. As Loring saw things, the aggressiveness of Haitians was emboldening others. Of late 2 American captains were walking peaceably along the wharf when they were attacked by a captain of a Danish schooner, a Negro, but instead of arresting the perpetrators, the 2 victims were detained as criminals as the authorities paid no attention to the Negro aggressor. 44. In essence, as rumors began to fly about a U.S. takeover of the island in league with white Dominicans, followed by enslavement of denizens east and west, Haitians reacted violently and furiously, particularly those most likely to be enslaved. Yet, since Washington had normalized the brutal process of the enslavement of Africans, this power had difficulty in absorbing why Haitians reacted the way they did. Thus, by 1849 Duff Green, a powerful Whig politico, was pondering the reality that in recent years Santo Domingo had warred against its closest neighbor repeatedly, though Haiti was 4 times their number. The more populous republic was seeking to exterminate the whites and mulattoes, with the resultant uproar creating diplomatic space for France, which sought to mediate, then have the Dominican Republic assume a share of the indemnity still owed Paris and perhaps confederate the 2. But if DR sovereignty were to be guaranteed by Washington, said Green, a large white immigration would ensue that would establish white ascendancy in Hispaniola. Thus, U.S. policy should aid the Dominican Republic against Haiti, not only because of its vast natural wealth but also because the real question at issue was whether the white race shall be permitted to enjoy any share in this island. The answer had to be yes, for otherwise slavery on the mainland could be imperiled. For Haiti's intent, it was thought, was to establish on this island a nation of pure blacks to be the nucleus of a black empire, which it is proposed, shall embrace the whole West Indies. The mirror image of Gadsden contemplating a U.S. seizure of Caribbean islands was Haiti contemplating the same, or so thought Green. For Port-au-Prince not only wanted to conquer Santo Domingo but was bent on inciting the blacks of Cuba and Puerto Rico, and if a French protectorate arises in the Dominican Republic, the Haitians may cause trouble even in the southern United States. Prefiguring the 21st century trend of humanitarian intervention, Green proposed a right of intervention, e.g. in Greece years earlier, when the general interests of humanity are infringed by the excesses of a barbarous and despotic government, e.g. that which purportedly existed in Port-au-Prince. there was a duty by the United States not to be indifferent to the continuance of this war between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. 45. It was in Santo Domingo's interest, Greene insisted repetitively, to remain independent and induce white immigration from the United States. 46 Frederick Douglass's journal reported that 1,001 rumors are afloat at the intentions of our government, as reflected by the interest of Greene in the Dominican Republic. Douglass reserved a particular scorn for the claims of compensation Greene put forward, stretching back to the earliest decades of the century. 47 Another U.S. journal questioned Greene's ulterior objects, which included the subjugation of Haiti, the reinstitution of slavery, and ultimate annexation to the United States. 48 Greene, it was reported, figured somewhat prominently in the intrigues for the annexation of Texas, and since slaveholders have always regarded Haiti with an evil eye, it was evident that creating a new white republic was on his mind. All the headlines in New York about how 250,000 whites may be massacred by the ferocious Negroes of Haiti were propaganda driving annexation, it was stated. Still, the masses of the American people are with the apparently helpless and devoted white race of the DR. Rallies in the South, from Norfolk to New Orleans, were occurring as fast as the news spreads of the critical situation of the whites. 49. Then Greene's son, Ben Greene, was sent to the island in 1849 to 1850. He immediately proposed introducing spies on the island with the purpose of seeking to provide disturbance and disaffection among the black population. 50 He arrived via Cuba and began conversations with the London envoy, who rapidly reported the substance and confirmed that the enslaving republic was disconcerted by the color of the DR leadership. Greene was frequently in my house, said Robert Schomburg. He does, therefore, not hide to me his feelings about annexation, which was slated to follow once Cuba was in their possession. 51. Greene was compelled to promote such diabolical schemes because what caught his eye in the Dominican Republic was the number of American Negroes and descendants of American Negroes who came in the time of Boyer and stayed here because of privileges in not being compelled to military service. But now they were dispersing, which was not necessarily good news for Washington, since they were proceeding to neighboring islands or to the Spanish Main to get certificates from consuls or consular agents. With its own eye toward recruiting them, London proclaimed that once an Englishman, always so, you never lose birthright, and, thus, they were welcomed in Jamaica. Now under pressure, Greene wondered how far he should go in protecting American Negroes who have once served either Haiti or Santo Domingo, and also American Negroes who have never served either but reside here permanently. 52. Greene had apparent conflicts of interest. He was accused of pursuing self-aggrandizing land schemes and, like others, accused of a plot to colonize Samana, while controlling whaling there. President Baez was charged with disfavoring him and the nation he represented. Being a man of color, said London's emissary speaking of the DR leader, he is well too aware of the uncharitable spirit that prevails in the United States against his race. 53. The frequent reports about potential U.S. invaders were a cudgel held by Greene, making his proposal for a steady stream of Euro-American emigrants and the cultivation of indigo and the working of mines seem reasonable by comparison, though this would be a kind of de facto annexation. 54. Greene was merely reflecting his homeland in that he was seeking to replicate in Hispaniola what had taken place in Texas earlier, though London continued to insist that he had a wish for private gain that was unauthorized by his superiors. 55. Greene thought he could turn to U.S. advantage the perception that London was the peculiar friend of the blacks, which meant Santo Domingo viewed this power with suspicion. London's offer to mediate was a trick, it was thought, in the highest levels of the Dominican Republic, no more than a pretext to favor Haitians. This too provided an opening for the United States, he thought. For given the balance of forces, Washington could act alone and get pacification and payment of Haitian debts and protection to U.S. citizens and property simply by placing one warship continuously in these waters. Santo Domingo, elated about having a potent ally generally unwilling unlike others to make compromises with Haiti, was willing to relinquish control of Samana. The tipping point was the assumed duty of the United States to protect these whites. 56. With Greene's arrival, literature began to circulate in the Dominican Republic, reviving the old charge that it was London that had played the instrumental role in ousting France from Hispaniola decades earlier. London was predictably irate and accused the French consul of circulating such falsehoods. 57. Prematurely, as things turned out, Jonathan Elliot in Santo Domingo reported in 1849 that the Haitian army under Soulouque has been beaten and routed at all points, and worse for Port-au-Prince, a revenge-seeking Paris was promising in the meantime to bring 1,500 men here from Martinique, though London's man on the scene sought to block this maneuver. This man, Robert Schomburg, was seen as ineffectual since he was allegedly not able to speak Spanish or the president hear English. Elliot played the role of interpreter, and hence I was let into all the secrets, he said, chuckling. Both sides wanted the Bay of Samana, one of the finest in the West Indies, possessing coal, timber, and other fine resources for a naval depot either in time of peace or war. The DR leader, courted avidly by Paris and London, then turned to Washington. He requested a private interview with Elliot, asking me for the protection of the United States, and if I through the United States would allow this republic to annex themselves. It was probable as a result that a delegation will be sent from here to Washington, whose object will be to obtain the recognition of their independence by our government. Elliot had been in the Dominican Republic for 2 years and considered himself to be well acquainted with the country. 58. That he may have been, but since less than 18 months after pronouncing the Haitians defeated, Elliot then announced that Port-au-Prince was expected to attack soon, his powers of analysis could be questioned. 59. For Elliot then went on to sketch more attacks and aggressions against the Dominican Republic by Haiti, though the nation had agreed to armistice. Towards making a peace. He also continued to insist on the confidence and respect in the highest degree in which he was held, obviating the need for Washington to send a special representative, which too was rumored. I shall lose much in their esteem, in this eventuality. These people, he said of the Dominicans, are all American in their feelings, and as Republicans look to us for protection and aid. And he could have added that they found inspiration from the mainland in the growingly important category of race relations. 60. Dominicans were fighting at times naked with implements of agriculture in one hand and a sword in the other in a desperate gambit to defeat the Haitians, according to Elliot. Once more Port-au-Prince had purchased vessels and arms from the citizens of the United States and was promising havoc. Purportedly Haiti threatens, and no doubt will do, to put to death all the whites and confiscate their properties, a perilous signal almost within sight of our shores and an ominous precedent for the mainland itself. 61. By the spring of 1850, this U.S. dystopia had crept closer, as Washington was told that Haiti was making preparations for an overwhelming attack upon Dominicans, and, more problematically, abolitionists in Boston and New York were forwarding military aid to Port-au-Prince in violation of U.S. neutrality laws. 62. Auxiliary case was far from unique. Bilateral relations were so bad that the U.S. agent there wanted the subject of our trade with this island brought before Congress. U.S. nationals were being plundered, not being paid in coffee or anything else. 63. And an official with an imbecile brain was harassing them. The only way to remedy this evil, said John Wilson in a repetitive plea, was to have our men of war frequently visit the several ports of the island and by proper remonstrances, backed by a show of power, show who was boss. Something should be done, and speedily, he warned, or our vessels will no longer be able to trade here, as their masters are subjected to the grossest insults and indignities. 64. The list of the insulted included John Wilson, the U.S. official in Cap Haitien. By 1850 he was facing criminal proceedings with imprisonment from 3 to 6 months possible. His position was unenviable, he confessed. He was reduced to seeking the protection of the French consul general simply because he was pursuing the protection of the interests of American citizens. 65. This U.S. agent did not seem to recognize that placing him on the defensive was seen in Port-au-Prince as a condition precedent to what Wilson termed marching against the Dominicans and attacking them. At that point in the fall of 1853, large barges or open transports were in the process of construction, which were intended for conveying troops and supplies up the coast. 66 The enlisting of recruits has been going on vigorously, as every person capable of bearing arms has been taken up. There was a large body of troops recently concentrated with the enrollment and arming of all the male population, together with the daily arrival of numerous regiments from surrounding villages. The Haitian intention was to march immediately against the Dominican Republic, more precisely to Santiago in the interior, distant only some 4 or 5 days' march. That place is considered one of the richest held by the Dominicans, the least protected and easiest to be taken. 67. There were corresponding rumors of a French invasion of Haiti in response, while U.S. activity was hampered in the wake of a fatal fever which has carried off many foreign seamen, devastating to the mainland since the number of American seamen visiting this port forms more than half the total number. 68 Wilson thought that these U.S. seafarers may have been ducking the island not only because of fever but also on account of the brutal treatment they generally received there. It was severe in the extreme and totally unwarranted, he thought. Given the perception that so little energy has been exhibited by the United States at previous outrages to our citizens and flag at the hands of the Haitian authorities, the latter seem to be under the impression that they can act with impunity and without any fear of the consequences. The remedy? Wilson strongly and earnestly demanded that a vessel of war be forthwith ordered to Port-au-Prince and Gonaives. Soon Wilson too abandoned ship, taking an extended leave in New York. 69. However, not abandoning Haiti were U.S. Negroes, who clung tenaciously to Port-au-Prince. Nothing is more annoying to American pride or to American cupidity, said Frederick Douglass, than the existence on our very borders of this noble republic of colored men. It was notorious that the slaveholders of this country have a design to subvert this truly brave republic. 70 He refused to believe bad news about Haiti since so much exaggeration generally characterizes Haitian news, via New Orleans, that we must wait for definite intelligence. 71 Douglass also seemed unhappy when 164 newly freed mainland Africans chose to flee to Liberia, rather than take their strengths to Haiti since their previous owner thought it impolitic to send them there. 72. For the United States, Faustin Soulic was simply a bête noire while Douglass's journal sought to give him a fair hearing. He was entirely black, he said admiringly, with a very full chest, large shoulders, and broad hips, and one of the best horsemen I have ever seen. Like Douglass, he was born a slave and, reportedly, fought against Christophe and on behalf of Pétion. He was favored by the blacks on account of his ebony skin and by the Creoles because they hoped to use him as their pliant tool, but they were mistaken. They had chosen a master, not a servant. 73 But Douglass too was displeased by what he saw as a war of extermination between the Haitians and Dominicans that seemed to unfold in the 1850s. 74. Douglass was not unique in his views. There is constant hostility between the government of Haiti and the eastern part of the island, styled the Dominican Republic, scoffed one Negro journalist in 1852. Is not this hostility, it was asked rhetorically, fomented by the white Americans who have obtained a foothold there? This so-called republic is about as much as reality as the Mosquito King, since 2 American gentlemen were among those who have made arrangements with certain parties in the United States for the purchase of a steamer in which they propose to take a large number of emigrants to the Dominican Republic. 800 men had enlisted, it was added with suspicion. 75 As this periodical saw things, the Dominican Republic was little more than a front for Dixie. 76 More than that, this journal thought that taking possession of the island of Haiti was the ultimate purpose of Dixie's backing of the Dominican Republic. 77 4 Secret emissaries from our own government, it was added by this periodical, have been busy in the Dominican Republic fomenting strife and defeating reconciliation. Indeed, schemes for the conquest and subjugation of Haiti by gangs of southwestern crusaders, eager to raise on her soil the black banner of spoliation and slavery, have been openly displayed in our satanic journals. John C. Calhoun had something to do with a secret mission to Haiti to spark this unrest, though the land pirates, spoliators, and propagandists would be glad to go still further and colonize the eastern part of the island and form an alliance offensive and defensive with that White Republic. 78 It was thought that the devilish Calhoun regarded with some favor the Dominican Republic, a suspicious trend in light of the Carolinians' curious theories in regard to races and his unfailing watchfulness in seeking or seizing opportunities to extend slavery. 79 To bolster Haiti, U.S. Negroes bent on emigration chose to make the island the center of their campaign. 80 Another leading Negro abolitionist, William Wells Brown, spoke eloquently about the strategic importance of Haiti for his people. He juxtaposed invidiously the import of 1776 with that of 1804, and 1789 would that the fathers of the American Revolution had been as consistent, even as their French counterparts. As for the waters dyed with the blood of the slain on the island, his conclusion was to let the slave holders in our southern states tremble when they call to mind these events, for who knows but that a Toussaint, a Christophe, a Rigaud, a Clairvaux, and a Dessalines may some day appear in the southern states of this Union. Yes, he exclaimed, the day is not far distant when the Revolution of St. Domingo will be reenacted in South Carolina and Louisiana, for the American slaves are only waiting the opportunity of wiping out their wrongs in the blood of their oppressors. It was Brown who argued that no revolution ever turned up greater heroes than that of St. Domingo, particularly when it came to inspiring the enslaved Africans of the mainland. 81 Yet beyond the revolutionary example of the island, there was a further reason for U.S. Negroes to take heed of what was going on there. It was in 1851 that the U.S. authorities contacted their DR counterparts requesting a list of mainlanders residing in the East. A large number of colored persons, born in the United States, emigrated to this part of the island. The Dominican Republic was reminded, while it was under the government of the Haitians, having been induced by certain rights they did not enjoy on the mainland, it could have been added. 82 Why the United States wanted to monitor the presence of former U.S. Negroes was not clear, though it was hardly a secret that many of these emigrants were abolitionists and not necessarily friendly to the enslaving republic. The problem for these newly minted Dominicans was not only that they thought they had moved to Haiti and, thus, carried a possible stain of a nation with which Santo Domingo was now in seeming perpetual conflict, but also that they had stumbled into a nation keen to be friendly towards slaving powers, including Madrid and Washington. By 1852 a Portuguese schooner had sailed close to Porto Plata, where many of these emigrants resided, and was suspected of being engaged in the slave trade. Since these unscrupulous slave dealers were known to snatch any African within arm's length and send them into bondage, this was a further worry for these emigrants. 83 London's agent knew that the inhabitants of the northern provinces of the Dominican Republic were as a general mass opposed to American annexation, since as a mass the Dominicans connect closely with annexation the idea of a return to slavery and a similar illiberal treatment as the colored races receive in the southern states of the Union. 84 Those slaveholders were pushing for territorial expansion. Contradictorily, it was slavery that was hampering this trend. After Boyer was deposed, the new leadership in Porto Plata freed the Africans deposited there by Zephaniah Kingsley in the 1830s from contracts thought to be overly onerous. There these migrants earned a livelihood in the mahogany trade and were conspicuous in their upright conduct and the neat and comfortable state of the plots they sowed. They constructed a Protestant chapel built on land purchased by co-religionists in Britain, and their reach was extended to Samana. A schoolhouse and then a Protestant cemetery were established, but by 1844 they found themselves residing in a new nation, the Dominican Republic, which initially opted for religious tolerance. However, things seemed to be evolving in a different direction when the British envoy arrived on an inspection tour in 1851. There he met with the emigrants, along with a number of Her Majesty's subjects and several German Protestants too. Then President Baez arrived and decided, probably because it was felt this was not a bastion of support for Santo Domingo, that this community should be broken up and scattered into the interior of the island. This was also viewed not incorrectly as religious discrimination. Even the United States, not known to be a staunch defender of the rights of Negroes, objected. Santo Domingo relented, but only slightly, since they also thought that this community was a citadel of support for Haiti. 85. Religion was the cause of this disruption was the point argued by a British cleric, William Fowler, though Santo Domingo said the accused refused to do military service as Dominicans. 86. Poignantly, these former slaves of Kingsley were now being persecuted on the erstwhile abolitionist Isle. President Baez saw them as being Anglo-American and, thus, even woman and child were to be displaced. 87. The climate, in sum, was not only complicated for U.S. Negroes but also for the enslaving republic. For 1848 marked the year of revolution in Europe and the year that France returned to abolition, a decision that had immediate impact on Martinique and Guadeloupe, whose fortunes had been yoked to those of Hispaniola for decades, if not longer. 88. At the same time, the anti-slavery novel of Harriet Beecher Stowe soared to popularity in Paris. 89. By 1849 there was angst in Washington when the perception arose that France might cut a deal with Haiti that would lead to at least tacit support for a continued attack on the Dominican Republic. The prize for Paris would be what all the powers yearned for: control of Samana, perhaps, in perpetuity. Of late coal has been found there which has whetted English and French appetites, said Ben Green. 90. Green sought to counter Paris's attractiveness by pointing to the state of poverty, decay and insurrection in Martinique and Guadeloupe, which he also saw as featured in Jamaica, a demerit against London. 91. In seeming response, by 1850 agents of New York and Ohio, along with the Chamber of Commerce of Philadelphia, the Board of Trade of Baltimore, and others started clamoring for payment of claims allegedly owed to them due to French spoliations, demanding that indemnity to which we are justly entitled. Some of these claims stretched back to the late 18th century and implicated Hispaniola as the claimants demanded our just dues in order to soothe the declining years of those original sufferers who still survive a half-century's denial of public justice. 92. A scant year before this démarche, the U.S. State Department was told that Santo Domingo had applied to France to become a protectorate and to be admitted as a French colony. London too offered protection to the Dominican Republic in the form of troops and arms should they need them, but it was refused, said a startled U.S. envoy, on the ground it might sometime or other bring them into difficulty with France. Of course, this was bad news for an increasingly isolated Haiti, which now had been abandoned by its erstwhile British ally, just as Santo Domingo was making active preparations to invade and savage the Haitian frontiers in retaliation. 93. By 1853 the Dominican Republic, thoroughly intimidated by Haiti and worried about U.S. freebooters, was seeking to become a protectorate of Spain. London fretted that this would mean the reintroduction of slave institutions, a thought that had occurred to affected Dominicans. 2.94. London's emissary also confirmed in 1852 that Santo Domingo sought to settle Samana with French emigrants in the context of an elaborate plot to oust the U.S. Negro emigrants who thickly populated this strategic region. 95. That Paris craved to control Samana was well known and confirmed once more. 96. Port-au-Prince could seek to play upon remaining tensions between Paris and London, then reaching a boiling point in Mauritius and elsewhere, but this was a far cry from the halcyon days of the heyday of the Black Jacobins. 97. Nonetheless, it was striking that when tensions flared between Washington and Port-au-Prince, Paris's delegate offered to mediate and rebuff the mainland's forcible renewal of claims against Haiti. Though the purpose was not benign, the idea was that U.S. claims against the island might tend to injure the claims of France against the Haitian government. 98. As matters evolved, the question of claims was a motive force, shaping the policy of all the powers. Ben Green said that French consuls in both ends of the island were trying to arrange for Dominicans to pay part of the Haitians' French claims. The Dominicans averred that they took no part in servile revolt in Haiti and, therefore, were not responsible for its excesses. 99. Soon London and Paris were determined to blockade Haiti. France was driven by the fact that Haiti was behind on its indemnity and that as long as the Haitians were at war with the Dominican Republic, the chances of payment were slim. Ben Green of the United States also thought that his homeland should demand of Solok payment of claims before he exhausted the treasury by invasion. 100. As Green viewed the landscape, he concluded in 1850 that each new military expedition or expenditure by exhausting Haitian resources, diminishes the security for some ultimate tardy reparations to the American claimants. As well, he said, the continuance of the war by sea or land is moreover a source of annoyance and injury to American commerce, placing in jeopardy the lives, no less than the property of American citizens, trading to this island or in the adjacent seas. Thus, the enslaving republic would not view with indifference any further incursions by Haiti into the Dominican Republic for predatory purposes. 101 When Greene concluded that there is no prospect for Haiti making arrangements to pay citizen claims, that was equally a signal that Washington would increase its campaign to bolster the Dominican Republic and destabilize Haiti. 102. Jonathan Elliot felt that London's purpose was to save Haiti from itself, i.e. the conflict with the Dominican Republic spurred freebooting invasions from the mainland, which conflicted with Britain's attempt to sustain the Negroes in the Antilles. 103 When Santo Domingo informed London in 1851 that its forces were fortunate enough to conquer the Haitians and, besides, already had severely punished them for their temerity, 104 concern could have arisen that the Dominican Republic with its avid freebooting Yankee backing was on the verge of vanquishing Haiti, a prospect that could then jeopardize Jamaica. Santo Domingo accused Haitians of having decapitated their own colored brethren, while promising worse for their most strenuous enemies, the Dominicans, the majority of whom are of the proscribed and persecuted races in Haiti. Port-au-Prince, said the DR leadership, had a barbarous system of restriction against all those that are not of their color and were of a maniacal belief that the existence of the Dominican Republic is their grave. 105. This was assuredly overheated rhetoric, but it was complemented by similarly impassioned words emanating from Port-au-Prince, where it was thought that uniting the island was a sacred cause. London's emissary had not found a single Dominican in 1851 who concurred with this latter belief, but he found many a man who would strain his last nerve and sacrifice his life rather than to submit again to the Haitian yoke. For even among the black race of the Dominicans there exists no sympathy for the Haitian cause, yet families of Haitian origin in the East strained likewise to sow disunion among the Dominicans. 106 Port-au-Prince denied stridently that when their troops arrived in the East, the Spanish language was barred. Instead, Haitian leadership objected to the influx of Europeans at the behest of the Dominican Republic, which was a dire threat to what had been an abolitionist isle. 107. Though the foothold of the enslaving republic was more secure in the east of the island than the west, concerns remained in Washington about the nature of the Santo Domingo regime. President Buenaventura Baez was dismissed as a mere mulatto and a great enemy to the United States. Besides, even his competitor, Pedro Santana, who was deemed a much better man, was suspect. He was called a white man, though Elliot felt he was a little mixed with the Negro. And although Washington was particularly concerned about London and Paris, eyebrows were raised on the mainland when a Spanish vessel of war visited this part of the island. Despite these apparent threats to sovereignty, Santo Domingo made large offers to emigrants, including U.S. nationals, but on being put to the test they quickly revoked the offers. 108. Thus, by early 1853 Spain was offering to form an alliance with the Dominican Republic, pledging to deploy a force of 5,000 men, in case difficulties should arise with the United States. While Madrid also sent an agent to Haiti with a similar offer. The French are also intriguing for favor here, said Elliot in Santo Domingo. They are building a steamer for this government and are completely determined to man, equip, and furnish everything except the hull, and were close to making a secret treaty of alliance with the Dominican Republic. This would mean a military force from the Hexagon to be placed at Samana. To have European troops garrisoned on the island was worrisome, particularly if difficulties should arise between the United States and Europe. 109 Of like concern was the thesis propounded by the U.S. agent, Ben Greene, who thought that Paris and London desired to see the Haitians victorious. 110. Spain was reputedly concerned about large emigration to the Dominican Republic from the United States, a step toward possible annexation. Yet, said Elliot, the climate there was so very fatal to Europeans. If 30,000 were landed on the eastern part of this island, the probability is that there would not be 5,000 alive at the end of 12 months. 111. The forbidding climate did not halt the maneuvers by rivals of the United States, however. For soon there was great excitement in Santo Domingo after 2 French nationals arriving from Haiti were expelled because it was thought they were spies, and in response a French steamer of war arrived. Then France demanded that the president oust the Secretary of the Treasury and other leading officials in satisfaction. Elliot thought Paris's ultimate intention was to oust General Santana, a man of liberal principles, and place ex-President Baez again in power, the aforementioned mulatto who most cordially hates Americans and all that is American and is purely a Frenchman in his heart. The remedy? Send immediately a vessel of war to this port. Elliot spoke to Santana trying to cheer him up, but he was very downhearted and full of regret at the dearth of support he was receiving from Washington. 112. France, thought Elliot, remained focused on an ongoing effort to overthrow or destroy the Dominican Republic. 113, which put Paris in objective league with Haiti. As adduced, as murderous conflict descended upon the island, the destiny of Negro emigrants from the mainland became ever more complicated. This was nothing new. It was in 1837 that a disturbing and credible report emerged that mainland soldiers of fortune planned an attack on Cuba while posing as emigrants from Santo Domingo, and then would move on to attack both Samana and Puerto Plata. The project, as reported, was to subjugate both Dominicans and Haitians and compel all the blacks to labor under adverse conditions up to and including enslavement. Then, after possessing themselves of the best lands, to flood the country with a white population. It was reported as well, the Americans thereby hoped to establish a monopoly of tropical products, such as they now enjoy in cotton. No doubt great numbers of the blacks also would be transported to Hispaniola, enslaved mainland Africans most likely, reversing the gains of the black Jacobins. They have already got the legislature of Georgia, it was noted unpropitiously, to grant an act of incorporation in such a way that the sailing of these steamers with professed emigrants from any of the American parts cannot be interfered with. 114. By 1852 there was a like-minded plot being prepared on the mainland, with the design of taking Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic. Puerto Plata was a focal point, but so was Santo Domingo. Madrid threatened to seize the latter city if the plot by these American adventurers was launched, since Spain had yet to relinquish her claim to eastern Hispaniola, liquidated unfairly in its estimation in 1822. London and Paris also felt that this plot would jeopardize their own Caribbean holdings, which helped to nip this poisonous plant in the bud. 115. But when a Spanish battleship arrived in Santo Domingo in late December 1852, after an interval of nearly 30 years, disquiet was stoked further. For now the issue seemed to be not only that Madrid was halting freebooters but also imitating them on behalf of His Catholic Majesty. Robert Schomburgk, the British consul, was stunned when this vessel refused to salute the Dominican flag, and was similarly bothered when Santo Domingo did not seem to mind, adumbrating the Spanish takeover that emerged less than a decade later. Yet U.S. Negro migrants had the most to lose by this return of an enslaving Madrid, a worry that hardly dissipated when the vessel circled the island and headed toward Puerto Plata and Samana. 116. All of this maneuvering by the major powers' warships had crowded the waters surrounding Hispaniola to the point of risking collision, threatened that a terrible miscalculation could easily have occurred. Thus, London pondered if it should preemptively attack the United States. 117. It was a thought never far from British minds, which would have been a boon to Haiti and the U.S. migrants too. Thus, the presence of U.S. Negroes in northern Hispaniola seemed to throw down the gauntlet to slaveholders generally. Enslaving them seemed to be a general goal too. Yet, by July 1852, even Africans from the British-controlled Turks Islands were arriving there in search of employment. This was due in part to the industry and energy of the U.S. Negro emigrants, who had built a jewel of a community that attracted attention far and wide. Yet Santo Domingo was suspicious, thinking, as London's consul was told, that being black, they must naturally have a sympathy for Solok. The fact that a number of these erstwhile U.S. Negroes were now seeking to register as British nationals 118 suggests one reason why the enslaving republic often linked London and Port-au-Prince. There was a great deal of intercourse between the Turks Islands and Porto Plata, which are separated by a mere 100 miles of sea, and this proximity was a kind of security blanket for the Negro emigrants of all types. Or so it seemed until reports emerged about freebooters from New Orleans amassing in the Turks Islands with potential designs on Porto Plata and, given the temper of the times, reenslavement was likely on their agenda. 119. By February 1852, these U.S. Negro emigrants, who were mostly Protestant, had been residing relatively unmolested for years near Porto Plata, but then Santo Domingo chose the path of religious intolerance, consistent with their ever closer ties to His Catholic Majesty in Madrid. They were ousted from some of their thriving sinecures and expelled to different parts of the nation, with their pastor, William Fowler, a Wesleyan missionary, objecting stoutly. 120. The Dominican Republic was gaining a reputation for religious bigotry. Even its burial grounds were circumscribed. 121. By September 1852, suspicious mainlanders had arrived in northern Hispaniola seeking to locate, according to London's envoy, from 4,000 to 5,000 American emigrants with the reasons for their interest unarticulated. The consul, Robert Schomburg, felt that these visitors' unexplained purpose would be injurious, as long as their ulterior plans and real object remained murky. The underlying suspicion was that reenslavement was their plan and object. 122. Propelling this impending crisis was a related economic one. After the revolution, commodities, e.g. sugar and coffee, fell in production while exports of mahogany and logwood multiplied. But with the post-Boyer convulsions, an economic crisis followed that also had impact upon the wood trade, plunging the island into further misery and paving the path for outside intervention. London thought it was the winner in the sense that the finest mahogany wound up in their elite salons while wood of inferior quality wound up in New York and Paris. But more to the point, the plains and people of Hispaniola were the losers. 123. Despite these losses, delivered by unequal trade practices and war wounds alike, Haiti was far from being a failed state in the 1850s. Ann Parker Willis of New York was visiting there then, and as he was tasting the best claret I ever had, in walks an African brought up in Charleston. This signifies at once why Haiti was able to survive. It could benefit from the talents of U.S. Negroes who continued to view it as a beacon of liberty. 124. It was the fabulous natural wealth on the island that attracted these curious visitors eager to sample the wares on offer. One visitor in 1851 raved about the great mountains of Cibao, rich in copper, iron, and gold. He saw a piece of pure gold weighing 2.5 ounces and another twice as large, along with much gold dust. There were bountiful plantations groaning with loads of coffee and tobacco. There were coal mines near Almason. The population, it was said comfortingly, consists almost entirely of whites with very few colored people and much less blacks among them. In San Jose de los Matas there was the pleasure of seeing the white complexion and rosy cheeks of the children. He found plenty of districts ready for increased European immigration. In the north there were more Germans, who countervailed the sizable Negro migrant population, especially in Samana, which from east to west stretched about 40 miles long and 10 miles broad, with sugar, coffee, and cacao aplenty. The center there was the small town called Santa Barbara. It had about 90 houses and huts and about 1,721 in population, including about 300 American emigrants and their descendants. They were garrisoned by 200 men. Santo Domingo had made it a place of banishment for political and other criminals, a fact which, combined with the Negro emigrant population, had converted the area into a hotbed of dissidents. Samana rivaled Guyana in the luxuriance of the vegetation with a similarly fabled fertility of the soil. Samana Bay was protected by a reef, about 35 miles in extent and from 10 to 15 miles in breadth, that afforded shelter during storms to whole fleets. There were 60 rivers and rivulets that empty themselves into the Bay of Samana, indicative of the perception that perhaps not 3 places can be found in the globe similar to that of Samana. It is to the Gulf of Mexico what Mayotte is to the Indian Ocean, which naturally attracted Paris. 125. But London, unlike Paris and Madrid, had not colonized Hispaniola and, unlike the United States, it was now abolitionist. Thus, by 1851, 75% of imports to the Dominican Republic consisted mostly of British goods, giving this empire a tremendous advantage. 126 However, given the immense resources of the island, which had attracted mercantile interests since the late 15th century, Hispaniola found it difficult to avoid intrigue driven by the major powers. Indicative of the intensified interest taken by the never-say-die enslaving republic in Hispaniola was the arrival on the fraught Isle of Jane and William Casno. They were fresh from a successful campaign to push Texas into the Federal Union, a massive victory for bondage that pushed Washington to take ever greater risks. Their purpose was to bring the Dominican Republic closer to the United States, but this ignoble campaign was blocked by competing powers led by London that reminded all who would listen that Dominican elites were not seen in Washington as being quite white and, thus, would face all manner of personal insults there. It was the Foreign Office in London that waved frantically the flag of distress when the scheming couple arrived. Angrily, it was proclaimed that whatever concessions were granted to the United States should be automatically granted to the United Kingdom and France too, particularly rights in Samana. 127 prompted, their envoy leapt into action, speaking of the lady, whose intrigues were notorious. Concord between the Dominican Republic and the United States would remove the apprehensions regarding filibusters which would endanger the entire Caribbean basin. Already settling in Santo Domingo were a number of adventurers with unclear intentions. The couple had the effrontery to tell him that mediation between the two sides of the island was no longer needed, since shortly a sufficient number of Americans would arrive to resolve matters fully. 128. Indeed, Robert Schomburg ascertained that at the moment the treaty between the United States and the Dominican Republic was signed, a large body of American emigrants will be thrown into the Republic in order to alter the natural character of the island. Fortunately, the proposed treaty was unpopular in the Dominican Republic, as the appearance of a U.S. sloop of war already had produced alarm. 129. Supposedly, the United States was offering 10,000 American volunteers, as Schomburg put it, both to colonize and defend the country. There was an expedition fitting out in New York, with the aim of taking the Dominican Republic, then moving on to Cuba and Puerto Rico. Puerto Plata was aghast at the notion, said the London emissary who found few adherents to this project there. I have encouraged this aversion, he confessed, which was not difficult since the majority there were colored and predisposed to anti-Yankee sentiments given the manner in which their race is treated in the United States, and that a similar fate would probably await them if their republic were to be annexed. Ironically, those residing in the Turks Islands, a London possession, had a striking predilection for American manners and constitutions, unlike those who had experienced the same. If the filibusters did land, he was already positioning London to intervene too, along with Paris, to prevent annexation. 130. This fear about the fate of the island was not far-fetched. Jane Casno confessed her collaboration with a Cuban filibuster who was in intimate friendship with the chief men of this republic, meaning the Dominican Republic. He was about to purchase a small press and, as she saw it, would aid in helping to stand by the Dominicans, the Monroe Doctrine, and American interests in general in the bold, firm old-fashioned way. 131. The crusading Casno was conspiring with the Manhattan press, seeking to block European interference. Editorially, the editor, Moses Beach, was instructed to give the folks at Washington a lecture. Casno knew something about lectures, lecturing Beach about the Jewish merchants here in Santo Domingo and the French and English steamers too who refused to take Yankee letters to their destination, or if they do they meet with accidents and are lost. 132. A salient reason why this closer tie with the enslaving republic was unpopular was the revulsion generated in the north of the island. The colored and black population, to whom the prejudices of the Americans to their race are not unknown, had exemplified in consequence great alarm, it was reported. The sly Casno couple had dispersed considerable sums of money to government members who were now reveling in the large quantity of American coin now afloat. The fate that befell the Lone Star State was now descending on Hispaniola, since Casno, who figured already in such a capacity in Texas and Mexico, had proven to be a master in producing disaffection, confusion, and misery to force the people to annexation at American discretion. 133. Santo Domingo feared opposition from the colored population, and leading figures were reportedly plotting a coup to garner dictatorial powers in order to prevail. 134. As noted, there had been migration to the northern side of the island from the Turks Islands, a British colony, and now these colored subjects were complaining that mistreatment had ensnared them too, exacerbating the crisis. 135. Santo Domingo was now facing stern opposition from a good deal of its own populace, backed by an adamant London and Paris. Cazno, as a result, was said to find his chances of success in his mission considerably lessened, which meant that he was losing that equanimity which is becoming to an agent of a great power, an understatement of the fury that was engulfing this U.S. agent. What may have inflamed Cazno's ire was language in the proposed treaty that pledged non-discrimination and would spare citizens that are of color or black the indignities routinely heaped on this group in Washington and elsewhere. 136. Schomburg may have suggested these subversive words, but it was Cazno who upbraided London for the menacing display of armed force recently displayed of late in Santo Domingo, which was designed to intimidate and derail the proposed treaty. 137. This apparent menace seemed to be unavailing when in November 1854 the treaty was signed, but London did not retreat. The British reminded all who lent an ear that there was no reciprocity in the accord, and it was, thereby, subjecting Dominicans who are black and are of color to great grievances, should they land in any of the states in the Union where slaves still exist. Such grievances would ensnare 9/10 of the population of the Dominican Republic and, understandably, have caused great excitement among the colored and black. In the leading parliamentary body in Santo Domingo a great number of the members were near of color and were bound to be restricted at best on the mainland, if not kidnapped into slavery. Cazno would not budge because of objections in Carolina and other slave states, thus the accord was bound to be rejected. 138. It was rejected, and Schomburg took credit, immodestly. I used whatever influence I possessed, he proclaimed, to highlight the humiliating accord by which 9/10 of their population were rendered liable of arrest and imprisonment, should they land in Charleston. The furious Cazno began threatening the Dominican Republic, so London and Paris replied by sending their own vessels of war to Santo Domingo. 139. But Cazno was not only opposed by London. Frederick Douglass looked askance at his efforts, particularly his attempting to secure military and naval depots upon the northern coast of the island that were deemed necessary for ensuring the acquisition of Cuba and Puerto Rico by force of arms. To that end, the Dominican Republic was to be colonized and annexed to the Union as a slave state. Cuba too, it would be divided into 2 states, and Saint Domingo and Puerto Rico will form 4 additional slave-holding states. Douglass was taken aback by both the shrewd and insinuating talents of his diplomatic lady, meaning Cazno's spouse, and the lavish bribery that was doled out. 140. Douglass was slightly bemused when the accord was turned down due to the sudden discovery that the Dominicans are mostly of African descent and the refusal to accept Cazno's standard of a white man. Douglass did not accept DR secession, arguing that Port-au-Prince was the sovereign of the whole island, as the Santo Domingo regime was probably transient. He was willing to concede that Haiti could send white envoys to Washington to assuage this racist concern. 141. Even the dimmest could now see that the moss-back policies undergirding slavery were hampering the extension of U.S. influence and providing an opening for antagonists, new and old, besides. This hastened sectional tensions, bringing civil war closer, and, ultimately, the black Jacobins were responsible for this crisis that brought abolition closer. Britain and France coming together was an emblem of their stance in the Crimea, and also may have been a savior for Haiti, since it was difficult to see how the U.S. takeover of the Dominican Republic would have been blocked otherwise, and it could easily have led to reenslavement. 142. Still, London was preoccupied with India, Jamaica, Hong Kong, and its lengthening list of colonial possessions, but, said one Briton, the communication with Haiti was direct and frequent, involving a large and lucrative trade with each other, as many English merchants are able to testify. F.W. Chesson saw cabinet making with Haiti's desirable wood as the product of this bilateral tie. Yes, there were those in London who naturally regarded Haiti with an unfriendly eye, because she is a standing protest against the system of Negro slavery, but this should not obscure larger strategic concerns, e.g. the United States seeking a toehold in the Dominican Republic so as more effectually to attack the independence of Haiti. Santo Domingo was accused of trying to promote the intrigues of American agents. Like others, Chesson deplored as a calamity the continued disunion subsisting between Haiti and Saint Domingo, which served the interests of mainlanders. The island ought not to be ruled by two distinct governments, he insisted, a result which has enabled foreign intrigue and all kinds of arbitrage opportunities for them. To this end, he said, no country has been more grossly calumniated than Haiti, and no nation was more responsible for this than its antipode, the enslaving republic. 143. Hence, by 1855 Port-au-Prince was in a familiar position on war footing while the intrigues of mainland freebooters in league with Santo Domingo had surged. This was contributing to an overheated atmosphere of combustible disorder. 144 Lord Palmerston, a key formulator of British foreign policy, warned Haiti that if it proceeded on this basis, Santo Domingo would increase ties with the enslaving republic. Santo Domingo would also probably apply for and receive assistance from the United States, and the known distance which the people of the United States feel for the black race would ensure a result utterly disastrous for Port-au-Prince, which would of course expect no assistance from London and probably none from Paris, since Haiti would have been the aggressor. 145. London thought that the U.S. emissary, Jonathan Elliot, was conspiring with these freebooters on the promise that such aid to Santo Domingo would be tendered in return for control of Samana. As a sign of good faith, he presented President Santana with a splendid pistol, a gift from President Franklin Pierce. 146 Elliot reportedly offered Santo Domingo $150,000 for the fight against Haiti if Samana were ceded forthwith. 147. By 1856 yet another accord between the two had been proposed whereby the United States was said to have agreed to end all filibusteros, saving Santo Domingo the fate of Nicaragua. 148 which was then reeling from the depredations of U.S. National William Walker. But London again intervened, warning sternly of the danger that existed of a war between the United States and England, with the further complexity that part of the DR leadership was bamboozled by the rise of a Spanish party that would actually take power a few years later. 149. It was not easy to drive a stake through the heart of what was called the Casnos Treaty because it spoke to a certain racial logic. Besides, Samana was too lush a prize to relinquish easily. Elliot concluded that the Haitians publicly accused de Santana of wishing to give this island to the Americans, while Paris, London, and Madrid were all firm in opposition to our having a naval station here. 150 But the stumbling block remained, i.e. nothing in the accord could be construed to the prejudice of the local laws of the southern states, which in turn was a complicating factor in Santo Domingo. 151. This time it was Madrid which was raising a ruckus, offering to pressure Haiti to vacate territory claimed by the Dominican Republic and offering to push for a purely Spanish emigration to transform the perceived racial imbalance. Also offered were a protectorate, a quantity of troops, and a good navy and backup in making opposition to the United States. The irate U.S. agent lambasted Madrid for supposedly pressuring Santo Domingo by backing Haitian incursions, leaving the East to the butchery of the Negroes and Haitian invasion. Besides, derided was Baez, a mulatto who hates Americans. 152. Baez, it was reported, was an ambitious Negro, backed by Madrid. The U.S. agent warned that the majority of the people, particularly all the whites, would suffer the loss of all they have and probably their lives, if they did not swiftly execute a course correction. This was the possible cost of not seeking a U.S. accord. Elliot added proudly that the Dominican government, who are all whites, will stand firm even if he did not succeed in his goal of ensuring the ouster of the netlesome Spanish legation. 153 But by November 1856, the United States was again grousing since the mulatto, Baez, was made president and in the process put Down the white government with Spanish assistance. 154 What Washington called the white government in Santo Domingo was toppled, despite U.S. backing, while Baez was denigrated for allowing the most gross insults to our flag and citizens. 155 This country is in a most miserable state, said the U.S. agent, and with no prospect of it improving. The government here is made up of Negroes and rowdies, with hardly a distinction between the two. Haiti was now working with France against the United States, or so Washington was told, as Paris was seeking to excite these people against Americans, who were seen by all as the major threat, including London and Madrid. 156 London sought to block a loan from the United States to the Dominican Republic for fear that it would hasten the Americanization of Santo Domingo at a rate more rapid than the proposed treaty of the settlement of American emigrants in the Republic. 157 Spain's reconquest of Santo Domingo would not be easy either, since the rumor was now aloft in the Dominican Republic that Madrid was seeking hegemony for the purpose of reintroducing slavery in complement with Cuba. 158 In the midst of this squabbling among the powers for domination of Santo Domingo, Haiti continued to assert forcefully its own claims. Those from the West taken prisoner in the East had been told they would be greeted as brothers in the Dominican Republic, and that, it was reported, they were there to fight their common enemy, the Americans. 159 Things had gotten so bad that Washington was led to believe that the U.S. office in Santo Domingo was about to be stormed by pro-Madrid elements. My person and family, as Americans, are in danger, cried the U.S. envoy. I walked the streets with danger to my life, as there was bloodshed and slaughter and waste of life, particularly among our citizens. 160 He blamed a mob of matriculated Spanish Negroes who assembled in front of my house with the intention of pulling down my flagstaff and coat of arms, and constantly shouted, "Death to the Yankee filibusters." They had the idea that all Americans are filibusters and enemies of the Spanish race. Several stones were thrown at my house. 161 said the envoy, just as the U.S. consulate was to be stormed. 162 What had befallen this agent was one of the most extraordinary events that has ever happened to any American representative abroad, cried Jonathan Elliott. Moreover, he added, the people here are still in a state of discord and revolution, and there is no knowing what the result may be. 163 Not just this agent but U.S. citizens as a whole, he said as well, are in the greatest danger, as this President Baez has an implacable hatred to all that is American. 164 This apparent antipathy in the Dominican Republic toward the United States rested uneasily with the competing trend of demonizing Haiti and a longing for a larger white population. The good news, however, was that London was pressuring Santo Domingo to sign a treaty that would compel the latter to make the slave trade piracy under domestic law, combined with the right to search challenged ships by the Royal Navy. 165 This was preceded by a treaty between newly abolitionist France and the Dominican Republic. 166 Thus, the Dixie scheme to facilitate the splitting of Hispaniola was only partially successful. Yes, it weakened Haiti and may have weakened the abolitionist movement, but it was not a fatal blow. The failure to ratify a treaty between the United States and the Dominican Republic because of racial recalcitrance in Washington indicated that retrograde Dixie policies were hampering national expansion, thereby exacerbating sectional tensions. And when Madrid moved to snatch the Dominican Republic, as the mainland was plunged into civil war, it seemed, in retrospect, that the lengthy quest to split Hispaniola had simply served to split the mainland and weaken Washington generally. 9. The U.S. Civil War, the Spanish takeover of the Dominican Republic, and U.S. Negro emigrants in Haiti, 1860 to 1863. According to the noted historian Rayford W. Logan, the voluntary submission by Santo Domingo to the restoration of Spanish sovereignty is probably unique in the history of modern colonialism. This was just one of a number of startling events in the early 1860s, including the attempt by Jane and William Casno, who were foiled in their effort to forge a U.S. treaty with the Dominican Republic to organize the American West Indian Company for the purpose of developing large cotton plantations on which they planned to deploy in Hispaniola enslaved Africans from the mainland and elsewhere. Presumably, this could have meant that U.S. Negro emigrants now residing uneasily on the north side of the island might have found themselves trapped by what they thought they had escaped, bondage. An inauspicious signal emerged when the ruling Spanish authorities closed what were viewed as heretical Methodist churches, which catered to these emigrants. 1. Not accidentally, as Fort Sumter was about to be assaulted, Puerto Plata too was about to come under siege. This bastion for U.S. Negro migrants was agog when in late March 1861 the British envoy there saw the Dominican flag replaced by the Spanish flag, so that the Dominican Republic will cease or has ceased to exist as an independent nation and become an annexed province of Spain. His view was that the people were neither satisfied or contented by this annexation and all were rather apprehensive of an outbreak of the lower classes with disturbances expected. 2 For as the Spanish flag was hoisted throughout the land, there was not a cheer, not a groan, not a gun was fired, there was silence and melancholy and astonishment, though this turned out to be calm before the storm. 3 Another British agent found that the mass of the population viewed with great uneasiness the contemplated transfer to Spain of the Dominican Republic. He noted as well that an attempt at rebellion was inevitable, not to mention a threatened Haitian invasion. 4. The onset of the U.S. Civil War in early 1861 was a clear signal to Spain to take advantage of Washington's preoccupations. By the following April, Washington found that trouble is again brewing between Haiti and Spain, with the latter demanding the ancient boundaries of the Dominican Republic, i.e. more Haitian territory, and promising grave trouble if this did not occur. There was a desire and intention to pick a quarrel with Haiti, bringing the whole island under either the Spanish or French rule, but, ironically, this was a prod for the United States to recognize Haiti so as to foil rivals. Though the United States was amidst civil war, its emissary demanded that a half-dozen warships be sent to Haitian waters immediately. 5. What had prompted the Spanish takeover was what had been the obsession of Santo Domingo since secession in 1844, the fear of a Haitian takeover. Spain too found it hard to accept that numerous enslaved Africans continued to escape from Cuba and Puerto Rico to Haiti, and believed that establishing a presence on Hispaniola could possibly help to stanch the flow. 6 Spain may have heard what one historian subsequently wrote, that the Haitian agent of British origin, James Redpath, sought to organize a John Brown raid on Cuba if Haiti would support it. 7. Rather quickly, Madrid sent a formal claim to Port-au-Prince demanding a good deal of Haitian territory. 8 These were the plains in the center of the island, replete with natural resources. 9 Spain's claims were seen then as a prelude to a takeover of the entire island including Haiti and reversing the gains of the black Jacobins. 10 Haiti was not without friends. It took a while for the United States to realize that a strong Haiti was an antidote to secessionist plots. Instability in Haiti itself, fueled by external conflict with Washington, did not facilitate this realization. By 1859, the U.S. Secretary of State was told that Haiti was threatened with a revolution. 11 Ambition is at the highest pitch, said Richmond Loring, as the greater portion of the most influential and intelligent blacks are conspiring to overthrow the government to have a chief of their own, and if another revolution breaks out, not only our properties but our lives are greatly exposed. 12. As mainland emigrants poured into Haiti, often not speaking the principal languages, at times they got caught up in this instability, with many opposing Soulouque and supporting the man who replaced him, Fabre Gaffrard. The fact that one noteworthy emigrant, James Theodore Hawley, named his son Joseph Gaffrard is indicative of this support. 13 It was an emblem of the fact that President Gaffrard in August 1860 heartily endorsed the project to bring more U.S. Negroes to Haiti. 14 A measure backed by parliamentarians. 15 Perhaps it is worth mentioning that the lighter-skinned Gaffrard replaced a darker-skinned man. The real and imagined conflict of color on the island sucked these emigrants into the maelstrom of the Haitian color question, which was bound to alienate one side or another. For example, Haiti still contained at least one plantation owner who purportedly told U.S. emigrant James Rapier, Jr. that this landowner was a carrier of color bias and that, like all mixed bloods, he too hates the blacks to death. 16 Moreover, members of one Louisiana family comprised of gens de couleur, formerly of Hispaniola, were enthusiastic supporters of the slave-holding secessionists. Their perspicacity was unmasked when, after the defeat of the enslavers, a number committed suicide, while others sought exile. The blacks hate the mulattoes and the mulattoes look down upon the blacks, was the pithy assessment of Frederick Douglass, though such a parallel elides the unavoidable fact that one group in this neat equation was often implicated in enslavement of the other. 17. A U.S. agent was also elated when Giffard's predecessor was overthrown, which meant, it was said, restoration of a republican government. Haiti had been as ridiculous as it was despotic, and during the past 10 years the entire resources of this island have been a source of profit to the emperor and some of his favorites. 18. We are also surely under some obligation to watch over the interests of the neighboring Republic of Haiti, said London abolitionists, which under the intelligent and patriotic administration of General Giffard, has established for itself an indubitable claim to the friendship of England. To that end, a protest meeting had been held in Kingston, Jamaica, reproving Spanish actions since taking Samana in particular could threaten British interests regionally. 19. As ever, the United States and now the so-called Confederate States of America thought they had a decisive advantage in Haiti because of these real and imagined color conflicts that seemed to preoccupy Eastern Hispaniola too. The population of Haiti is divided into two classes, said a U.S. observer. These were the colored and the pure blacks, between which classes a deep-rooted antipathy exists. When the head of the government is a black man, then the pride of all the black people is gratified, and the colored people feel humbled. And so, vice versa. As the blacks are far the most numerous and can more readily be acted upon by designing men, including an immense number of generals and colonels, more generals and colonels than there are private soldiers, they generally had the whip hand. 20. In the previous decade Washington had rallied to the side of those who seemed to represent the lighter-skinned on the basis that this was the least bad option. Now there was an opinion afloat, according to Benjamin S. Hunt, writing in 1860, that the mulatto has no vitality of race, that after 3 or 4 generations he dies out. But the tropics refuted this, since for more than a century the Dominican Republic and its predecessor had survived, though it was virtually a nation of mulattoes, even after being put to death in great numbers. Hunt spoke to a Haitian mulatto who heard with surprise and mortification the notion that on the mainland persons of all degrees of color are confounded together, and popularly called Negroes. In Saint Domingo, he said, the French have been destroyed by the blacks, in Jamaica, the English are being peacefully absorbed by them, and there was a lesson there for the United States. 21. Unfortunately, another lesson grasped was that sometimes unbeknownst to these emigrants lighter-skinned U.S. Negroes arriving in Haiti were perceived as weighing in the color conflict then unfolding. This, along with the language barrier and the promise delivered by the end of the U.S. Civil War, helps shed light on why a number chose to return to the mainland. It did seem that the onrush of civil war on the mainland was bringing a re-evaluation of the often despised gens de couleur, or mulattoes as they were sometimes called. The Haitian agent, James Redpath, had spoken to Senator James Doolittle of Wisconsin, who told him that other than the heralded Anglo-Saxon, those denoted as mulattoes were the only ones with a future in the hemisphere and thus able to block the grand slave-holding confederacy of sugar, cotton, and expansionism. While the senator endorsed the notion of sending U.S. Negroes en masse to Central America, Redpath, who was more attuned to the wishes of this group slated for ouster, wanted to strengthen Haiti against Dixie by arranging emigration there. This would block the Dixie plan to seize Cuba and then threaten Haiti. Redpath had in mind what he called a delicate question: establishing a secret fund for politicians to enable his ambitious plans. 22. In the prelude to Giffard's 1,859 elevation, though the number of U.S. vessels in Cap Haitien was unusually small, trade between this port and the mainland was deemed to be in a prosperous state, with a large quantity of American provisions imported here yearly, said the U.S. delegate. 23. Despite this commerce, relations were far from ideal. Port-au-Prince was accused of having insulted the national flag of the enslaving republic, and it was advised that Haitians be taught a punishing lesson. The naval squadron that was supposed to seek slavers was advised to now watch the abolitionist republic for another alleged miscue. 24. Then there was the lingering apprehension held by both Spain and the Dominican Republic that it was a U.S. takeover of Santo Domingo that was to be feared. Madrid thought that after taking the Dominican Republic, the United States would then move to take Cuba and Puerto Rico also. 25 Madrid did not look kindly when, in the spring of 1860, U.S. freebooters landed at a small island claimed by Santo Domingo and planted the U.S. flag. Ironically, though slave-holding expansionists were the driving force behind such aggression, this was precisely the force favored by Madrid. 26 As late as September 1860, U.S. citizens allegedly in search of guano had occupied the island of Navassa, Haitian soil. 27 Not only this island but Tortuga, Ile Vache, Les Camites, and Gonave Island were also points of contention between the two republics. 28 Madrid's own intentions became clear in July 1861 when 6 Spanish warships sailed into Port-au-Prince, causing, said the U.S. agent, the greatest excitement. They demanded indemnification and the Haitians at first positively refused to comply, saying in the strongest terms that they would rather die than to submit, and Spain responded by threatening to bombard the port, causing an intervention by British and French diplomats. Still, the general opinion was that Madrid did intend to take possession of the whole island as soon as possible, sparking mass unrest in Haiti. Even the U.S. envoy, representative of a nation that had its own designs on Hispaniola, confessed that Haiti will never do any good until some foreign power takes possession of it. 29 The mainland enslavers had mixed feelings about enhanced European activity in the Caribbean. Spain would not have dared to attempt this conquest if the U.S. power had remained entire and as strong as before the disruption, said one fire-eater. Thus, when Madrid took Santo Domingo, Edmund Ruffin of Dixie thought it would mean that France with Spain's assistance would bring great benefit to civilization, to the world, and especially to the slave-holding interests of these Confederate states, that the mongrel race of Dominica shall be overcome and finally eradicated, by the intrusion of white conquerors and colonists. Still better will it be for the like results to be produced in the barbarous Negro government and territory of Haiti. This would, thankfully, mean a successful effort to reconquer and subdue Haiti. 30 Mainlanders were torn, pulled in a racial direction of solidarity with the European powers against Haiti, but also pushed toward their own dream of hemispheric hegemony, which meant undermining these same powers. Ultimately, however, Washington had to scramble to ally with Haiti, for to do otherwise would have jeopardized the United States itself. Just as the Emancipation Proclamation came into effect, one mainlander was musing that Paris will probably interfere west of the Mississippi under the guarantees of the treaty by which France ceded the Louisiana Territory. If so, it was said sagely, our affairs may become complicated. 31 Coastal Virginians, Carolinans, and Georgians, and to a degree Louisianans, were far closer to Europe in custom and language than to their New England compatriots, which too created an opening for Paris to the detriment of Haiti. 32 By 1863 press accounts revealed that France was dickering with the secessionists to either take Texas or guarantee its independence. 33 The leading Confederate, Judah P. Benjamin, had a thorough acquaintance with the French language and literature, and his spouse, says his sympathetic biographer, was a refugee from the Black Horror of Saint Domingo. He was an attorney in Louisiana in important cases of slave revolt, including a notably contentious episode in 1841 to 1842. His father-in-law told thrilling tales of the insurrection in Hispaniola, and the family was among those that felt that the example of Haiti was a living advertisement of the mistake of abolition. Such attitudes made Benjamin, the secessionists' leading diplomat, willing to listen to French revanchist plots in Hispaniola and elsewhere. 34 Benjamin was personally close to the influential Erlanger family in Paris, which proved helpful when the time came to arrange loans for the secessionist plot. 35 Both sides shared antipathy toward black Jacobins. Though there were repeated accusations that Paris was collaborating with Port-au-Prince against Santo Domingo, the record reveals continuing animosity harbored by France toward Haiti. Noirs et mulâtres, blacks and mulattoes were incapable of governing, it was said by a Parisian in 1857, as Haiti was said to be regressing to barbarism. 36 A 20th-century novelist captured the prevailing sentiment in Confederate Louisiana, deeply influenced by refugees from the Black Horror of Santo Domingo. New Orleans had no dearth of those who were familiar with the terrible slave uprising, and the tales were all alike. The family had lived in a marble-terraced plantation home. Always there had been flight with bloodthirsty blacks in pursuit. Always a hiding place in the jungle was sought. The Benjamin family was foremost in that regard, and it was Benjamin himself who was hailed as an Israelite with Egyptian principles. 37. The same might have been said about yet another top secessionist diplomat. Pierre Rost was born in France in 1797, fought alongside Napoleon in 1814, then moved to the United States, and worked alongside the family of Jefferson Davis himself. In Louisiana, regiments known as Zouaves, some of whom had fought in Algeria alongside Parisians, were prominent, as was the French Legion. There were 30,000 French nationals in New Orleans alone, 38 many of whom had profited handsomely from Haitian indemnities that created a fabulously wealthy class. They were eager to perpetuate slavery on the mainland and to resume it in Hispaniola too. Another son of Dixie spoke glowingly of Louis Napoleon as by far the shrewdest monarch in Europe, and he is entitled to gratitude of France. 39 Yet while France took advantage of the Civil War to make encroachments in Mexico, it was Haiti whose ports became coaling stations for Washington. 40 The support of Haiti and the crass opportunism of France and its Louisiana advocates were both ironic and inexorable results of a distorted policy whose roots extended to earlier in the century. Paris monitored the Civil War carefully. A high-level official was in Richmond conferring supposedly about tobacco in early 1863.41. Actually, cotton was the commodity that Dixie banked on to turn the tide of diplomatic recognition, though this was not sufficient to sway the man Washington called Emperor of the French. 42 Paris was courted by the secessionists nonetheless, with pointed references to French investments in coal in Virginia and their kind regard of French intervention in Mexico. 43 U.S. Secretary of State William Seward in response praised his nation's traditional friendship with France and rued the possibility of compromise with Dixie. 44 Seward denounced the idea of the recognition of the insurgents and groused that this civil war owes the length and severity it has already attained mainly to foreign influences and aid. Thus, recognition of the insurgents by any of the great powers would bring with it only new complications and aggravations. 45. The traitors fired back, counseling that their opponent's goal was abolition, not just union, and calling into question Washington's credibility. Unctuously the secessionists lavished praise on the powerful hexagon and the prestige of the emperor and posed as an old ally of France. London was privately dismissed. I need not point out, Paris was told, the advantages which a friendly position of the government of the emperor must secure if the slave-holding secession was recognized, and this would not be to the advantage of perfidious Albion. 46 With a final flourish John Slidell told the foreign ministry that Washington's policy looks to nothing short of the extermination or exile of the white population. 47 A none too veiled challenge to France in Mexico City and a revival of the black scare brooded by Jefferson decades earlier. Slidell thought that the sentiment against slavery in the abstract was quite widespread in France as it is in England, but he did not find a considerable class of people in Paris who consider that its existence should control or even modify the policy of the nation in its relation with our Confederacy, as he saw it. The emperor, the members of his cabinet, and the higher functionaries of his government generally are quite indifferent on the subject of slavery. 48. By the fall of 1862, Slidell in Paris was eagerly expecting something definite as to the emperor's intentions respecting our affairs, but then complications in the Italian question intervened and entirely absorbed the attention of the government. 49. The Spanish takeover of the Dominican Republic and Madrid's coddling of mainland secessionists also influenced a reappraisal in Washington. By 1862 B.F. Sanford, U.S. envoy in auxiliary case, had noticed that Spain has opened her capacious maw to swallow this end, meaning Haiti, as she already has the other end of the island, meaning the Dominican Republic. Hence, a true republic under the protectorate of the United States would be far superior to the disposition of Spanish rule. Moreover, since for many years to come the United States would maintain a standing army, why not then quarter portions of this army in the different distracted countries of America that need our aid? Haiti, in short. 50 Thus, In Congress there was prompt protest of the insolent and aggressive conduct of the Spanish government. 51. The momentum of events was pushing Washington toward an entente with Haiti, including diplomatic recognition. Seth Webb, the U.S. envoy, thought European rivals were seeking to push U.S. interests from Hispaniola and wanted to destroy the influence of his nation there too. Britain, Spain, and France were now acting in unison whenever they can to cripple the power and interests of Washington. Webb was embarrassed that his nation had yet to recognize Haiti and expressed bitter disappointment that nothing has yet been done. Already, irritated Haitians were reacting, as the U.S. agent at Gonaives was compelled to take down the U.S. flag. This was significant, he declared, and would not have happened 3 months ago. Hence, the United States should lose no time in acknowledging the independence of Haiti by sending a diplomatic legation here to counteract the schemes of foreign powers. 52. By late 1861, Seth Webb in Haiti had received the English news threatening war with the United States and, it was thought, this prompted Washington to flash its abolitionist credentials in response by moving toward recognizing Haiti, so as to sharply distinguish itself from the Confederates and win abolitionist backing in London. This move also meant, he said, that there were now hardly any limits that should be put to the closeness of Washington and Port-au-Prince. 53. Dixie did not take Haiti, but under the sledgehammer blows of the pressure of public opinion and the blood sacrifice of the United States' own black Jacobins then in a death match with the traitorous slaveholders, Washington was compelled to extend diplomatic recognition to Haiti, after an immense struggle lasting decades. Earlier Duff Green had contended that his nation did not recognize Haiti any more than we recognize the Orang Sik Monkey chiefs and their tribes of chatterers at Sumatra or Borneo. 54. Though the press of war helped to dissolve this pig-headedness, Congressman D.W. Gooch of Massachusetts echoed a gathering consensus when he proclaimed in mid-1862, with the outcome of the war then unclear, that we cannot afford to be indifferent to anything which pertains to this continent. The geographical position of Haiti is such that our government cannot, without disregarding its own interest, be indifferent to the future of that island. In fact, if the United States had been more alert and acted earlier, Santo Domingo might not have been under Spanish control, then jeopardizing national security. The objection principally urged against this bill, he said dismissively, is that these republics may send here black men as their representatives. So what? This was the essence of his response. They have sent them to England and France. Others argued that recognition meant racial equality, which he equally denied. 55. The abolitionist Solon, Charles Sumner, carried the day for recognition. 56. He had help from politicians in 1862 who were still unsure as to how the titanic Civil War would unfold. Haiti, said Congressman Robert McKnight of Pennsylvania, though its population was less than 1 million, could be an effective buffer against European nations seeking a foothold on our continent. Yes, some objected, since the nation might be represented at this Republican court by a full-blooded Negro, but this was untrue since white agents were likely appointees. Liberia has always been represented in London by Gerard Ralston, Esq., a highly respected gentleman from Philadelphia. Anyway, why not follow the praxis of Britain and Brazil, who do not mandate the color of foreign diplomats? 57. Webb, the U.S. agent in Haiti, told Washington that the refusal to recognize Haiti was disastrous for their nation. President Lincoln agreed that recognition would have a salutary impact on foreign nations, notably abolitionist London, pondering if secession should be recognized. 58. By May 1862, Secretary of State Seward was told of the festivities and universal satisfaction among Haitians and Americans alike, all of whom rejoiced at the imminent prospect of diplomatic recognition. Madrid was enmeshed in boundary claims with Port-au-Prince, though recognition probably had weakened Spain's posture, particularly as the U.S. envoy argued, because the Haitian government shows considerable skill in protracting the negotiations. 59. By 1864 there was an extradition treaty between the two focused on fugitive criminals and promoting amity, commerce, and navigation. 60. Madrid may also have realized that U.S. Negroes had their own agenda, i.e., if a sufficient number of this group migrated to the island, they could then take advantage of the Madrid-Santo Domingo conflict to weigh into the disadvantage of enslavers, then move on to Cuba and Puerto Rico to settle scores further. Thus, between 1859 and 1862 it has been estimated that roughly 2,000 emigrants left the United States for Haiti. 61. Again, there was push and pull, even after the Emancipation Proclamation. Certain Euro-Americans, as the failure of Reconstruction suggests, were not reconciled to the Negro presence on the mainland. There still remains to be settled, said one with doubts about this presence, not the slavery but, the Negro question, to which the rebellion has but opened the door. 62. What did that mean? A new disguised form of slavery? Mass deportation? Many U.S. Negroes thought that wisdom dictated self-determination, which meant to many hurrying to Haiti. Apparently, Port-au-Prince had even more ambitious plans, thinking of trying to attract, according to one with reason to know, 7 or 8 millions of the descendants of Africa in the New World, even though many might be only conversant in speaking the English language. This was an abrupt departure from the 1820s venture when, it was said, the plan was to bring 20,000 such persons to Haiti. Nothing can be more natural, said this spokesman, than that Haiti should look favorably towards the colored people of the states, or that they should look with great interest toward Haiti. This mutual interest, it was said with confidence, will doubtless increase. In fact, nothing could be more natural. Hence, in the immediate years preceding the U.S. Civil War, numerous agents were therefore employed by Haiti to hold public meetings amongst U.S. Negroes and lecture on the general subject of emigration. By this means thousands heard of Haiti and some moved to the island, and, as a result, it was announced, the English language has already made great way in Haiti. 63. More than this, when spurious questions were raised about the fighting ability of mainland Africans, this shaky concern was doused by invocation of the martial capability of island Africans, with the caveat added that if abolition was the goal, these mainlanders would fight with even more brio. 64. Tellingly, there was an overlap between Haitian emigration and the supporters of John Brown's 1859 raid in Virginia, which portended the armed overthrow of slavery on the mainland and was thought by some to bear the fingerprints of Haiti. Some of Brown's most avid backers founded an agrarian colony of Negro exiles from the United States and Canada in St. Mark at the mouth of the Artibonite River, near an existing colony of Africans from Louisiana. John Brown, Jr., himself recruited settlers for Haiti in Canada. George Stearns, who helped to bankroll Brown's father, sought Haitian support for the assault on Dixie. 65. The Secretary of State of the Interior and Agriculture in Port-au-Prince was giddy, asserting ecstatically that the reception given at St. Mark to 120 emigrants from Louisiana is proof of the goodwill of the country people as regards these persons. 66. The U.S. legation in St. Mark reported that by late 1861 there were about 1,000 Americans and Canadian emigrants at and near this place. 67. The legation may have underestimated the number of emigrants there, for another source reported that there were 200 or 300 Louisiana exiles there, and among them were some of the richest colored planters of that woebegone state. They had chosen this site over Port-au-Prince, with a reported population of 26,000, and Cap Haitien, described as the little Paris of the Antilles, but in need of aid since the 1842 earthquake which occasioned the death of almost 6,000. St. Mark was said to have almost 3,000 residents and opened its arms to emigrants. All of these cities were to be preferred over Monrovia, another site of exile for U.S. Negroes, since, said one pro-Haiti writer, Liberia, if a success, will be a white man's victory, for he called it into being, and has fostered it from its birth. Strengthening Haiti was touted as a blow against the enslavers. Would you inflict on the Carolinas the punishment that they have often inflicted on your friends? Well, the way is open. Tar and cotton them in England. Haiti will enable you to do it by producing both staples and hemp enough to hang every friend of slavery in Missouri and Kentucky. Haiti could produce sugar enough to drive Louisiana out of every market in the world, and could raise rice enough to bury Wilmington, Charleston, and Savannah out of sight. 68. Haiti had a strong argument, particularly in that while it was zealously trying to curtail the iniquitous slave trade, there were credible reports that emigrants arriving in Liberia were promptly detained, then sold into slavery. 69. John Tyler, Jr., scion of a presidential family, was beyond rage in his response to Haiti's gumption, as suggested by its presumed alliance with John Brown. Neither the invasion of the Low Countries by the Spanish General Avila, nor the French Revolution of 1789–90, nor the conquest of Algeria, nor the late rebellion in India, either in its progress or suppression, nor the slaughterings of Cortés and Pizarro in Mexico and Peru, terrible as they are admitted to have been, were attended with monstrosities approach to those perpetrated by the Negroes of San Domingo, and the Brown raid was intended as a replay. 70. White supremacists who paid attention may have noticed the reverential funeral held in Port-au-Prince for the heroic Brown. He was hailed as a martyr for the blacks, and a lengthy procession of leading Haitians hailed him unreservedly. Brown was convinced apparently to launch his crusade because of the success of the Haitian Revolution in toppling slavery through violence. 71. Those who sought to reopen the slave trade legally had good reason to fear Haiti's response. 72. There was a repetitive and wounded cry from Dixie that the courage of Brown and his comrades was not only a replay of the Revolutionary era but also a product of contemporary Haiti. Brown's foray was nothing more and nothing less than an attempt to do on a vast scale what was done in Saint Domingo in 1791, where the colored population was about equal to that of Virginia. The irate Louis Chata asked rhetorically, "Are the people of the United States prepared for such horrid scenes of devastation, atrocities, and bloodshed, i.e. will they follow the teachings of those philanthropical fools, some of them perhaps under pay from England? Why," he fumed, "such massacre and rapine as those committed in the Revolution of Saint Domingo are almost unequaled in the annals of atrocity." This was no surprise, he proclaimed, since the Negro is incapable of self-government, and if left to himself, he always will fall back into his former state of African barbarism. The lesson? U.S. slavery had to be maintained, not because it was liked, but because it was the only alternative when dealing with Africans. For, as leading politicos in Charleston affirmed, the bloodstains of Saint Domingo discredited abolitionism for all time. The barbarism of Haiti and Jamaica combined with the frenzy and folly of France and of England to create a catastrophe. In fact, not only should slavery be perpetuated, but the African slave trade should be reopened so as to ensure this outcome. Yet the Republican Party was then using the very same arguments and employing the very same means by which, through the French and English philanthropical societies, the revolution in Saint Domingo was originated. They didn't seem to realize that a rebellion in the southern states of the slaves against the whites would not only result in the entire devastation and ruin of the country and all its relations, but also end in the total destruction or expulsion of the Negroes, after terrible scenes of bloodshed. The writer, Louis Chata of Iowa, drew a strict parallel between what John Brown had attempted and what black Jacobins succeeded in doing, violently overthrowing slavery. 73. The premier Confederate, Jefferson Davis, found talk of the Haitian Revolution and slave rebellion in the context of discussion of secession as exceedingly offensive. Contrary to what he was hearing, what happened there was not a case where black heroes rose and acquired a government. 74. But John Brown, hailed in Haiti to this very day, showed that there was a tendency in slavery to produce bloody revolution. Despite such inflamed rhetoric, Madrid often saw the Negro emigrants as agents of Washington, though they had fled in terror from that republic. Still, as was their wont, barely after unpacking their bags upon arrival on the island, they launched churches, often powerful Methodist ones. "Wherever I have found, far back in the interior, a little not for our Americans," said Benjamin Hunt, "there I have also found some semblance at least of religious exercises." 75. Some Dominican elites may have thought that unless they aligned with Madrid, they would be overrun by Port-au-Prince, in league with these U.S. Negro emigrants, and thought correctly to be sympathetic to Haiti. The Haitians were greatly superior in numbers and resources to their eastern neighbors, and the latter would willingly let the Haitians alone, if the latter were equally forbearing, said Benjamin S. Hunt, a pro-Haitian writer, in 1860.76. The Civil War on the mainland interrupted the more capacious U.S. and U.S. Negro plans only to reappear at the end of the decade in the form of an attempted annexation of the Dominican Republic, which barely failed. A closely related plan to annex Haiti to and deport the newly freed mainland slaves to a new homeland perished as well. However, Dixie was defeated militarily though not politically, and the mean-spirited policy toward Africans that had characterized the, formerly, enslaving republic since its inception continued. This was a policy that handicapped, in the first instance, U.S. Negroes themselves, which caused many of them to continue heading due south toward Haiti. Thus, the leading Negro journal in Canada seemed elated when the man then known as Emperor Soulouque formed an association called Maison Centrale with the task of instructing youth in mechanical occupations. It was under the direction of Baron Nathaniel Montgomery, an intelligent colored man from Baltimore whose father emigrated to Haiti from the United States during the latter part of the last century. He is described as possessing extensive chemical and mechanical experience, useful for his present shop which contains a foundry, smith shop, and a sawmill 77. According to Frederick Douglass, Montgomery's father was a Haitian who migrated to the United States during the Revolutionary years. Other Baltimoreans in Haiti included a man named Grice who too was said to have a superior knowledge of engineering and mechanics. One son was a daguerreotypist and photographer and another was a dentist. Like others, these Baltimoreans arrived with a sour attitude toward those defined as white and, according to Douglass, were motivated by the slogan "To cheat a white man makes God laugh." 78. Increasingly, these emigrants were playing a prominent role in the Haitian economy, fulfilling the promise that they would reinforce Port-au-Prince, providing a protective membrane that would shield the nation from the lances of the enslaving republic. The best tailors in the capital city were two young Negroes from Dixie. One of the most prosperous bakers was a Negro from New Orleans. The principal sailmaker of Cap Haitien and his counterpart in the capital had arrived from Philadelphia. One of the best cabinet makers hailed from Philadelphia, but when unrest crept closer, he moved to Jamaica. Benjamin S. Hunt, who wrote of their accomplishments in 1860, asserted that they were among the most prominent of the 13,000 American immigrants of 1824, 1827. Although some had departed, unable to cope with conditions that at times included war, he concluded optimistically that on the whole this class of people is better off in Haiti than in the United States. 79. For the Minister of Interior in Port-au-Prince was from Maryland, the Chief of Police was from South Carolina, and the Commander of the Port was from Alabama. It is unclear if this latter leader was from Mobile, but, if so, he was among those fleeing a policy that suggested that the state's gens de couleur and free Negroes were about to be sold into slavery or forced to emigrate. Haiti. It is possible that those from Mobile adapted more easily to Haiti since the French influence continued to predominate there to such a degree that many Africans there spoke French. 81. By 1860 this onerous policy had reached beyond Mobile. Free colored people of Arkansas, said the pro-Haiti James Redpath, have been required by law to leave the state or go into slavery. The effect of this disgraceful law, he said angrily, has been to compel hundreds of poor colored persons to remove themselves, and besides Haiti there were not that many places to alight. 82. Redpath received news in January 1861 that the colored class had been ordered to leave Mobile, and the rumor that the free colored people of Opelousas, Louisiana, were mandated similarly. Some were inclined to emigrate to France or Mexico or Salvador, Chile, and Peru, but everywhere there was a great interest manifested in Haiti, meaning that next spring there will undoubtedly be a good emigration. 83. Redpath somehow wangled a meeting in Charleston with potential emigrants. He told his Haitian contact in December 1860 that all are decided upon going to Haiti, as soon as they can settle their affairs, many are ready to go within a month. The richest families, he said instructively, are not black but colored generally, and among the free, colored men are the most numerous, so that the southern emigration to Haiti will be men of color chiefly. He knew all too well that it makes a certain impression in Haiti if the mulatto emigrants prevail in number. As the drum beats of war sounded terribly, Redpath announced, "I have numerous applications from whites desiring to know what chance there is for them in Haiti. I encourage none of them to go," he said curtly. Meanwhile, from U.S. Negroes he got never less than 30 or 40 letters of inquiry every week and, thus, had made arrangements at New York by which all the escaped slaves of good character that pass through that state or city will be sent to him. As for this group, he said, with little fear of contradiction, that they will never be troubled by homesickness. In any case, he was in indirect correspondence with the highest level in Port-au-Prince on this matter, indicative of its importance to Haiti. 84. Of course, these emigrants, whether lighter or darker too, were associated with a nation that had tormented Haiti for decades, and it was not easy for all to see that these recent arrivals may have shared the same distaste for the mainland that many Haitians did. Thus, by 1862 the U.S. emissary in auxiliary case was raging about his office being invaded by officialdom, a complication made worse by the fact that, like so many mainlanders, he was unable to converse in French. Whatever the case, the Haitian official in charge posted men with guns at the street entrance and snarled, "The Americans have never been very friendly to the Haitian people," alluding probably to the fact that the United States had not yet acknowledged the independence of Haiti. 85. The U.S. envoy in St. Mark, Haiti, professed in early 1862, "I know of no subject more interesting to the United States at the present time than that of the immigrant movement from the United States and the Canadas to this island of the free colored people. The movement is set on foot and carried on solely and at its own expense by this government," meaning Haiti. Each head of family was accorded about 16 acres and, resultantly, a large number of immigrants, over 1,200, have arrived during the past year and are at work on their land, and they are still arriving in large numbers. The enthused Thomas Miller, who was born in New York and had never been to Haiti before his appointment, declared, "I have no doubt satisfactory arrangements could be made with this government for the reception of all the colored persons which the United States might desire to colonize. The government now pays the whole expense of each immigrant and his family, and perhaps could be persuaded to offload the subsidy to Washington." 86. Days later Miller was trying to contact Redpath about a mutual plan of emigration, and Augusta Ellie of Haiti assured the envoy that our government owned immense and very fertile lands and was willing to entertain any overture regarding such a plan. 87. The mainland's civil war ignited a dramatic change in racial dynamics, and this led to a concomitant change in how emigration was viewed. At least, it caused a reappraisal by the U.S. envoy in auxiliary case, B.F. Sanford. For it was he who was more and more impressed with the idea that it would be good policy for the United States to encourage a flow of emigration to Haiti of the religious, moral, and industrious colored people. Suddenly, it was acknowledged that there are in our country a large number of colored people possessing characters worthy of high respect, yet this group was facing an uphill climb on the mainland. They can become the means of being an immense benefit to Haiti, and they will reflect back credit on America besides adding greatly to its material prosperity. For on the plains of Auxiliary Cays, was some of the finest sugar land in the world at a time when this commodity was needed in the United States. Why not encourage this desirable emigration by opening regular steam communication with Haiti from Charleston? This town was not more than 4 days' distance from this island by steam, and Haitian influence in turn would aid border towns like Cincinnati in winning the people of that city back to a love of the Union more than the presence of an army or the presence of Negroes, he could have added candidly. 88. Auxiliary Cays alone could absorb 100,000 easily, plus, the whole southern portion of Haiti may be regarded as healthy, owing to the influence of the trade winds, making it one of the most delightful and healthy places in the world. Haiti was offering 16 acres of land to each family of emigrants as soon as they arrive, and the profits of this increased commerce that will thus spring up will be reaped almost wholly by the United States. 3/4 at least of the entire commerce of Haiti will continue to flow to the American seaport towns as naturally as water flows downhill. Moreover, there was an added bonus in that the emigrants will enforce that degree of civilization to which they have already attained, but this point was subordinate to flowing profits. 89. Haiti desired U.S. Negroes and Dixie wanted to get rid of them, creating an ironic confluence. There was an exodus from South Carolina, reported Redpath.90 by February 1861. He found that a large number of men are preparing to leave New Orleans, where the condition of affairs looks threatening to men of African descent. The jumpy governor of South Carolina thought that the true design of those like Redpath was to make a descent on the plantations to liberate the slaves and, thus, sent out a war steamer along the coast. This was heightening panic on all sides. So Redpath wanted Port-au-Prince to provide free passage including board to emigrants, in order to match similar offers from Liberia that should extend for 6 months after arrival. 91A Jean Simon of Haiti, from what became the Foreign Ministry, told Redpath that emigrants who were agriculturalists would be subsidized, including passage, along with board and lodge for 8 days. Also he said that they can have the same civil and political rights as the Haitians. 92. It was in early March 1861 that a well-connected Chicago periodical asserted that there was an army of 8,000 Negroes, armed, equipped, and well-drilled, that was ready to march southward from Canada at a moment's warning. Radicals on the mainland wanted to discuss this with President Giffard and charge the Africans in Haiti with the task of raising an army there too. They would head directly for the Gulf through the portion of the South most thickly populated with slaves to join them and then pillage, plunder, murder, and burn. They should pass through Texas, skirt along the Mexican coast, and make themselves at home in Central America, where they are prospecting for the location of a colony. 93. As Civil War crept closer, nerves jangled accordingly, particularly as purported plans of invasion of Dixie from Haiti garnered attention. Redpath, backed by the Haitians, was seeking to start a journal to rally his forces in the interests of Haiti and the colored races in America, as he put it. 94 As Fort Sumter was assaulted, Friends of Haiti on the mainland launched their own broadside. Redpath was among the editors, and the contributors included such stalwarts as John Brown, Jr., and William Wells Brown. Ambitiously, it was devoted to the interests of freedom and of the colored races in the Americas, and insisted that slavery be abolished if need be by John Brown expeditions and simultaneous and extended Negro insurrections which were to unwind in coming months, and also by the building up of Haiti via emigration. This would convert the abolitionist republic into the rank of a great American power, essentially fulfilling Jefferson's most troublesome fear. The cry was placed insistently, "We must create a great Negro nation in Haiti." Punctuating this charge was a sizable drawing of General Toussaint. 95 The Haitian law on emigration, it was said, was intent on making Haiti to the black race what England is and has been to the proscribed and persecuted classes of Europe, a safe place of refuge, not only but a free and a powerful fatherland. And 1846 formulation proclaimed, "All Africans or Indians and their descendants are able to become Haitians." 96. Also featured, revealingly, was a large drawing of Louis S. Leary, described as one of the colored martyrs of the raid led by John Brown in 1859.97, and with every issue there was sizable attention paid to emigration. 98 And, tellingly, Indian or Native American, emigration was also touted. 99 On the other hand, the provision from the Haitian Constitution stating that no white man shall be permitted to land on the Haitian territory 100 was underlined, a provision that should be interpreted as both anti-slavery and anti-colonialist. A premature understanding of the late 20th century concept of affirmative action was also part of the conversation about Haiti then. The invitation of the Haitian government to emigrate, it was said, was extended only to persons of African or Indian descent. In Haiti, the tables are turned upon the white man. He cannot become a citizen or hold real estate, but we cannot much blame that people considering what they suffered at the hands of the white man before the Revolution. 101. In a world where white supremacy predominated, it was not easy, perhaps not wise given prevailing attitudes and the prevalence of espionage, for Haiti to adopt 21st century norms of racial egalitarianism. The legal rights of the white race in Haiti are not very numerous, said an official Haitian document, though exemplary conduct on their part always enables them to overcome the social disadvantages attaching to their unfortunate color. Still, they were not allowed to possess real estate nor hold mortgages for longer than 9 years. They were allowed to be wholesale merchants, artists, mechanics, professors, teachers, clerks, engineers, and the lessees of estates, but the retail trade, the bar and the bench, military honors, and the like were not as open to them. 102 According to Frederick Douglass, the whites in Haiti were composed chiefly of merchants and their clerks, with some servants, a limited number of professors of mathematics and of languages, and a few artisans as bakers and shoemakers. The whole number of them may be estimated at 400, of whom 200 reside in Port-au-Prince, and a good number of them are married to or live with mulatto women. 103. Despite the restrictions they faced, London thought that in some ways their subjects faced fewer penalties in Haiti than they did in the Dominican Republic, where harassment was routine. After cattle of London's subjects were plundered by certain Dominican citizens, the British envoy observed that it was true that no foreigner can hold landed property or real estate in Haiti, but there is no law that prevents their professing movable property, such as horses, cattle, etc., or to purchase anything on the land, whether coffee, cotton, mahogany, or any other wood. 104. This antipathy toward Euro-Americans generally did not unduly hamper the ability of Port-au-Prince to see that the defeat of the so-called Confederate States of America was in its best interest. However, said antipathy helps explain why there was a spurt of U.S. Negro emigration to Haiti in the early 1860s. This included a large body of South Carolinians. 105, and among them were quite intelligent men. 106, said one observer. The literate may have been influenced by the fact that the Negro press, notably the weekly Anglo-African, chose to publish what was described as a large amount of information on Haiti and emigration each week. 107. Among those so influenced was the Proctor family, which left Dixie in 1840 for Ohio, then moved on to Canada by 1860, and had landed in Haiti by 1861. The patriarch, Alexander Proctor, was a Baptist minister, who died there in 1865, and then his spouse reversed sail and returned to Kalamazoo. 108. Dismissed by Redpath was the enslavers' insistence that abolition would mean the introduction of the so-called horrors of St. Domingo. 109. In part, this stern reaction was a response to events across the border, where Santo Domingo was pursuing an opposite policy, straining to attract emigrants that could be defined as white. One New York writer insisted that those who fancy that no skin but a black one can cover the firm muscle and endurance of a perfect and hardy manhood were mistaken. Richard Kimball, instead, stressed that the most manly workers I have seen in this country, speaking of the Dominican Republic, are white men. For the few who have good farms of their own tilling are mostly white men. 110. At that point, said Redpath, there were 120,000 residing in the Dominican Republic and 800,000 in Haiti, but there were not 500 whites in Haiti. 111. This ratio might have been even more skewed in Haiti but for reported missteps by Redpath, who according to one source engaged in bad faith with Negro emigrants. Most of them were deceived and forced to work 2 days in the week for the government in order to contribute to the money for their passage out. 112. The atmosphere was seething with tension as a result. Eager to allay the apprehensions of these emigrants not interested in joining a marauding army but seeking simple emigration instead, Redpath insisted that it was necessary to transport these fugitives from slavery, i.e. the greater number of the Canadian emigrants, from a British port and under the British flag, lest they suspect that a Stars and Stripes slaving plot was at hand. Hence, a charter vessel from Quebec was arranged. Distinguished men, he assured his Haitian liaison, many of them British officials, have given this movement support. This is a victory for us, he added beamingly, as Jamaica needs emigrants. 113. Hispaniola was a beacon for U.S. Negroes, even setting aside the yeoman efforts of Redpath and his comrades. A Negro from South Carolina named Smith was residing in Puerto Plata by 1860, though he spoke no Spanish and was even deficient in English too. Still, with the gritty energy that had difficulty in finding a productive outlet on the mainland, he became a successful farmer, though he had never practiced this trade previously, which was not tremendously difficult since the soil was so fertile. He used a steel plow imported from the mainland to turn the soil and soon was regarded as the most successful agriculturalist in the region. 114. With the arrival of U.S. Negroes came U.S. goods as the plow exemplified. The coasting trade was conducted by small U.S. vessels and codfish from mainland waters was a chief food item among the working class and poor of the island. Lard from the mainland, rather than butter, was used in cooking. Still, Hunt was distraught at the plight of a number of emigrants. For 17 years he had been resident in or conversant with Haiti and could only think of 13 Americans of African blood, who have been what might be called successful, and several of that number were only moderately so. 6 of these immigrants were from New Orleans, or parts adjacent, and of course spoke French on arrival, while 7 of them were merchants or traders, 4 were mechanics, 2 were lawyers, and all were men of color or mulattoes. He did know 1 black man and 1 man of color from the Free States, who acquired a little property as carters, and 4 others, 2 black men and 2 men of color, also from the Free States, who cultivated in a poor way, a little land which they called their own. All the other African-Americans sick, he lamented, were day laborers or ragpickers. Despite this, Hunt remained upbeat about Haiti's and the emigrants' prospects. 115. There were others who likely would have agreed with Hunt on the relative satisfaction of residing on the island, including a former slave from South Carolina, who had made his way to Key West before escaping to the Bahamas and then Puerto Plata. J. Dennis Harris, who had encountered him, also validated skepticism about the bona fides of Euro-Americans. There is, of course, he said, and it is certainly natural enough, a lingering prejudice against white Americans, a widespread opinion that complicated relations with Washington. 116. Despite this animosity, when a man described as white who had a colored wife inquired about emigration, he was told that they would not be excluded from the advantages offered to emigrants by the Haitian government. Of course, white men cannot hold real estate in the island, yet their colored wives can if of African descent. 117. This policy may have derived from a kind of affirmative action. For, as one Bay State resident was told, females who emigrate to Haiti are equally eligible to grants of land with males. It is now common there for females to cultivate the soil, and it is much more easily done than in this country. 118. One woman was told that it was entirely proper for single persons to emigrate to Haiti. 119. Essential to propelling emigrants southward was a British activist and journalist who resided on the mainland, James Redpath. It was in the early fall of 1860 that the mustachioed man with a receding hairline was to be found in Philadelphia, where, it was noted, he addressed a congregation of colored people and obtained a list of names of the leading colored men of the city and vicinity with the goal of enticing them to Haiti. A distinguished clergyman of great influence agreed to favor the project and be one of my agents. He is a black, it was said knowingly, while a leading journalist agreed to publish articles favorable to Haiti. Then Redpath ordered 10,000 copies of these pro-Haitians articles for distribution by agents on the mainland. The latter included a man of color, he added, with sensitivity to the dynamics of Haiti. Redpath's audacious plan sought to reach the entire free-colored population of America. A Negro leader from Connecticut, he noted, promises a colony of picked men from the Nutmeg State. 120. But Redpath had plenty of help from Haiti, which once more was decidedly interested in attracting U.S. Negroes, perhaps because it was being menaced by Spain nearby, not just in Havana and San Juan but now Santo Domingo. Just months before John Brown's epic raid, the Secretary of State in Port-au-Prince, F.E. Dubois, issued a call to the men of our race dispersed in the United States for emigration. He emphasized that your fate, your social position, instead of ameliorating, daily becomes worse as the United States has invented a new slavery for the free. Contempt and hatred increase against you, which was all too true. Come, then, to us. The doors of Haiti are open to you, he declared. For those not able to pay the expenses of your passage, aid will be given from the public treasury, and said emigrants will be exempt from military service. With magnanimity, he concluded, our sympathies are equally extended to all those of our origin who, throughout the world, are bowed down under the weight of the same sufferings. Let them come to us. 121. Beyond marketable skills, these U.S. Negro emigrants were bringing to Haiti other capabilities. Speaking of U.S. Negroes generally, one journalist remarked that it was by no means an uncommon thing for such men to talk French and English sensibly and grammatically. It is a fact that they acquire languages with peculiar facility, and we have met with many colored persons whose acquisitions as linguists were so respectable that they could converse fluently in from 2 to 6 different languages. One of the persons alluded to was a cook on a steamboat well acquainted with English, French, Spanish, Danish, Swedish, Portuguese, and German, while a colored girl in St. Louis could converse in 4 different languages. For colored men in Louisiana to speak English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese is by no means uncommon. 122. Redpath was also maneuvering against Santo Domingo. I have succeeded, he boasted, in dissuading one large capitalist from investing money in the Dominican Republic gold schemes, and also was seeking to prevent any abolitionists from encouraging the project of a white emigration to the eastern part. Still, the president of the Dominican Republic was taking vigorous although quiet measures in opposing him. This leader was enmeshed in encouragement of white emigration in response. 123 Redpath was a mortal foe of what he described as a white emigration to the Dominican Republic, a purpose which it is impossible to accomplish peacefully. He was determined to block their exploitation of iron, sulfur, copper, antimony, mercury, gold, cobalt, manganese. 124. What was impelling this acidulous attitude was no mystery. The enslaving republic was also a kingpin in the illicit African slave trade, the existence of which placed Haitians in perpetual jeopardy. The 1850 census had shown that there were a little more than 3 million enslaved Africans in the United States, worth more than $1.5 billion, and by 1860 there had been a leap to about 4 million, with even more wealth embodied in these bodies. 125 What accompanied such wealth was inexorably a debased attitude toward Africans that could not help but ensnare Haiti too. Traveling from Hot Springs, Arkansas to St. Louis, Sarah Glasgow spoke of arriving in the land of the heathens, where they think no more of niggers than of dogs. Actually, the latter were seen as being favored over the former. 126 Thus, even before the Emancipation Proclamation, President Abraham Lincoln had sought a treaty finally with London to undermine the African slave trade, the lifeblood of secessionists. Strikingly, in addition to the coasts of Madagascar, to be patrolled were the waters of Puerto Rico and San Domingo, in addition to those of Africa and of Cuba. 127. This was welcome news in Port-au-Prince, for by early 1862 slave ships were spotted in Haiti's northern waters at the behest of Spain. There were about 150 enslaved persons all told, all in chains and treated very cruelly, according to W.R. Inglis, in the Turks Islands. This bestiality was preceded by the presence of a mainland vessel full of Africans that had landed in Puerto Rico. Then a cargo of 300 Africans was expected to land in Samana disguised as apprentices. In Puerto Plata, where U.S. Negro emigrants continued to reside, a proclamation of equality had been enunciated by Spain, but slavery went curiously unmentioned, suggesting to some that restoration of this savage institution was on the way. 128. By May 1861, on the northern side of the island of Hispaniola there were acts of piracy ascribed to U.S. vessels, leading to seizures by the Haitian authorities. 129 There was a consensus in the Turks Islands that Spain would reintroduce slavery in the Dominican Republic. This was the firm belief of all who are acquainted with the subject, since, as Inglis put it, no class exists as agricultural laborers for hire. 130 Already there had been reports of attempts to sell Africans from Jamaica to mainlanders. 131 Britain sought to guard against any such occurrences, but with an energized slave-holding class on the mainland and a fortified slave-holding Spain, this would not be easy to attain. 132. Dixie's idea of seizing the entirety of Hispaniola and reenslaving most, if not all, was part of a campaign that predated secession and, indeed, was seen as a necessary strengthening before the attack on Fort Sumter. Edmund Ruffin, one of Dixie's most hawkish proponents, also saw disrupting the cordial alliance between Paris and London and supplanting it with mutual suspicion and fear as a necessity. He noted that this would put an end to their combined efforts to impede the progress of and to injure the United States, and leave us free to settle our own business, whether foreign or internal, without the interference of always hostile England or France, for example, taking Hispaniola without muss or fuss. Both leading abolitionist powers were determined to crush Negro slavery, which he was just as determined to sustain and expand. 133. His comrade, Wade Hampton, thought that key to Dixie's ambition was precisely the reopening of the African slave trade. He thought it was the surest means to accomplish their desires, and a project that should be pursued with measures both earnest and zealous. 134. Simultaneously, hundreds of Africans fresh from the continent were turning up in Charleston Harbor. 135. But why travel across the Atlantic when it was felt there were vulnerable Africans to be seized in Hispaniola? By 1861 the secessionist naval commander, Raphael Semmes, was off the coast of Hispaniola and complaining that his mainland opponents would gladly see another San Domingo revolution in our unhappy country. By early 1862 he was dropping anchor in Santo Domingo, as he claimed a victory in having thus displayed for the first time on this side of slavery's defeat the flag of the young republic. 136. He recalled vividly sailing the Mona Passage separating Hispaniola from Puerto Rico before arriving in Samana. He had approached this passage with much caution, fully expecting to find so important a thoroughfare guarded by the enemy, but was gleeful to find that he was wrong and that the island was vulnerable. After a pleasing sojourn in Santo Domingo, Semmes could not but moralize on the spectacle. 60 years before the Negro had cut the throat of the white man, ravished his wife and daughters, and burned his dwelling in the island of Saint Domingo, now in sight. The white man in another country, i.e. Washington, was now inciting the Negro to the perpetration of the same crimes against another white man. He sailed close to Cap Haitien with such thoughts firmly in mind. He encountered U.S. ships which he and his crew torched. The islands of Saint Domingo and Jamaica were both sufficiently near for their inhabitants to witness the splendid bonfire, which lighted up the heavens far and near, he said gloatingly. Then he was still steaming to the eastward, along the Haitian coast before returning to Santo Domingo. A Spanish naval commander came on board to visit me. I had no difficulty in arranging with him for the landing of my prisoners, unfortunates from the torched vessels. Santo Domingo was lovely, he thought the most interesting city in all the Americas. Still, he observed that the Negro and the mulatto in this oldest of American cities are thought rather more of than the white man, and the Yankee skipper finds in it a congenial mart, in which to vend his cheese and his codfish and distribute his tracts political and moral and put forth his patent medicines. While there he scrutinized a specimen of the Haitian paper money, worth 5 cents on the dollar. Like the American greenback, he said sneeringly, it is the offshoot of revolution and political corruption. Then he had a picturesque run along the Haitian coast for the rest of the day. He was happy to see that the coasts of Haiti abound in fish, and as there is a succession of fruits all the year round, it is the paradise of the Negro, he wailed. 137. He also visited Martinique, finding it remarkably pleasant, with the inhabitants, presumably the settlers, showing us every mark of respect and politeness, and the officers of the garrison, and of a couple of small French vessels of war, in the port, extending to us the courtesies of their clubs and mess rooms. Naturally, the war was frequently the topic of conversation, when such expressions as les barbers du Nord would escape, not unmusically, from the prettiest of pouting lips. 138. He was delighted to find that no social admixture of the whites and blacks was visible. Fortunately, pews in churches were segregated. 139. Sadly for Haiti, Semmes was not alone in lurking offshore. During the summer of 1861, there was detected near the Mona Passage a privateer of the secessionists, with 20 guns mounted, and thought to have been fitted out in Europe. 140. By early 1863, more than half of the trade between Port-au-Prince and the United States was carried on under the U.S. flag, owing to the fear of capture by rebel privateers, According to the U.S. envoy. 141, the United States was worried that combatants in the war now raging in the eastern part of the island could have impact on their vessels. According to Rear Admiral J.L. Lardner of the U.S. Navy, the complaints and calls for assistance have been made, I believe, in all instances by our colored countrymen who have settled and become domiciliated sick among the Dominicans. Madrid thought that our government is interested in the success of the revolutionists and probably assisting them, which was accurate in all senses. Still, the admiral asked the Spanish military leadership to employ their good offices and direct those under his command to aid his U.S. countrymen consuls and also colored immigrants, which he cordially promised. 142. This was an obviously dire threat to emigrants and a damper on further plans to emigrate from the mainland. By October 1863, refugees from the Dominican Republic were arriving in the Turks, though it was unclear if U.S. emigrants were among them. 143. The next month, anti-Spain outbreaks in Puerto Plata led to the town's destruction, creating even more refugees. 144. As Spanish troops were accused of committing outrages. 145. What a London agent called political intrigue in the Dominican Republic was rippling outward, causing concern in Britain, and, as a result, London could reinforce ties to Haiti. 146. Nonetheless, in 1862 there was yet another attempted revolution. Martial law was declared and there was a universal reign of terror, with blacks gathering together in the mountains in large numbers. The U.S. envoy, B.F. Sanford, journeyed to a prison to visit a former U.S. consul who had been swept up in the commotion and arrested. He bemoaned that they not only refused me permission to go in and see my friend, but with menacing language they ordered me away. Since his friend Ernest Dentard claimed French nationality, this could have provided Louis Napoleon his coveted opportunity to interfere with the affairs of Haiti. And this, he observed, would be decidedly against the interest of the United States. 147. This more understanding approach was also reflected in a more nuanced attitude toward Haiti. By early 1862, Secretary of State Seward was apprised that because the United States itself had a population of over 4.5 millions of the African race, perforce everything concerning the nature and habits of this people, their capability of rising, their desire for improvement, all of it becomes of interest to the American statesman. In that vein, Haiti had to be scrutinized and was acquitting itself well, for Port-au-Prince had met the first duty of government, i.e. to render life and property secure. Haiti accomplished this, and did so as well as the most civilized governments of the world. Great crimes on the part of individuals are seldom heard of here. Deliberate and premeditated murder is exceedingly uncommon, as well as also highway robbery. Yes, petty larceny is very common, along with excess of indulgence in sexual intercourse and promiscuous embracings, and such bad habits had become ingrained in the whole of society. But here morality met policy, for this perceived decline could soon be regenerated by the influence of a large Christian emigration, i.e. more U.S. Negroes. This was imperative, since men who give all their strength to women, can have little for anything else. Moreover, it was thought that these U.S. Negroes could alter the policy of the upper classes, who were seeking lives of slothful indulgence by becoming recipients of governmental patronage and were contributing to an aversion to work itself. 148. Nevertheless, the above perception was corroborated by a man from Alabama who arrived in Haiti in the 1860s and was stunned by the remarkable politeness he encountered. After he spent some weeks on the island, he remarked that he should have to be very careful when he reached home, or he should find himself tipping his hat to every Negro he met on his plantation. 149. But these favorable perceptions were contradicted by the U.S. emissary, James DeLong, who spat out angrily that this country is no place for emigration. He added revealingly that no more should be permitted to embark for this island, unless it is the only object of our government to get rid of them. For the character of the people included those who were ignorant, immoral, and lazy, and all were presided over by absolute despotism. 150. Mr. DeLong, who had resided in auxiliary Ks since 1850 and spoke French, thought he was in a better position than Sanford to judge events. 151. But DeLong apparently did not take into account commercial considerations, not a trivial point given how colonialism blocked the expansion of U.S. trade in Cuba, Jamaica, and elsewhere in the region. Formerly there was considerable lumber arriving on the island from Wilmington, but with British encroachments in recent decades this Carolina town had been supplanted by Nova Scotia. The absence of any American mercantile house here, he moaned, and the fact that the English, German, and French houses lend all their energies to promote the consumption of goods from their respective countries both needed to be corrected. 152. Given the transformative change on the mainland with slavery in the process of being abolished and the commercial horizons then arising, Haiti yet to be colonized loomed as a tantalizingly profitable opportunity. One mainland writer observed that Hispaniola was so near the coast of the United States, its capabilities are so manifest, and its staple products are so necessary, that we cannot remain indifferent to its fate. So, what to do? Colonize it with the free blacks of the United States was the answer. This must be made compulsory, i.e. forced colonization. But it was objected that the success of this enterprise would be to build up a black government, so near our southern states, as to affect injuriously the slave population. This was a risk worth taking, since we of the southern states were especially interested in Hispaniola. 153. One entrepreneur, Bernard Koch, received $50,000 for his aid in forming a colony of freed mainland slaves on an island near Haiti. Hundreds were shipped there by Koch, who was related by marriage to Pierre Soule, a hawkish politico of French descent. 154. However, by April 1863, President Lincoln was seeking to cancel Koch's lucrative contract. 155. Thus, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton was discussing in confidential terms in 1864 the colored colony on the island of Vache on the coast of San Domingo and the particulars of the repatriation of this population. 156. It was not long before these migrants were discussed as destitute and suffering. James DeLong said that the country is very sickly and has no hospital or other accommodations, so, send these poor unfortunate, neglected and destitute people back to the mainland. 157. This turmoil on the island that was compelling emigrants to return to the mainland had wider consequences. Jonathan Elliott, U.S. delegate in Santo Domingo, found himself under siege with the carbine pointed menacingly at his spouse. 158. Things got so bad that the United States was led to believe that the French consul was secretly collaborating with Haiti to forge a marriage with the Dominican Republic and was spreading false calumnies against the United States in the bargain. 159. Washington got hold of a French message musing before secession of the disadvantage suffered by the enslaving republic, which consider it as an insult the sending of consuls of mixed blood to their ports. 160. Once the Dominican Republic seceded from Haiti, the latter's laws that tended to restrict the nationals of the major powers from owning land in the abolitionist republic were weakened. The flow of new investment and capital to Santo Domingo placed pressure on Port-au-Prince to alter the restrictive status quo. Dominicans are certainly a superior race to the Haitians, said the U.S. consul, pointing to the reality that their laws are liberal in the extreme for foreigners. They occupy 3/4 of the island, the richest in land, timber, and minerals of all the West Indies. 161. But Spain was seizing control of the Dominican Republic, and the open door for investment by the United States and the other powers was, if not already slammed shut, quickly closing, creating an opening in Haiti, which France was thought to enter. Even before the seizure, the U.S. emissary was complaining that the Spanish opposed everything having connection with the U.S. government or its citizens. 162. At the same time, while roughly 70% of U.S. emigrants to the Dominican Republic were returning home, they were being replaced by emigrants from Venezuela, Puerto Rico, the Canary Islands, and other sites deemed to be friendlier to Madrid. 163. A large number of persons, principally foreigners, have arrived here since the annexation, was the report by London's envoy in Santo Domingo in late October. 1861.164. This development did not seem to deter Jane Casno, who by 1862 was busily seeking to attract U.S. emigrants, admittedly on a segmented basis. The Haitian Republic is likely to be the most agreeable to a colored man, she conceded, while those defined as white were deemed suitable for the Dominican Republic. 165 The ambitious plans of Casno and her spouse included organizing a company to fund cotton plantations in eastern Hispaniola that would deploy slave labor. This was a dire threat not just to Haiti but also to the U.S. Negro emigrants who now in 1862 found they might have stumbled into a situation worse than that which they had abandoned on the mainland. Surely, this was a threat to many within in the Dominican Republic. 2.166. Nonetheless, even the Spanish seizure did not disrupt her sang-froid. She conceded that annexation made it appear that the Dominican Republic is not the country for a poor white man from the United States and still less for a colored man. However, Casno still saw the Dominican Republic to be the best, if not the only place in this world for the happy solution of the great problem of races. Those who think that the whites will be given up exclusively to the blacks are utterly mistaken. It is the Eden of the earth for educated labor. As for Haiti, it was warned that the 30 millions of whites will not suffer the 10 millions of blacks and Indians to exclude them from the most desirable portion of the Western Hemisphere. It is not human nature to consent to it. Haiti's experiment of exclusionism, she continued, would have to be ditched soon and Port-au-Prince would have to give it up and take the Dominican position. This supposedly involved perfect equality, where the blacks had been forced to be thrifty, industrious, and progressive to keep up with white competitors. The social equality of races has been so long established here, she said of the Dominican Republic, that there is no danger of a war between them. Yet at that time 1862 in the United States such a so-called race war was now hatching and it would shock the world by its ferocity. As a result, she thought, a large emigration from the ruined cotton states is looking this way and so long as he keeps out of politics, such an emigrant would fare well. She urged further emigration to the Dominican Republic given the imminence or possible magnitude of the war of races now incubating, which was the inevitable sequence of the government having passed into the hands of the Republicans. 167. Her husband, William Casno, a Texan of French descent, a Catholic, and a staunch man of Dixie, was well positioned to enact the most far-reaching plans for the island. They were investing heavily in Dominican real estate while pushing diplomatic levers including the promotion of annexation by the United States to ensure their investments would pay off handsomely. 168 His spouse, also known as Cora Montgomery, was the preeminent female filibuster and had been a secret agent in Mexico during the war with that nation. A distant relative of James Buchanan and a close friend of William Marcy, who had served as Secretary of State, she and her spouse were suspected not only of designs on the Dominican Republic but also Cuba and Latin America as a whole. The Casnos represented a dangerous trend in U.S. foreign policy, i.e. the merger of imperialism with private greed, in that they would benefit tremendously if Hispaniola were to be annexed by dint of their immense real estate investments there. 169. The problem in the execution of their scheme was the color quotient of the Dominican population, which was viewed with both skepticism and hostility on the mainland. One Manhattan journal looked askance at the melanin content of the population, a viewpoint bound to be expanded upon beyond this cosmopolitan center. 170 On the other hand, Dominicans thought their homeland was destined to return to slavery under U.S. domination. 171 An opinion that stood as a stumbling block to annexation. London did not help matters by floating the rumor that the United States would work with Haiti somehow to liquidate the lighter-skinned within the Dominican Republic. 172. As things evolved, the Spanish takeover was short-lived. Dominicans assisted by Haiti rose in revolt to chase out the invaders from Madrid. At the same time, the emigration of U.S. Negroes to Haiti did not go as well as it could have, with many being forced to return to the mainland. The mainland secessionists too were defeated and the enslaving republic perished. Emerging from the ashes of defeat was a now resurgent mainland republic, quite ready to replace a Spanish annexation with one of its own. 10. Haiti to be annexed and re-enslaved? 1863 to 1870. The island endured a head-spinning turn of events between 1860 and 1870, from the Spanish annexation of the DR that ultimately failed to the attempted U.S. annexation that also failed. Haiti opposed both of these efforts not only because of the undesirability of having such powerful neighbors so nearby, but also because there were many in Port-au-Prince who had not been reconciled to the 1844 secession and longed to reunite the two nations. As one Haitian editorialist wrote, the Spanish cession meant slavery within 7 leagues of the capital of the Republic. Won this challenge to Haitian sovereignty. This Spanish control of 2/3 of Hispaniola was to last not coincidentally for a good deal of the length of the U.S. Civil War. 2. Dominican patriot Ulysses Espaillat was among those who denounced the Spanish takeover, a maneuver from Santo Domingo's side that was driven by anti-Haitian feeling. He argued that 4/5 of the territory which comprised his nation wanted independence instead. He demanded that the United States interpose its good offices with the Spanish to restore Dominican autonomy. 3. But the mainland, then convulsed in civil war, was hardly in an advantageous position to intervene, which is precisely why Spain moved when it did. Britain too tended to oppose both annexations, while France leaned inconsistently in that direction. In the prelude to the first failed annexation, Santo Domingo's policy was insufficiently nimble to the point where acceding to a Spanish takeover seemed to be the only alternative to acceding to a Haitian takeover. British subjects from the Turks and Caicos Islands continued arriving in Puerto Plata and continued to complain about depredations visited upon them. 4. Why, complained the British envoy in Santo Domingo, on the anniversary of Dominican independence, was the French national flag hoisted above the flags of his nation and the United States too. 5. When tariffs were increased on foreign imports, redress was provided to those from France but not Britain. 6. This was a slap at abolitionist London, still perceived as pro-Haiti, and a slap at Washington because of its color-obsessed policy that seemed to preclude a warming tie with Santo Domingo. Thus, the U.S. State Department was forced to apologize for the real and imagined misdeeds of its Santo Domingo envoy and the just displeasure and improper conduct he had perpetrated. 7. The envoy, Jonathan Elliot, responded by bemoaning the personal violence and insults that had been inflicted upon him. 8. Elliot declared that his wife was attacked and threatened by the most insulting language. Elliot also requested documents for passage for his family and servants. 9. And it was unclear if the latter term was simply a euphemism for slaves, which was part of the problem he had with Santo Domingo. DR forces were accused repeatedly of such transgressions. A great outrage has been committed near Samana and Puerto Plata, it was said in 1857, as lives were threatened by the lawless mob, and Her Majesty's subjects were thankful to escape with their lives. 10. This was followed by a DR vessel of war detaining a British schooner near Samana that reputedly carried munitions of war. 11. By 1858 there was yet another accusation of British ships of war carrying contraband of war, leading to the imprisonment of the master and crew. 12 U.S. vessels were detained. 2.13 British vessels were also charged with receiving on board deserters from the Dominican Republic. 14 And there were complaints of British mail being intercepted. 15 Though London's delegate argued that a Jamaican detained in the Dominican Republic was actually campaigning against Haiti, Santo Domingo was unconvinced. 16 At the same time, the states that were to comprise Germany were increasingly seeking to exhibit their own unique influence. 17. Either for humanitarian reasons or to halt the weakening of the island, which would have made it more susceptible to being annexed by a competitor, London pressed repeatedly for an end to the hostilities between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. A cessation of civil war, a concept that seemed to suggest that this was not a conflict between competing sovereigns, was demanded by London, along with an end to the horrors and unnecessary bloodshed. 18 Both Haiti and the Dominican Republic were said by London's envoys to have committed depredations on the frontiers. Yet, perhaps since Santo Domingo was more prone to enter the embrace of a major power, Spain, it was that nation that was at the receiving end of Britain's choicest barbs. 19. Why was there so much contestation and contention over a relatively small nation, the Dominican Republic, and the island itself? A New Yorker, W.S. Courtney, provides one answer. He had arrived in the Dominican Republic in 1860 in order to promote an annexation that was seen as following that of Texas. The island of Saint Domingo, he remarked rhapsodically, is one immense gold field from one extremity to the other, a massive load made all the more valuable since the population then was estimated to be a mere 120,000. It seemed scarcely credible, said the bedazzled writer, that such vast wealth, and especially mineral wealth, should have lain there so easily attainable for so many years without exciting at least the cupidity, if not the enterprise of the Yankee. He peremptorily dismissed the idea that the government and people are jealous of foreigners, especially from the United States, though there was considerable evidence pointing in an opposing direction. Taking Samana was a goal of his. Here all the navies of the world could lay at anchor in safety, he mused. 20 Another eager U.S. investor seemed to salivate when contemplating the quicksilver mine and salt mine of the Dominican Republic. The natural resources of this country, said A.K. Shepard, afford numerous avenues to wealth. With satisfaction, he concluded, nothing is wanting to render Saint Domingo the Queen of the Antilles. 21 Petroleum was also said to be sited in the Dominican Republic. 22 Unfortunately for abolitionist islanders, George Bickley, a leader of the maniacally pro-slavery Knights of the Golden Circle, had substantial investments in mines on the island. 23 It was not just the notorious Bickley who chose to pay attention to the Dominican Republic. The fire-eating Edmund Ruffin sought an audience with William Casno in 1858, calling on him at his hotel and remembering darkly about the Revolutionary era when all the whites were either killed or fled the country. Like his compatriots, Ruffin was suspicious of Dominican leaders. Buenaventura Baez was a dark mulatto and Pedro Santana was mostly white but part Indian, discrediting characteristics in his view. Social equality reigned there, he said with a huff, adding, opportunistically, no doubt the whites, and even the colored population, would be very glad to have Americans to settle there, or even to be annexed to this country, for protection against the Haitian blacks. Lest Santo Domingo get too excited with this idea, he asserted, amalgamation with this black and mongrel race is out of the question. He scorned Paris and London, which have systematically and shamefully aided the black power by their influence, and have as much as possible worked to produce internal dissensions among the Dominicans to promote the Negro ascendancy. These glorious portions of the earth, he insisted, cannot always remain as they are under Negro population and power. Looking ahead to the advent of secession, this Dixie patriot predicted that with this eventuality, it would not be difficult to extend our power and our race, as masters, over Haiti. As for the Africans there, all having property or other means for the purpose, might be permitted to leave the island, and all of the destitute, who are in fact now slaves to their rulers, might be made slaves to individuals. Sure, there would be objection to this reenslavement, but he shrugged off this concern. 24 Nonetheless, while London and Santo Domingo, and the United States and the Dominican Republic, were trading accusations, relations between Madrid and Santo Domingo were steadily improving. Spain had little hesitation in referring to the enemies, meaning Haitians. Besides, Spain and the Dominican Republic were said to be united in blood and language as well as in customs and religion. Spain defending the Dominican Republic was said to be the equivalent of defending its own interests. 25 This entente did not please London, and the same could be said for a similar attempt to improve relations with Washington. 26 Still, Britain and Haiti too had more to fret about when it came to Santo Domingo and Spain, for it remained difficult for the color-obsessed enslaving republic to improve relations with the Dominican Republic. 27 Thus, though Washington and Santo Domingo both had problems with Port-au-Prince, it was hard for the two to unite on that basis when, as occurred in 1858, the U.S. delegate denounced insults that had been offered not only to its commercial agent but to its flag. Such complaints existed for a long period, involving injuries and acts of violence. It was demanded that the U.S. flag be saluted with 21 guns. 28 Santo Domingo did not agree, and night after night there were serious demonstrations in front of the U.S. legation by a collection of persons with abuse and threats, said the U.S. envoy. 29 Not coincidentally, it was in the spring of 1861 when mainland secession was proclaimed that Eustace Hubbard, who represented the United States in Port-au-Prince, told the Secretary of State that on the 18th of March the Dominican government hoisted the Spanish flag and delivered the country to Spain. Hubbard observed that Puerto Plata and Saint Iago are reported to be indignant and rebellious, and Haiti was irate, inciting the Dominican people to revolt and promising them aid and arms. Spain, he said, acted with the silent assent of England and France, though this was not the consensus viewpoint. 30 Still, this is what Washington was told more than once: the deliver of the country to the Spaniards, said Arthur Folsom, was brought about by English and French machinations. 31. The conflict between London and Santo Domingo seemed to be made to order for an encroachment by Washington on the island, but the reputation garnered by the United States justifiably for racism or worse, including the possibility of re-enslaving the island, complicated bilateral relations mightily. Still, as civil war was about to rock the mainland, the more aggressive elements in Washington were inebriated with dreams that soared beyond an improvement in bilateral relations, first taking Cuba, then the Dominican Republic, and incorporating both as slave states. A self-described white man observed that the breeding slave states of America might possibly for a time prove sufficient to provide the newly acquired state with slave labor, for it is no less notorious than true, that existing treaties with the United States, although forbidding the importation of slaves from the coast, do not discountenance the traffic amongst Americans in their own states. 32. In short, the seizure of these islands, which particularly in the case of Cuba had a well-developed infrastructure for slave trading, would allow a wide-open backdoor through which more enslaved Africans could be brought to the mainland itself and to Hispaniola too. When the newly appointed Captain General in Santo Domingo was compelled in March 1863 to deny the charge that Spain intended to make use slaves, he reflected an unease amongst the populace that would also make a U.S. annexation problematic. 33. This plot to take Hispaniola first had to contend with ousting Spain from Hispaniola. By early 1863 London was objecting to the policy of barring celebration of any religion which is not the Roman Catholic, a mandate that was noticeably unpopular in Puerto Plata and Samana, where U.S. Negro emigrants proliferated. 34 John Horne Darrell, a Wesleyan missionary there, recounted how Negro Protestants from the mainland had arrived with the assurance that religious liberty would reign. When other missionaries arrived in the 1830s, they too enjoyed a tolerant atmosphere, and this continued even after the 1844 secession. Freedom of belief was then confirmed in a treaty between the England and the Dominican Republic in 1850. By 1863 there were at least 1,200 Protestants in the vicinity who felt threatened when the authorities vowed to employ armed force to shut down their churches. 35 days later the Dominican Republic was in an uproar of revolt, with many fleeing to Haiti, and Samana particularly faced disturbance. 36 Soon there were stories emerging about the total destruction of Puerto Plata by the Spaniards, who pillaged the town and shot several colored people. 37. There were also reports of a serious fire on the island that completely destroyed the custom house and the principal mercantile establishments. There was a lack of clarity as to whether this was an intentional and premeditated act of incendiarism with a political purpose. The alternative explanation that what was involved was simple plunder was not assuring either. 38. Tellingly, it was London, not Washington, that looked after the interests of U.S. Negro emigrants. These emigrants, it was said, always have been considered natives of the country since their arrival. This was evidenced by the fact that since 1844 they all served either in the army or navy. Yes, they were Protestants, who have regularly attended worship at the British chapel. But since the annexation by Spain, they were all disenfranchised. In fact, it was ruled that no Protestant can be a subject of the Queen of Spain. Now, as their former homeland was racked with the bloodletting of civil war, they were in the extraordinary position of having no country at all. 39. While Spain was engaging in religious intolerance, Frederick Douglass saluted the religious toleration of Haiti. It was Dessalines, he pointed out with a lack of irony, who completed the extinction of the whites and first proclaimed the doctrine of religious toleration. 40. Unfortunately, religious intolerance was not limited to Madrid. Martin Hood, the British envoy on the island, thought that his predecessor, David Leon, formerly a merchant but now in a hopeless state of bankruptcy, was also a very vain man, striving always to please. It was this failing which induced him to make himself most agreeable to the Spanish authorities since the annexation of the Dominican Republic. This might have been influenced by his being of the Hebrew persuasion and, thus, willing to sacrifice the interests of Protestants. 41. Though anti-Madrid attitudes may have been most intense among these U.S. Negro emigrants, this mindset had spread from there. Agriculturalists, whose numbers overlapped with emigrants, were upset when Madrid mandated the relinquishing of the ubiquitous machete, which was viewed as a third arm on the island. Who had reported that their discontent was magnified by the rumor that this disarmament was part of a larger plot to make slaves of the blacks. 42. Over and over again, Spain had to proclaim that it was not possible to re-establish slavery, for Her Majesty has declared the system abolished forever in this province. 43. When the story emerged that U.S. agents had arrived on the island to destabilize Spanish rule, it was unclear if these emigrants should celebrate their impending liberation or, alternatively, worry that they had moved closer to re-enslavement. There will be a revolution provoked by these agents, said Hood in July 1862, followed by an appeal from the Dominicans to the federal government demanding annexation by the United States. Then American ships of war will appear to seal the deal. Hood was unsure if their activity was actually sanctioned by Washington, then in a death match for survival. And, since at this juncture neither side in the war was explicitly abolitionist, emigrants on the island had more reason to worry. 44. London thought that Santo Domingo was so disgusted with Spanish misrule and so fearful of a Haitian return that it would be more than willing to bow to Washington. With a rare prescience, Hood foresaw that a victorious United States would seek to throw into this island all the blacks of whom they wished to rid themselves in order to outnumber the native population, and that in the course of a few years it will be in reality an American state. Port-au-Prince was on board with this project, he said, a mistaken assumption. It was true that the United States lusted for the bay and town of Le Mole St. Nicholas, which were a direct menace to the Spanish colonies of Cuba and Puerto Rico. Then there was the startling intelligence that at a time when it was not clear that Washington would prevail militarily during the Civil War, it was arming anti-Madrid rebels in the Dominican Republic. 45. It was startling that, just as France took advantage of the Civil War to seize Mexico and Spain to seize the Dominican Republic, Washington itself too had yet to abandon plans of territorial expansion, though its very existence was then threatened, as if some kind of deep-seated instinct was operative. For, according to a close colleague of Hood, the U.S. plan was to take all the West Indies as soon as they have done with their own troubles in the southern states. At that point, they will give immediate attention with their large military and naval forces to Mexico and the West Indies. Dominicans were so disgusted with Spain that they were willing to welcome Washington or even a Haitian return. 46. Perhaps because of the fright that Spain would seek to make the Dominican Republic an enslaved twin of Cuba, Dominicans were said to fight like supernatural fiends with a desperate intensity. It would require complete and absolute extermination by Spain to put down the rebellion. It was a war of races and color and a civil war besides, in evidence of which is the fact that many Dominicans have been put to death by the insurgents themselves, said Hood. 47. Adding to the complexity was the point that, by December 1863, Hood was mulling the possibility that Spain should retain control of the Dominican Republic as an effectual check on American ambition. 48. What may have motivated this surprising turnabout was Hood's realization that a leader of the insurgents, with a large sum of money, was headed to Manhattan to purchase arms and ammunition. 49. Which doubtlessly was destined to bring increased U.S. influence. This also seemed to be prophecy when by early 1864 a U.S. diplomat, who was actively engaged in American propaganda, was headed to the Dominican Republic with the avowed intention of forming a liaison with the anti-Madrid rebels. If they agreed to U.S. terms, said Hood, the United States would provide money, men, and arms. A U.S. schooner destined to become a Dominican privateer actually left New York laden with arms and ammunition and was headed for the island with official sanction. 50. By 1864 it appeared that Dixie would not prevail, which further emboldened its opponents. France was preoccupied in Mexico 51, though it cocked an eye to the attack on Vermont launched from its former colony, Quebec. 52 Britain was tied up with a revolt in Jamaica that Paris also monitored. 53 And Spain was bleeding profusely in the Dominican Republic. All of this should have been good news for Haiti, except it was undergoing severe political strain too. As Spanish rule was decomposing, Jane Casno continued to gloat about the many immigrants expected in Santo Domingo and the timber there that could be useful in designing a small town. Hoping against hope, she continued to contend that liberty of conscience would obtain on the island, as the lack of which would serve as a disincentive to emigration. She maintained that the Bethel Church, a congregation of respectable and well-to-do colored people from the United States, has had its building made over by the Spanish government. The house was an old government office and until now was only lent to the congregation, but henceforth it will belong to it in absolute property. She concluded by observing that Santo Domingo has been very sickly this summer, but the country is healthy. 54 But that did not seem to apply in her description of Puerto Plata, where U.S. Negro emigrants had flocked. She continued to prepare propaganda hyping emigration for circulation among those in the border states. Casno was optimistic about success in this regard since Spain is on her very best behavior in Saint Domingo with all sorts of liberal encouragements and ample toleration for farmers and mechanics. Spanish annexation, she contended, had caused a five-fold increase in land prices. Whereas well-situated sugar and coffee lands bring from $30 to $50 an acre in Cuba, this island has more good cotton tracts up among the hills than Cuba and Puerto Rico put together. That item is what has settled us here. 55. Though the Casnos were ostensibly U.S. agents, they proved to be quite comfortable with the new status quo inaugurated by Spanish annexation. This was due largely to the fact that this couple gave priority to profiteering, which could be accommodated by Washington or Madrid. I know better than the State Department itself many of the most important and controlling facts about the region, which also meant that she did not feel duty-bound to follow the rules as articulated in Washington. I handled the preliminaries of the Texas annexation movement, she boasted, and would like to do the same with the new issue of the Antilles now looming. She added that it should be done in league with the Manhattan Press, which would be able to run up its own circulation at the same time in the bargain. 56 William Casno was her match as an adventurer, but she had an advantage. When Randolph Kiem met him en route to the Dominican Republic, he found the freelance diplomat had extreme deafness, quite a convenience for confidential consultation. 57. By the time she had penned this previous message, Spain had been ousted and the Casnos pivoted smoothly toward backing annexation by the United States. The Dixie secessionists were scrambling to avoid Spain's fate and thought they could continue to play upon Gallic sentiments still smarting over the loss of Hispaniola decades earlier. For it was in early 1865, when Confederate defeat seemed just a matter of time, that Louisiana Governor Henry Allen contacted His Majesty the Emperor of the French. Allen told him that my state was once a portion of France and, now, all look to you in our hour of need. For the descendants of those daring Frenchmen who brought the flag of France to Louisiana and settled the state now appeal to you, as did the Christians of Syria, as did Turkey, as did Italy, as did Mexico. Now if the armies of the North are permitted to overrun the southern states, they will march triumphantly over the ruins of the Confederacy to the conquest of Mexico. The destiny of these states is deeply interwoven with the integrity of the Mexican Empire. They are coterminous for 1,000 miles after all, and Washington seeks the destruction of both. I know we have your sympathy, he added unnecessarily. He did not add, however, that if France had come to his rescue, this would have preserved slavery and further portended revanchist policies toward Hispaniola. 58 For even before Allen's démarche, a Savannah journal had suggested that Haiti be brought into the Union, and this was before slavery was abolished. 59 It was in 1855 that Martin R. Delaney scorned the deep-seated scheme for the invasion of Haiti. 60. Allen's appeal reaped no immediate dividends, though Delaney's fear remained real by 1865. Chasing Spain from the Dominican Republic only returned Santo Domingo to the status quo ante, i.e. what to do about Haiti. One leader in eastern Hispaniola feared that the restoration of local rule in this vast territory would only serve to throw the Dominicans into the arms of the Negroes, meaning the Haitians. "I announce it here," he said, "that in that land which we were the first to discover, the European race, the white race, the Spanish race will be destroyed as a result." 61 This marked the heightening of the movement to save Santo Domingo from Haiti with yet another annexation, this one by the United States. Spain's ouster and the military defeat of Dixie secessionists reanimated long-held plans of a U.S. takeover of the Dominican Republic. It was not just the Casnos who stood to benefit, for also poised to profit was another U.S. national, Joseph Fabens, who was accorded certain ill-defined mineralogical rights. His compatriot, John O'Sullivan, got a concession for mail steamers, and another mainlander received guano and railway rights. 62. This is the backdrop for one of the more troubling incidents of that entire era, the evident attempt by Franco-American Antonio Pelletier to land a vessel illicitly in Haiti for the purpose of capturing Africans for enslavement in Cuba or perhaps the mainland itself. The accused, a native of France, was naturalized in the United States in 1852. By March 1861, he was in Haitian waters and would be tried and imprisoned because of his effort to effectuate Haiti's worst nightmare, reenslavement. He was sentenced to be shot, along with his crew, but the High Court in Haiti reversed the judgment and he was retried and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. In 1860 Pelletier bought a vessel at Key West, which happened to be a condemned slaver. He sailed to Mobile, where he loaded lumber, and then to Cartagena by November. Pelletier was a partner in a cotton merchant firm, which made him seem even more suspicious. In any case, a revolt was in progress, so he was detained there for 2 weeks. Upon departure, he took aboard Juan Cortez and his family and others, but wind blew them off course to the Caymans, where they arrived by mid-December. Also taken aboard was Biner, a colored man, a political refugee from Cartagena, who became a principal witness against him. Then he sailed for Haiti to dispose of goods but encountered difficulty. He also claimed later that he was headed to Navassa for guano. He left for New Orleans before landing at Puerto Plata, or, at least, that's where he thought he had landed. He raised a small French flag as a signal for help, then entered the port, where he was stunned to see a Haitian flag flying. Apparently, he thought he was in Puerto Plata, raising the tantalizing possibility that he was bent on snatching U.S. Negro immigrants. Yes, said Pelletier, there were single instances of successfully kidnapping free persons and selling them, but this would be utterly impossible with Haitians. He then thought that he should feign that his vessel was French. He spoke this language, among others, though why he thought this would provide protection, instead of savaging, was not apparent. A member of his crew later testified that there is hardly a vessel that sails out of the United States that does not carry 3 or 4 different flags. However, this same witness said when the Haitian authorities boarded the vessel and saw a U.S. flag, one of their numbers spoke in English and said, "St. sick on your American flag." Their Pelletier's problems accelerated, culminating in the verdict of guilty. Subsequently he argued that a crew member suggested that he fly the French flag and to tell the Haitians who inquired that he was bound from Havana to El Havre but encountered distress. Upon being detained, outraged Haitians expressed their wrath by pelting him with dirt and stones. Like an exhibit, he was paraded and lacerated with knives. "There was a savage multitude of thousands surrounding us and we left a trail of blood." This was in Cap Haitien, though it was repeated in Port-au-Prince. He was marched the lengthy distance between the two cities, being beaten and mangled during the entire course. He claimed that there was an attempt to poison him. He refused to eat after a while, since an African jailed with him consumed offered food and in half an hour he was dead. He claimed that he was tortured and subjected to insults and violence from the populace. Thrown in a dungeon, he asserted that small boys were permitted to beat out his eyes with sticks for their amusement. He was tied to a tree and about a dozen soldiers with muskets menaced him. Tellingly, the U.S. crew members were treated worse than others, subjected to torture and bound in irons. Benjamin Whitten, appointed by President Lincoln as consul to Haiti in 1862, found Pelletier to be in wretched, miserable condition. His flesh had been eaten by maggots and there were sores on his body. He was emaciated, pallid, and ghostly. But damagingly, he also conceded that aboard Pelletier's vessel were documents indicating that he was bound for a place on the African coast and also planned to journey to Cuba. The Haitian side asked pointedly why his vessel contained at least 20 pairs of handcuffs, a sizable quantity of arms and ammunition, empty casks, provisions in abundance, woolen blankets in great number, and a false deck suitable for blocking prying eyes. The accused said there were only 8 pairs of handcuffs aboard and a mere 8 water casks, not over 100 as charged. I have no doubt, said Haiti's consul, that the intention of Captain Pelletier was to induce a number of Haitians to go on board of his vessel, and then make his escape with them and sell them into slavery. This was not conjecture, since a member of his crew, his chief mate, said as much. His goal was to grab 150 men to sell in Cuba. Haiti was not prone to be merciful. By 1823 Haitian courts, acting upon a similar question, had laid down the general principle that there should be no mercy in suppressing piracy. A disappointed Pelletier was distraught at what he perceived as a lack of effort by his government to rescue him. That white men, his own race, were to be sacrificed by the colored race was the dilemma he felt he faced. He appealed for protection from the representatives of all civilized governments, as he was suffering in behalf of all white men. The United States, distracted by civil war and desiring access to Haitian ports, was reluctant to intervene, and the so-called Confederate States of America were unwilling to be seen as aiding a slave dealer. Moreover, Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, Prussia, Austria, Norway, and Sweden all turned their backs on him. In fact, Seth Webb, the U.S. envoy, suspected that Pelletier was an agent of the Confederacy and suspected further that a plan was afoot to seize his vessel by stealth and convert it into a privateer to be wielded against the United States. In any case, the U.S. consul was said to be compromised since he was married to the mulatto-sick daughter of a Haitian official. By November 1862, Haiti had been recognized by the United States and Pelletier thought his plight would improve. It was at that point that a crew member wrote President Lincoln. "I got my letter smuggled out," he said later. By then, Thomas Collar was about naked and barefooted and bareheaded, besides in a dank cell. This gambit worked. He was released, arriving in Manhattan by December 1862, but he had difficulty adjusting. "I could not stand it, I had not seen cold weather for 10 years. He had returned to Haiti by early January, where he espied Pelletier, who was nothing but skin and bones. "I took him some tobacco, I knew he was a great smoker." But as the Emancipation Proclamation was signaling a new birth of freedom on the mainland, Pelletier chose to emulate that example. For on November 11, 1863 at 10 p.m. he scaled the wall of the hospital where he was confined and fled to the French legation, where he stayed for 36 hours, before repairing to the British legation for a similar length of time. And by November 14 he was on a Spanish steamer headed to Kingston, Jamaica, arriving 2 days later. By 1864 he was in the United States, where he launched a lawsuit that would last decades and poison the well of bilateral relations. Pelletier, who was born in Fontainebleau, was a man of affluence, having been involved in the Australian trade previously. Most of his crew were born in France and, given the charges and Haitian history, this was an uncomfortable combination. At the trial in Port-au-Prince, lines of inquiry suggested that after snatching Haitians, the vessel would then sail to the slave emporium that was New Orleans. One crew member confessed that he sought to use his influence to dissuade Pelletier from his intended slave trade. This trial from 26 to 30 August 1861 culminated in jurists conferring for 4 hours before pronouncing a death sentence. The chief defendant was also damaged when a carpenter on board confirmed that their purpose was to kidnap Haitians and sell them in Dixie. That the vessel in question had formerly been engaged in the slave trade, including voyages to Africa, did not help the case of the accused. That his arrival in Hispaniola also coincided with an ongoing dispute of the accused with the son-in-law of Haiti's president did not help his cause either. Pelletier was a man of means, the owner of several patents for the manufacture of shoes by machinery. This work was conducted in Troy, New York, though he was pushing to move this business to Cuba. In 1860 he was in Havana in pursuit of this goal, though it was not manifest if he planned to use slave labor there. In Chicago he had investments in distilleries. While imprisoned in Haiti he forfeited many of these holdings, including land in Iowa. The affluent Pelletier was also a currency trader, obtaining silver coins from France and, as the Iowa example suggested, a major landowner, confessing to owning 650,000 acres of land in western Virginia. He was also a major stockholder in the Panama Telegraph Company, had coal interests in Central America too, and speculated in gold besides. He had an office at 98 Wall Street in Manhattan and a residence in New Rochelle. He also conducted major business with cotton brokers, and that was a connection that convinced many Haitians of his ill intent. 63. Ernest Romain, newly installed at the Haitian legation in Washington, declared that the real object of the Pelletier expedition was the slave trade and piracy in the seas and on the coast of Africa. Upon arriving in Haiti, Pelletier gave his name as Jules Letellier and pretended to be recruiting crew, but actually those so duped were destined to be taken off and sold in Cuba. This was not conjecture, and it was confirmed by his crew, who said the goal was to dragoon 150 enslaved men for Cuba. 64 Victorin Pleasance, Haiti's leading diplomat, was told that while in Cartagena, Pelletier had engaged in fraud and other sharp practices, adding to the image that he would not be above human trafficking. 65 Pelletier's lack of support was ratified when Haitian-based envoys from France, Holland, Denmark, Italy, Austria, and Norway concurred that Pelletier should face punishment. 66. The U.S. envoy, Eustace Hubbard, was similarly dismissive of Pelletier, referring contemptuously to his illegitimate voyage. The proof was strong that he was a slaver. Indeed, in consequence of his highly suspicious activities, Hubbard did not deem it his duty to interfere with the Haitian authorities, and, besides, his assertions are notoriously untrue. "I have no doubt," said the emissary, "that Pelletier planned to sell Haitians into slavery. As for his crew, they too were suspect and were composed of the refuse of all nations." 67 Addressing Pelletier directly with venom, Hubbard said that the would-be enslaver was perfectly aware that he was on the coast of Haiti and that he had seen Pelletier's ships with his own eyes. 68. Henry Byron of the British legation in Haiti viewed Pelletier's claims with skepticism, pointing to the slave deck on his vessel and the suspicious circumstances of his arrival in Hispaniola. Byron also noted the fact that his vessel was here denounced as a slaver by the crew and passengers on board of her and his general temerity. 69. This case, says the historian Rayford Logan, occasioned the longest dispute in the history of the relations between the United States and Haiti. It concluded ironically with Pelletier, a presumptive slave trader, being defended aggressively by the U.S. envoy to Haiti, the African-American John Mercer Langston, who pledged in 1879 that no effort on my part shall be spared to bring his case to a speedy and just settlement. In a manner redolent of the Haitian indemnity paid to France, Pelletier was awarded compensation. 70. The news got worse for Haiti, as far as the United States was concerned. In 1868 the negrophobic Andrew Johnson stated in his annual address to Congress that the annexation of the two republics of the island of St. Domingo was his goal. 71. This ambition, which would have effectively liquidated the sovereignty established by black Jacobins, was barely checked by Congress, though it effectively helped to squash the promise of revolution. Many Haitians mourned the passing of Abraham Lincoln, and Johnson gave them further reason for doing so. 72. President Johnson's anti-Negro policies had external backing. Though Spain had been ousted from the Dominican Republic, Madrid continued to pose a problem for Negroes in that credible reports emerged of arms being distributed from its consulate in New Orleans to ultra-conservatives determined to block Negro voting and political activism. 73 That may shed light on why the soon-to-be Negro Congressman John Willis Menard visited Haiti. 74 Perhaps, as a result, Negro solidarity with Haiti did not cease after the deposing of Gaffrard. In fact, one periodical proclaimed that his successor, Sylvain Salnave, was without any exception, the most popular ruler in the world. Doubters were told bluntly, the fact is beyond question since even George Washington was not made president with such universal spontaneity of choice. 75. For those who cited Haiti as a negative example of abolition, another Negro journal asserted that with all her civil contentions and internal revolution, Haiti cannot compare for anarchy, changes of government, and periodic rebellions with Mexico and the South American republics. 76 Negro pride was bursting when a Haitian battleship with a colored commander and crew, it was noted pointedly arrived in Norfolk and attracted general attention. 77 There was a material basis for this interest. 4. It was noted in May 1865, that 2/3 of all the commerce of this island was American trade. 78. Yet despite this evident enthusiasm for Haiti among U.S. Negroes, a fervor that had begun decades earlier, these beneficiaries of the Civil War did not stand united in opposition to annexation, which in President Johnson's own words could incorporate Haiti. This was even more striking in light of the mass opposition to annexation on the island and not just in Haiti. 79 What was occurring was that the population to be known as African American was learning an early and bitter lesson of citizenship, support imperial ventures or run the risk of being demonized as unpatriotic, a charge not easily dismissed. After all, it was only recently that, as slaves, this group had become well known for its backing of abolitionist London, a certified foe for decades of enslaving Washington. Haiti, by way of contrast, was unreserved in its hostility to annexation, reminding the United States that it had the freedmen question to deal with. This should occupy its attention and, thus, leave to the island of Haiti its whole territory. It is necessary to the men of African race who, perhaps soon, will not be able any longer to reside in the territory of the United States to have a refuge which Haiti alone can offer them, so, leave the island intact. Washington should recognize, said Port-au-Prince, that not only justice but self-interest dictated such a result. 80. Samana, again, was at issue and numerous Dominicans too were not favorable to giving up this valuable site. Samana, 45 miles in length and 12 miles wide at its greatest width, was a prize that the United States desired to hold in a lease arrangement for up to 50 years or in perpetuity for the sum of 1 million silver coins annually plus armament, which could be used to menace Haiti. 81. Another proposal was a lease of Samana at an annual cost of $100,000.82. The importance of Samana was clearly signaled when Secretary of State Seward journeyed there in 1866 in pursuit of this potential base. 83. London was told that the United States not only wanted acquisition of Samana but also annexation of the whole of the Dominican Republic, which was an accurate perception. 84. In a confidential report, the Foreign Office in London was informed that Samana is to the Gulf of Mexico what Mayotte is to the Indian Ocean. It is not only the military but also the commercial key of the Gulf. Hence, London wanted minimally neutrality for Samana. 85. Washington was determined to disappoint London. It was in early 1868 that the U.S. President requested transfer of the peninsula and Bay of Samana to the United States. In return, Santo Domingo wanted munitions of war so as to better confront Haiti. Besides, said Secretary of State Seward, the Dominican Republic was very liberal in granting privileges to parties desiring to explore and work the numerous and valuable mines there and, as well, had a soil unsurpassed in the West Indies. There were coal mines in Samana too, just waiting to be exploited. The naval station there commanded the transit from Europe to the Gulf of Mexico through the Mona Passage. It was not irrelevant that during the recent Spanish occupation the adjacent Republic of Haiti was menaced. and given Port-au-Prince's historic tendency to see itself as a kind of defender of Africans in the hemisphere, this potential challenge to U.S. sovereignty could not be ignored either. It was only recently that the Dominican Republic and Haiti agreed that neither would alienate any portion of its territories that the proposed Samana cession contravened, but that treaty was not absolutely concluded in Seward's estimation. 86 Seward had fewer qualms about the legality of what Santo Domingo had told him, i.e. the fulfillment of this treaty between the Dominican Republic and the United States on Samana shall be determined by the Supreme Court of the United States, to which the Dominican Republic will delegate full powers. 87 An effective liquidation of sovereignty and a precursor to annexation. Prominent residents of Cibao renounced the authority of those in Santo Domingo in opposition to the Samana deal. 88 The leading Dominican personality, Gregorio Luperon, objected to giving up Samana. He argued that the majority of our people agreed that the proposal should be made null and void and that it would threaten the Republic of Haiti if enacted. 89 The Santo Domingo well knew. In fact, days before Luperon's warning, his Dominican opponent, Gautier, told a U.S. investor, Joseph Fabens, that already the Haitians have begun to be alarmed in consequences of the report that you have powers to treat for annexation. 90. Yet by late 1869, U.S. agents were satisfied that all was quiet in Samana, as both native and those of American descent, meaning U.S. Negroes, are well satisfied with the proposed change of sovereignty. After the American flag was raised there, a confident Joseph Fabens strolled to the Wesleyan Chapel, where these U.S. Negroes congregated. They had suffered much, he said unctuously, but were now recovering from the Spanish scourge. As he counted, the population of the town is about 300, with 1,500 on the peninsula, and of those about 600 are colored persons of American descent. 91. This list of opponents also included J.B. Zafra, who told his fellow politicos that the constitution of their homeland forbids the alienation of territory. Ironically, this principle was sanctified in the Treaty of Peace concluded with Haiti, in which it was pledged not to cede to any nation the smallest particle of territory. 4. To introduce a very powerful foreign state into our very weak republic is to attack our independence and put our nationality in danger. This would be an act of treason. And what of the flood of men who will invade us through Samana? What would ensue would be a war of caste from the day when a stranger to our language as well as our color and religion shall have come among us. Even a cursory glance at U.S. history suggested that wherever there are whites, who hold the blacks in sovereign contempt, or blacks, who are just freed from slavery, the latter would be looked at with an evil eye by those who are not of the same color. It was also a declaration of war against the Haitian people and would deem us ever as traitors to our nationality. And it was to declare war against European nations who hold possessions in America. It was already known that annexation would be followed by the mass expulsion of the newly freed mainland slave population. It was asked plaintively, what then will be the future in a few years only of the 300,000 Dominicans of mixed breed who are neither white nor black? Even if the entire island were not gobbled up, but simply Samana, this latter site would become a school of immorality and a place of refuge of all conspirators, the open door to the denationalization of the entire republic and the supreme retaliation of the Spanish party, i.e. a replay of 1861 when Madrid took over. 92. What was stiffening the spine of those like Zafra was the adamant objection emanating from Haiti. Louis Achille de Pitti Fernandi, Haiti's consul in Manhattan, stridently protested the selling of island soil to the United States, agreeing that his nation's treaty with the Dominican Republic strictly forbade such a measure. 93 Yet undermining Haiti's stridency was a spate of reports that echoed events in recent decades. Attacks on U.S. nationals in Haiti were reported, though denied as false and scandalous accusations invented by the enemies of Port-au-Prince. Those assaulted were said to be naturalized Haitians, but this did little to curb the growing notion that at least a U.S. takeover would forestall such unwelcome attacks. 94. But Haiti would have difficulty standing up to the United States given the instability there. Moreover, Haiti, as had been its historic pattern, was hardly opposed to an influx of U.S. Negroes, though harboring qualms about their being expelled from the mainland. One official from Haiti expressed readiness to make amends to a race formerly oppressed, with the pending emigration thought to express those noble principles said to animate Washington. Port-au-Prince was pleased that in a rare gesture, a Negro had been posted to Haiti as an envoy to represent the great and powerful United States. 95 This conciliation may have been influenced by the fact that at the same time in Jacmel there was protest against a hostile act committed by a ship of war under the American flag. 96. In a pattern that would increase in coming decades, the United States had begun to play a more active role in Haitian affairs and, with the U.S. Negro population now nursing its tenuous citizenship, the latter was reluctant to object. Évariste Laroche of Haiti pointed accusingly to vessels then repairing at Chester, Pennsylvania, that were intended for the rebels in Haiti. He demanded this pro-rebel interference be stopped since the United States, which had borne the ravages of civil war, i.e. the Southern Rebellion, should be more sensitive to such blatant interference in the island's internal affairs. 97. But these words fell on deaf ears and soon he was complaining again. This time it was about F.W. Clapp, a merchant in St. Mark, who fitted out the Mount Vernon in one of the ports of Rhode Island and then sent the steamer to the rebels of St. Mark. Since the United States had just passed through a terrible civil war, how could it tolerate this behavior? Were they glad of the moral or material aid, Laroche asked, that the whole of the South was receiving from Allied powers? 98. No, the United States was not glad about past European aid to the secessionists, but it did not equate the island republic with the mainland republic. Besides, pressure on Haiti hampered the ability of Port-au-Prince to object too strenuously to the attempted seizure of Samana or the entire island for that matter. Then there was the ongoing turmoil in Cuba that was washing over Haiti. One vessel had just changed her name and diverted from Cuba to Hispaniola in order, said the Haitian consul, to aid the rebels in Haiti and, to that end, was equipped for warfare. 99. Haiti also charged that in addition to its political aims, this aid to rebels was simple profiteering. The profits made out of us by foreign brokers for vessels and arms, said one Haitian leader, were enormous. No wonder they want to see the contest keep up as long as possible and they benefit and we suffer. The vessels were old secessionist models, of which there were quite a few. Yes, the appointment of some colored men to office on the mainland was welcomed, but this kind of interference was eroding whatever goodwill had accrued. 100. Then there was the ongoing problem of mainland profiteers flooding Haiti with counterfeit currency. There was a vast organization abroad, said Haiti's delegate in Washington, centered on the mainland, that operated with impunity due to the nonfeasance of U.S. authorities. This corrupt praxis was carried on a grand scale in the United States, as if it were a legitimate branch of industry. This piracy of a new kind was mainly carried on by American citizens on American soil, allowing the perpetrators to elude the long arm of the law in Haiti. This does as much harm to my country, it was said, as was done a few years ago by Southern privateers. This was a cruel payback. Indeed, during the Civil War, while all the ports of the Antilles were, in a manner, closed to the United States, while a kind of hospitality was extended to the Confederate cruisers, Haiti in virtual isolation refused to go along. 101. As Haiti saw things, while it had hastened to rebuff the secessionists, Port-au-Prince was now being treated shabbily, as if it had been an arm of Dixie. The proposed annexation, said Stephen Preston, Haiti's man in Washington, has caused me deep and painful surprise and was a formal menace to the independence of Haiti. The United States had been considered as our ally and as one that would, in case of necessity, protect us against the aggressions of European powers. This, however, was not panning out. Please calm our legitimate anxieties, he implored. 102. Washington proceeded otherwise. Preston noted nervously that Washington's treaty to annex the island of San Domingo, the name formerly given to Haiti by Europeans and still commonly used in the United States, left the impression that his nation's sovereignty was up for grabs. This was a formal menace to the independence of Haiti, he said accurately. Secretary of State Hamilton Fish did not assuage matters when he told Preston that the proposed treaty was strictly and exclusively a domestic document and, thus, his complaint was premature. 103 Should Preston have waited until the treaty was a fait accompli and Haitian sovereignty was being strangled before objecting? Secretary of State Fish insisted that, since the United States was now abolitionist, there was little basis for Haitian objections to annexation. 104. Other U.S. nationals were not as circumspect. Amadus Meyer of New York was already speculating on the island's close connection with the United States and its willingness to acquiesce in a change of nationality. Haiti alone, he said, would give us a foothold in the very center of the West Indies, commanding them all, better even than the larger island of Cuba, and offering in case of war a self-supplying position. This would erode English, French, and German competition in a perfect paradise on earth, however it may have been ridiculed. This was reciprocal since, before the Civil War, the very name of the United States had a bad sound to the ear of a Haitian. It was under the softening influence of French mannerism and accustomed to the well-mannered and unprejudiced French and German. Both powers, he noted, had become hostile to the United States and the latter barely contained the rudest class of seamen, creating a disagreeable impression. This was further increased by the often undisguised dislike of the Negro as a race, expressed by degrading epithets and allusions to slavery. And this was further increased by the general low moral standing of the official representatives of our government in that country, mere pothous politicians whom the government wished to get rid of and whom it was thought were good enough for the niggers. But with the Civil War there had been a readjustment of the domestic policy with regard to the Negro and slavery. Continued restiveness in Haiti itself and the considerable influx of dissatisfied Jamaican emigrants settling in Haiti was spontaneously aiding in disseminating the belief that the final destiny of all the islands of the West Indies was to be annexation to the United States sooner or later. It was true that Haitians were extremely jealous of their nationality and their history gives them a certain reason to be proud of the deeds of their ancestors. They mention with mature satisfaction Toussaint L'Ouverture and Alexander Dumas. For Washington's ample plans in the Caribbean, a special approach toward Haiti in particular was required. The worst feature in the Haitian character was the inclination for political intrigue and consequent revolution. And this, Meyer said, had to be addressed. They disdain farming and seek cities, and when flummoxed, they look to politics as a salve. As for the masses, their wants are very small and a transfer to American citizenship could only be of benefit to them. Many of them would be relieved, among other burdens, of having to perform military service. The wealthiest young men, he observed, were exempted by joining the National Guard, which was akin to performing a duty of mere child's play in times of peace. Addressing this inequity, Meyer added, would bring instant credibility to the U.S. occupiers. Abolition was a plus in that there had been a want of capital, which was kept out of the country by laws against whites, but the removal of slavery had now satisfied the Haitians that no danger to their freedom would arise from a change of those exclusion laws. Though this writer knew Haiti better than the Dominican Republic, he was convinced that the same remarks apply with more or less variation to the Dominicans too. They are among the same people as regards their Negro parentage, contain a larger number of lighter shade mulattoes, allow whites to immigrate and own real estate, and are certainly readier to accept the stars and stripes than the Haitians. Hence, if the United States could only avoid the snare of secret intriguing, an entire island was theirs for the taking. 105. Haiti continued to strain to placate Washington, seeking to avoid offending delicate sensibilities by seeking to avoid appointing envoys whose color might offend. The former enslaving republic restrained itself to and occasionally appointed envoys who were perceived as having high-level access back home. Thus, one of the top emissaries to the island republic was Arthur Folsom, a resident of Jeremy for a half-century though he was a native of Exeter, New Hampshire. He was the grandson of Nathan Folsom, who had commanded troops in Boston in 1775, and then served as a congressman before expiring in 1790.106. Yet his pedigree did not spare him when in 1865, as he reported anxiously, 4 young men congregated near my home with the intent to assassinate me. 107. The threat to Folsom was a reflection of the fierce reaction to U.S. maneuvers in Hispaniola. By 1868 a revolt had erupted in Santo Domingo that one Dominican described as calamitous and inducing misery. This was in response to the gathering idea of a Spanish return, liquidating Dominican Republic sovereignty once more. The culprit was said to be Buenaventura Baez, whose principal object was the introduction of European influence, the cause of the convulsions and continual civil war. 108. It was true that Baez told one chief U.S. investor in the Dominican Republic that the country needs the importation of every class of the elements of civilization, whether coming from America or from Europe, and it cannot be otherwise. 109. Gregorio Luperon was the leader of the revolt, and he was said to have purchased a steamer, pretending it was for Haiti, then hoisting the Haitian flag before sailing into combat. He was headed to Puerto Plata to make war, it was said disconsolately. This was an insult to Washington, offered by the very man who reproached Santo Domingo for sympathy with the United States. 110. The peripatetic Luperon was spotted with a Venezuelan flag on his embattled vessel before heading to Samana. There he and his crew were said to have plundered, but were energetically expelled by the loyalty of the inhabitants, who without order or aid from the government, fought them on shore and forced them to embark. A North American citizen trading at Samana, advised M. Gautier of the Dominican Republic, was under arrest for 26 hours on board Luperon's vessel. It was an affair, it was thought, that demanded a U.S. intervention to halt this bandit. 111. Gautier sought to appeal to Washington's basest racial instincts, asserting that Luperon was very much behind the times. How so? He declared that the African race must rule and that it should be united in favor of the extermination of the others. To that end, he had been plundering, including the taking of an American steamer, and had committed other acts of piracy, all of which was quite shameless. 112. Washington thought that Luperon was backed by Haiti. By early 1870, Port-au-Prince was said to have ordered about 2,500 men with arms, ammunition, and provisions to Santo Domingo to assist in warfare against Baez, formerly scorned by the United States as a feckless mulatto but now seen as a savior. Problematically, Washington was not seen as a savior by many in Santo Domingo. Americans are very much disliked, said U.S. Naval leader E.K. Owens, and the American minister has been occasionally insulted by the people and the vaunted U.S. flag too. The supposed acquisition of Samana has greatly aroused the people against us, he said, backed, as I believe, by the English minister and merchants who desire the control of the trade of the island. 113. This was the contention, though Washington also had evidence that Luperon and his comrades crafted a stern protest of the proposed Samana deal, which drove them to take up arms. 114. Still, London was unsupportive of annexation of the Dominican Republic and perceived it as just one more way to keep Haiti at bay. 115. Whatever the case, though Haitians and Dominicans had been fighting intermittently since secession in 1844, now they were uniting to fight a Santo Domingo regime said to be in the pocket of Washington. Haitian leader Sylvain Salnave was reportedly captured on Dominican soil, along with 180 others, including 27 generals. Gautier said that Haiti was sending vessels to bombard Santo Domingo. Salnave reportedly confessed that his emissaries in Philadelphia had bought an ironclad war vessel for further attacks on the Dominican Republic, which caused Gautier to demand U.S. protection. Santo Domingo forces could fight well on land, but at sea, with the naval resources of Haiti, they were weak, and thus, he demanded, U.S. naval forces in these seas. 116. Secretary of State Fish, engaging in coercive diplomacy toward Santo Domingo, confessed that an ironclad that was full armed would be delivered soon to Haiti. 117. While this conflict was escalating, Baez reputedly garnered a loan from London, which was displeasing to Washington. At the same time, a U.S. national, David Hatch, accused this Dominican leader of looting his property in the Dominican Republic, adding to the complexity, Hatch was about to be executed, before being pardoned. 118 Hatch was charged with being hostile to annexation, a posture inconsistent with demanding consular aid from the United States. 119 This fracas sounded an uncertain trumpet. The Casnos were seeking to bring immigrants to the Dominican Republic, but political disturbances delivered by Luperon hindered peace on our frontier, according to Gautier. And these disturbances made it difficult to oppose the pretensions of Haiti, which he saw as Luperon's puppeteer. Now it was recommended that these settlers be armed, but it was unclear how many would arrive in light of what had befallen Hatch. 120 On the other hand, the ubiquitous investor, Joseph Fabens, was appointed by Baez and Gautier as their envoy in Washington and was given full powers to arrange and negotiate deals. 121 These deals likely would include military aid to the Dominican Republic, particularly as Casno was frantically denouncing guerrilla forays from Haiti that drained Santo Domingo. This suggested that a U.S. annexation would entail the dreaded War of the Races, jeopardizing self-protecting American settlements. Partially responsible was a U.S. national, Raymond Peary, who aroused the fears and suspicions of a number of political refugees from Haiti due to old prejudices of race and Mr. Peary's rough contempt for the colored citizens who he does to surprise with a blow when they displease him. As a result, those struck were preparing their minds for a deadly collision, and it will not surprise me, Casno noted, to hear of their heading guerrilla bands on the frontier within 3 months. It is giving the rulers of Haiti an excuse for appealing to their friends in the United States for at least the vocal support of public opinion against annexation, not to mention heightening racial tensions that were already flowing due to an incomplete reconstruction. 122 Casno had reason to worry. In fact, his lengthy campaign to annex the Dominican Republic, which would have benefited his narrow mercantile interests, was attracting more negative attention. One critic spoke to him directly, objecting to grants of public lands, amongst them one to yourself of some 200,000 acres of land. 123 In seeking to deny self-interest, Casno conceded the main point, i.e. that no one American has been more intimately connected with the Samana and annexation negotiations from their inception to their close than myself. 124 To be sure, the conflict between Peary and Casno was hardly one between an angel and a devil. Gautier sputtered about a scandalous incident in which a U.S. national, sued in the Dominican Republic by a man from neighboring St. Thomas, slapped his court opponent in the face. Gautier remarked that unfortunately the man who received the blow is a Negro. The painful sensation produced by this occurrence in society here could not well be exaggerated, and it was all Peary's fault, since he makes more injury than could have been done by the most open enemy because of the irritability of his temper. 125 In the presence of Baez, Peary termed Casno a trickster and a dishonest man. 126 Indeed, such bickering was hardly conducive to building confidence in Washington's stance. Yet it continued. As noted, Casno claimed that no one American has been more intimately connected with the annexation negotiations than himself. Well, said the spluttering Peary, I am well aware of the design yourself and Fabens constructed and of your intrigue. As for President Ulysses S. Grant, I have every reason to fear he has already been used by a financial ring. 127 i.e. he was part of the profiteering, an opinion held by others. A flabbergasted Casno hotly denied the absurd insinuation that the president has been used by me or any associates of mine for private speculation. This was too ridiculous for serious notice and the wild fancy of a distempered brain, though such inflamed rhetoric conveniently evaded a specific denial. 128 Peary, the U.S. commercial agent in Santo Domingo, countered persuasively that there are some who are taking a very active interest in the Dominican Republic and would jeopardize their flag or friends to gain it, a thinly veiled reference to Casno. Yet with all these clashes, Washington was moving steadily to seize Samana, if not the Dominican Republic as a whole, even as Haiti, Luperon, and other opponents objected. By late 1869, the U.S. flag had been hoisted in Samana and was saluted by the governor. The whole country is anxious for annexation, said Peary, though by anxious he may not have meant eager but nervous. 129 The U.S. Navy was told that unanimity in favor of annexation did not attend to Puerto Plata, where ample funds to back Luperon were then being collected, though there was no word as to whether this grouping included U.S. Negro emigrants. 130. While Perry and Casno were squabbling, Haitians were fighting vigorously against annexation. Haitian soldiers, said Gautier, were captured by us in the ranks of the enemy. 131. According to Perry, the Dominican allies of Haiti were not only backed by Port-au-Prince but also the feared Cacos, that is, militant patriots, who are enemies to the Haitian and Dominican governments alike and were very strong at present on the frontier. Cacos, he said, bombarded the border. London was accused of fishing in troubled waters by trying to buy the allegiances of Dominican Republic military leaders. All the while, Perry was being assured by Santo Domingo that there was a very strong majority in favor of annexation throughout the island, and his antagonist, Casno, may have been assured by his concluding words, "Real estate is going up rapidly." 132. Spencer St. John, the London emissary, thought annexation was not thoroughly understood in the Dominican Republic. Moreover, in the case of those who do understand the project, it is generally condemned, while others felt they could expel the Americans, just as they did the Spaniards, if annexation did not work out well. 133. London was also told that annexation, in addition to being a project in land speculation by the Casnos and their ilk, was, as well, a crafty way for Santo Domingo to avoid bond repayments. 134. U.S. Negro emigrants, also a factor that had to be accounted for, had their own preoccupations, at least in Haiti, where some seemed to be objecting to mandates to serve in the army and labor on public roads. As a result, they were forced to turn to the U.S. consulate for protection, an ironic turnabout from recent decades. 135. This desire for U.S. protection may explain why so many of this group were said to back annexation. Insidiously, annexation may have enhanced their personal position in that Washington would have been desirous of having forces on the scene who were English speakers and presumably not hostile to the United States. 136. These emigrants were taking their newly found citizenship seriously. 1, said G. H. Harding in St. Mark, flatters himself that he is as capable as any other man of fulfilling the duties of consul for that country which he has the honor of claiming as his own. However, this man was in great danger of being supplanted by an unprincipled individual, who has no other recommendation than that of being white. Harding also observed that a great many of the American immigrants at this point are from the state of New York and are personally acquainted with the Secretary of State, i.e. Seward, and sought to capitalize upon this connection. There were about 400 of this group in St. Mark, and they now felt themselves able to reverse the previous consular policies which did not pay sufficient attention to the complaints of the poor cold Americans. They protected the white Americans only. These emigrants were arbitraging, for it was Haiti that had placed pressure on the United States by, it was said, having shown its entire want of prejudice of color by conferring upon a citizen of the United States the most lucrative Haitian consulate in America, that of Boston, worth from $3,000 to $4,000 a year. This was in marked contrast to the consulate contested in St. Mark that was worth $100 a year. 137. In short, the defeat of the enslavers during the U.S. Civil War brought an uncertain benefit to Haiti. A different result would have meant increased pressure to re-enslave Haitians, while Washington's victory only meant increased pressure to terminate Haitian sovereignty. In other words, the decades following Haitian independence involved continuous efforts by the United States and U.S. nationals to re-enslave the entire island and liquidate independence. This was followed in the 20th century by U.S. occupations of both Haiti and the Dominican Republic, which realized dreams that had been harbored in Washington for years. The 21st century then brought another kind of U.S. occupation in the wake of the devastating earthquake in 2010. 138 Still, the spirit of black Jacobins has yet to be quelled, not least since the revolutionary example of Haiti spread throughout the Americas and created a general crisis of the slave system that could only be resolved thankfully with its collapse. As a result, Africans in particular and the international working class in general owe a massive debt of gratitude to the black Jacobins of Hispaniola. 11. Annex Hispaniola and deport U.S. Negroes there? 1870 to 1871. Was there a Haitian plan to fire upon Frederick Douglass during his visit to Hispaniola in early 1871? This was the controversial contention of Santo Domingo when a U.S. delegation, which included Douglass, arrived on the island. The delegation was dispatched by President Grant to examine the modalities of annexation. It was well known that Port-au-Prince and its Dominican allies were firmly opposed to annexation, and it was equally notorious that Luperon and others had taken up arms against this prospect, reputedly backed by Port-au-Prince. If Haitians and their island allies could be credibly accused of firing upon Douglass, still the reigning symbol of U.S. Negro freedom, it was a troubling sign that both this beset mainland grouping, which had just escaped enslavement, and those thought to be their comrades in Hispaniola were in more danger than either seemed to acknowledge. President Grant desired to see the valuable timbers of the Dominican Republic in U.S. hands. Moreover, it was the gate to the Caribbean Sea and, most importantly, capable of supporting the entire colored population of the United States. Since the present difficulty in bringing all parts of the United States to a happy unity and love of country grows out of the prejudice to color, he was eager to see the mass deportation of the newly freed to Hispaniola. Only space was needed, and a refuge like the Dominican Republic was where the U.S. Negro would find that his worth would soon be discovered. For if Providence designed that the two races should not live together, he would find a home in the Antilles. This interest dovetailed with security concerns, since in case of war between England and the United States, New York and New Orleans would be as much severed as would be New York and Calais, France, due to the string of British islands surrounding the mainland, Bermuda and the Bahamas not least. And this increased the value of Hispaniola. San Domingo is weak, he said with frankness, and must go somewhere for protection. Is the United States willing that she should go elsewhere than to herself? Such a confession would be to abandon our oft-repeated Monroe Doctrine. Grabbing the isle would be carrying out manifest destiny. Anyway, can anyone favor rejecting so valuable a gift who voted $7,200,000 for the icebergs of Alaska? 1. Territorial aggrandizement had seized the now abolitionist republic. One Grant supporter, Samuel G. Howe, likewise maintained that the Emperor of Russia had far less right to convey Alaska to the United States than the government of Santo Domingo has to convey its territory to. According to Congressman Oliver Morton of Indiana, San Domingo alone was worth to us commercially, socially, and in every other way 50 Alaskas. The Dominican Republic would be consolidated and absorbed into the United States long before the people of Canada will be converted to annexation, referring to that other sizable land that had resisted U.S. charms. 3. Samuel Howe told the President that foreign powers which disfavor the growth of our political influence in the West India Islands opposed annexation. They also stirred up the anger of that party in Haiti which covets the domination of the whole island even at the price of extermination of white or mixed blood, which necessitated a robust response from Washington, lest this project gain momentum and head northward to the mainland. 4. Annexation failed in Congress. However, indicative of its importance was Grant sending to the Dominican Republic the commission which included Douglass, a purpose of which was to revive this defeated proposal. As annexation was going down to congressional defeat in Washington, the U.S. consul in Cap Haitien, who employed a secret agent, conveyed intelligence that the Haitian men of war L'Union had departed Port-au-Prince for this city and Fort Liberty and had on board arms and ammunition, destined for the Dominican insurgents. Worse, the consul noted, we have no way of preventing it. They have sent ammunition in empty soap boxes in order to evade shipboard search. 5. Thus, General Nord Alexis of Haiti was warned that a large majority of the Dominican people have asked to be annexed to the United States, and Port-au-Prince would be well advised to curtail its backing of opposing forces, e.g. Luperon. 6. General Alexis was dumbfounded, maintaining stoutly that his nation enforced the strictest neutrality with regard to Santo Domingo and that aid to Luperon was simply incomprehensible. 7. Still, this was an ironic coda to mainland abolition and what had helped to inspire it the rise of black Jacobins on the island. This was too a signal that abolition was not without cost, i.e. the formal adoption of U.S. nationality by the formerly enslaved, meant that these newly formed African Americans would feel constrained to go along with the more noxious aspects of U.S. imperialism as a way to avoid an even steeper decline of their now routinely degraded status. Yet, breaking with Haiti and coddling imperialism were not the surest route to equality of any sort. Along with the contemporaneous enlisting of U.S. Negro soldiers in the military and their involvement in leading attacks against Native American polities, these were clear signs that the destiny of the newly freed slaves would be precarious at best. Fortunately for the island, annexation failed and this, ironically, saved African Americans from being shipped to Hispaniola, a paradoxical conclusion to the decades-long trend of solidarity with Haiti and black Jacobins. The failure of annexation also had other consequences. It drove a wedge between President Grant and Senator Charles Sumner, or perhaps deepened it and, thus, reduced the potential of conflict with London, which would have ensued if annexation had succeeded. Whether the reduction in tension between London and Washington was of benefit to U.S. Negroes is questionable, particularly in light of this group having been able to engage in fruitful arbitrage between the two capitals for decades previously. 9 When the Haitian regime presented Senator Sumner with a richly ornamented and exquisitely wrought gold medal for his staunch opposition to annexation, and this was then praised in certain U.S. Negro newspapers, it also deepened a wedge among African Americans, which pitted those who backed Douglas's mission against those who did not. When President Grant said of Sumner's unyielding opposition to annexation, "I think he is mad," some U.S. Negroes were inclined to apply that descriptor to the occupant of the White House. 11. By December 1870, one friend of Sumner proclaimed that little has been talked of but San Domingo. As for Sumner, he felt that initially there were not more than 6 senators in favor of annexation at first, which indicated the effectiveness of Grant's arm-twisting. 12. Though Senator Sumner was certainly influential. 13. The anti-annexation posture of U.S. Negroes, who presumably would have been sent en masse to the Dominican Republic if the pact had been ratified, was also reflected among other congressional stalwarts. Fernando Wood of New York thought the project was designed to overawe Haiti and protect American interests, which was why the United States had dispatched 3 ships of war of our small navy to Samana Bay. 14. Yet it was Senator Sumner who argued passionately that the annexation resolution was simply a dance of blood, since Baez has been and is now maintained in power by the naval force of the United States. "Deny it, if you can," he taunted, "but instead of annexation, the two republics, Haiti and the Dominican Republic, should be one." 15. Sumner did not note what his adversary Samuel Howe did, namely that President Baez was willing to relinquish sovereignty if the United States assumed his nation's debt and made DR nationals U.S. citizens. 16. Joseph Fabens, the land speculator and investor who stood to profit from annexation, confirmed Sumner's and many Negroes' worst fears when he confessed openly that taking the Dominican Republic was just the first step. "We must have Haiti too," he demanded. Proponents of annexation were displeased when word leaked that the jowly, bearded, and balding Haitian envoy, Stephen Preston, had spent a hefty $20,000 to sink the treaty and had helped to disseminate stories of shabby land deals between Baez and his mainland backers, stories that alienated potential backers. In any case, the avenue named after Sumner in Port-au-Prince was an emblem of the appreciation for him in Haiti. 17. Carl Schurz, another potent force in Washington, proclaimed that annexation ipso facto was the most flagrant threat against Haiti that can possibly be uttered. "Is there a man on the floor of the Senate," he asked, "who thinks that when we have the one half of that island we shall stop before we have the other? The very nature of our customs service would oblige us to take the territory of the Haitian Republic too, and, like falling dominoes, this would inexorably lead to taking Cuba too. Spain lost 10,000 soldiers and $40 million in trying to take the Dominican Republic, and the United States with folly was seeking to emulate Madrid," he said. 18. This was hardly the consensus view in Washington. Samuel Howe argued that the Dominican Republic is worth more to us than even Cuba would be, since it has no slaves. More than half of its population are sick of the white race, in the southern sense of the word. 19 Congressman Job Stevens of Ohio argued with similar intensity that Samana was the key to the Gulf of Mexico, the mouths of Mississippi, and the route across the isthmus. This was no small matter in a time before the Panama Canal and given the necessity to reach California from the eastern seaboard so as to avoid combative Native Americans on overland routes. "The annexation will give us the mastery of the West India Islands," said the congressman. "Yes, gentlemen say the population of this West Indian Republic is inferior. And, yes, there were those who thought the United States had enough Negroes, thank you very much. But, sir," he asserted, "it is the same blood as that of 5 million American citizens, whereas there are less than 150,000 of them in the Dominican Republic. Anyway, many of those who objected to taking the Dominican Republic still lusted for Cuba bond and free, 1 million and more, slavery and slave trade, coolie and coolie trade, all and all. And if the United States rejected the Dominican Republic, could the United States credibly object if the Dominican Republic requested annexation by Spain again, and at what cost to U.S. national security? 20. Congressman Oliver P. Morton of Indiana was of like mind. He denied that annexation of the Dominican Republic would lead to a similar fate for Haiti. Anyway, his sources told him that the people of Haiti, the great majority, were in favor of annexation because they hoped that it would be the precursor of their own annexation. Anyway, the annexation of San Domingo will come sooner or later, and with it too the annexation of Cuba and Puerto Rico. This was destiny not to be averted. Yet the Dominican Republic is the key to the West Indies. It contains the finest harbor in the world. It commands the Great Mona Passage from the Atlantic Ocean to the Caribbean Sea. San Domingo is the richest piece of earth extant, a great natural cabinet of all the choicest productions of the world. 21. Senator Zachariah Chandler of Michigan felt that annexation meant an increase in commerce by enlarging our borders. Take in the islands of the Gulf, take in the Sandwich Islands, and, yes, take in the Dominion of Canada, take in Colombia too. Given this, why should we not take San Domingo in? For in 1789 the commerce of San Domingo was immensely greater than the commerce of Cuba at the present day, and the island of San Domingo is several hundred miles nearer by water to New York than New Orleans. Like others, he thought that controlling Hispaniola gives us the key to the Gulf, and once possessing the key to the Gulf, we make all the world tributary to us. This would open a vast cornucopia, i.e. the commercial relations of this nation will be entirely changed at the moment we take possession of the West India Islands. Unlike some, the Michigander was not afraid of representatives from the island of San Domingo, although they may be black. The Dominican Republic was a stepping stone, since it will not be. 5 years before the island of Cuba will be ours, if we raise our flag in the island of San Domingo. 22. Senator Cornelius Cole of California was not opposed to the idea of acquiring some property in the tropics suitable for the emigration of the freed population. He was grateful that the United States was able to obtain the Dominican portion of that large island almost for the taking. Visiting Puerto Plata, he found many of the buildings to be comparatively new, the town having been entirely destroyed almost 3 years before by the Spaniards, presumably taking vengeance against U.S. Negro emigrants known to be hostile to the occupation. Actually, it was not just the emigrants, for the Spaniards on leaving, with unheard of molly goodnighty, burned and destroyed as much property as possible, costing thousands of lives and millions in money. He denounced Sumner as a man of remarkable egotism and claimed that his opposition to annexation came from European sources. He bumped into the former Mexican foe of the United States, General Santa Anna, reminding him of the national security importance of the Dominican Republic. He too was struck by Baez, a rather small man, with a tincture of African blood, who understood English better than he spoke it. 23. Instead of praising Senator Sumner, Benjamin Wade ascertained that the source of his delusion upon the subject of annexation was a supporter of the Solon with large interests on the island. Indeed, said Wade, the most important and essential papers used by Mr. Sumner were made up in Washington to deceive him, forged for the purpose. 24. President Grant was pleading by this juncture, openly expressing an unusual anxiety for the ratification of this treaty. This pact would uphold the Monroe Doctrine, he said, but it was added, I now deem it proper to assert the equally important principle that hereafter no territory on this continent shall be regarded as subject of transfer to a European power. It was Santo Domingo, he claimed, that has voluntarily sought this annexation. It is a weak power, numbering probably less than 120,000 souls and yet possessing one of the richest territories under the sun. The issue was blocking other powers, e.g. the unnamed one that stands ready now to offer $2 million for the possession of Samana Bay alone. 25 Grant compromised his already tenuous position when he was forced to issue a curious denial. You have doubtless noticed hints in Congress, he said, and charges in various newspapers that I am financially interested in the acquisition of Santo Domingo. He denied the allegation, but mere words could not vitiate the accompanying claim that some of his more affluent supporters surely stood to profit. 26. Baez was at issue and the image he conveyed was not necessarily appealing, even to pro-annexation forces. When the U.S. National Samuel Hazard encountered him, he remarked that Baez would never be taken for other than a Spaniard were it not that his hair, as he turns his head, shows just a little of the character of the hair of the African. Still, he noticed that the Dominican people differ widely in this particular from the Haitians, among whom the black race is in complete ascendancy. This was not a minor matter since, said Hazard, the masses of the people of the United States were watching with great interest the action of their representatives in Congress on the question of the admission of St. Domingo into the Union. 27 Andrew D. White, who served alongside Douglas as a commissioner, also found that Baez was a man of force and though a light mulatto, he had none of the characteristics generally attributed in the United States to men of mixed blood. 28. Howe was keen to assure that a large proportion of the Dominican people are of a high type of physical organization and may be properly classed with the white race, a view that stretched this privileged category beyond all meaning and recognition. He pleaded that the people of all ranks in the Dominican Republic do earnestly and almost unanimously desire annexation, which too was an exaggeration. He knew that this project had important bearing upon the subject of West Indian and Brazilian slavery, which was accurate insofar as the newly abolitionist United States could more credibly threaten Cuba if it annexed Hispaniola. 29. Despite the strenuous ministrations of Douglas and others, President Grant had to write President Baez to inform him with regret of the failure of the treaty for the annexation of San Domingo to the United States and of the fact that he had hoped for a different result. Still, he remained ready to fight. I believe now, Grant said, that if the subject was submitted to a popular vote of the people, it would carry by an overwhelming majority. 30 As his successor, Rutherford B. Hayes, confided when speaking of Grant, San Domingo was his pet topic. 31. Do not blame Grant, said Samuel Howe, for this failure since annexation was an old project, extending back to the creation of the Dominican Republic. He went on to associate anti-annexationists with foreign foes, especially European traders. The proposal also angered Haiti, which represents the aggressive Negro party that came into power by murdering the preceding president, Sal Nave, who was suspected of being an annexationist. This party has ever coveted possession of the whole island and incited the several attempts made by the government to subdue by force and arms the Dominican territory and to drive out, or exterminate, all of Spanish descent. Thus, the U.S. patriot Benjamin Wade announced that he would go to Haiti and tell that Black Prince that he must call off his dogs immediately or take severe consequences. If the United States did not act against Haiti forthwith, it would be execrated, as was England for her shameful abandonment of Parga in 1819, a reference to a tragic episode in Greek history. For Haitians are vastly superior in numbers and in wealth and warlike resources. They have, naturally enough, ever coveted and never ceased their effort to get possession of the whole island and most critically dominate the whites. Howe seemed perturbed to observe that it is not very strange that our people should have believed the mistaken statements of anti-annexationists because popular sympathy is now turning in favor of Negroes, so long and cruelly oppressed. 32. Since the lengthy tie between London and Port-au-Prince had not disintegrated, it had become easier to associate opposition to annexation with foreign foes. As the commission dispatched by Grant was returning from Santo Domingo, Haitians were arranging to visit the Royal Arsenal and other military establishments in London 33, including Her Majesty's Dockyards 34, for purposes that would not be reassuring to Washington. The same could be said of a highly desirable invitation to the London International Exhibit of 1871 to be opened by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales himself. 35 A Haitian emissary was present when the celebrated Benjamin Disraeli spoke at the installation of the Lord Mayor of London, providing an opportunity for sharing notes on mutual foes. The difficulties then faced by France, reeling from conflict with Prussia, were duly noted. 36 Port-au-Prince surely hoped that municipal elections in France would lead to a new type of politics. 37 For when London agreed to a substantial loan to Haiti with ironclad guarantees, Port-au-Prince was looking over its shoulder to gauge Paris's reaction, fearing that France would seek to scuttle this deal in light of debts owed to the hexagonal nation. 38 Haiti was seeking a $2 million loan with $300,000 to be directed immediately to pay debts to Paris. 39 Paris was also monitoring the aftermath of the failed annexation, with the United States still scrambling to take charge of Samana. 40 By 1873 the French delegate was closely monitoring an insurrection in Puerto Plata that involved Les Américains. It is unclear, however, if he was concerned that U.S. emigrants were in an uproar or if this provided an opening for Paris. 41 Wade, who was part of the commission that visited the Dominican Republic, returned as strong for annexation as upon his departure. Nothing can redound as much to the honor and glory of our country as to plant our flag on this beautiful island, and lay the foundation of one of the most wealthy and prosperous states of the Union. By its location it belongs to us, he exclaimed. For it is but the eastern boundary of our continent and must not and shall not fall into other hands. Its annexation, Wade cried, will be the crowning glory of your administration. For God's and humanity's sake, do not give it up, he told the president. 42 Gautier of the Dominican Republic was irate because of attacks that coincided with the visit of Douglas and his fellow commissioners, which left many dead and wounded. It was planned by Haitians, he asserted accusingly, for the sole purpose of surprising the U.S. commissioners and causing them to believe that there was some legitimate opposition to the plan of annexation. 43 Soon he was arranging to meet President Grant himself on a confidential mission with a murky agenda. 44 There was not a shadow of a doubt, contended the U.S. envoy, Stanislas Gautier, that something serious is taking place to defeat the intentions of our government in the annexation. There were, he added, certain leaders that desired to cause an uprising in several sections of the country while the U.S. Commission was present. 45 One thing was certain, Luperon had made it translucently clear that he opposed annexation, and that just as Santana turned over the nation to Spain, Baez was doing the same with an even more formidable antagonist, the United States. 46 The visiting commissioners made it similarly pellucid that their mission was to investigate the mining and agricultural capacities of the island, along with the harbors and even the meteorology. They departed on January 17, 1871 and, said one commissioner, Andrew D. White, upon completion of their mission, it was possible to say that it was doubtful whether any country was ever so thoroughly examined in so short a time. White was unimpressed with certain aspects of the Dominican Republic. I never in its entire domain saw a bridge, a plow, a spade, a shovel, or a hoe, he said wondrously, though he did notice magnificent squared logs of the beautiful mahogany of the country, begging to be exploited. Under the natural law of increase the population of the Republic should have been numbered in millions, but there were not 200,000 inhabitants left, and that of these about half were mulattoes, the other half being about equally divided between blacks and whites. He did not say which group backed annexation, though he did say that there was support from the clergy. Like others, he thought that the island had a curse from which it had never recovered, stretching back decades to the abolitionist revolution. This seemed to strike him when he arrived in Port-au-Prince. Few things could be more dispiriting. The city had been burned again and again. These revolutionists of 1793, imitating those of 1793 in France, as apes imitate men, had torn the corpses out of a mausoleum and had them scattered. His view of Douglas, his fellow commissioner, was a limited accolade, calling him one of the 2 or 3 most talented men of color I have ever known. This opinion was apparently substantiated when the Negro leader found that Santo Domingo discouraged and depressed him. He said to one of us, "If this is the outcome of self-government by my race, heaven help us." White visited Gaffrard, the former Haitian leader, in Jamaica. He was a light mulatto, who calmly discussed with us the condition of the island, and evidently believed that the only way to save it from utter barbarism was to put it under the control of some civilized power like the United States, perhaps. Like others, he was eager to grab Samana but accepted, philosophically, the setback to annexation, since the United States felt that with the new duties imposed on them by the newly freed slaves, they had quite enough to do without assuming the responsibility of governing and developing this new region peopled by blacks and mulattoes. 47 Before departing, the commissioners were told that their mission was to feel the pulse of the colored community of 200,000 and to ascertain how that enlightened community is disposed toward us. 48 However, since they could not be altogether open about an underlying purpose depositing tens of thousands of U.S. Negroes in their midst, taking the pulse was problematic at best. Still, Samuel Howe felt compelled to argue that the canvass of the people in the Dominican Republic was minute and extensive. 49. So Boyd, U.S. Negroes resumed their decades-long effort to move to Haiti, though this was now happening in the wake of abolition, indicating that the terror of the Ku Klux Klan was taking a toll and, similarly, that the attraction to Haiti had yet to abate. 50 Though it was far from being idyllic. "The whole country is a state of anarchy, east and west," said the U.S. envoy in late 1867. Never was Haiti in such a deplorable condition since the advent of the Republic. 51. Nisig Sajid had succeeded Sylvain Salnave as president in Port-au-Prince in 1869 and, in the months preceding the latter's departure, Haiti was in an uproar. It was early in that fateful year that the southern state of Haiti, Council of State mandated and did solemnly declare that it places itself under the protection of the government of the United States of America, as its natural ally. 52 Which simultaneously inflamed a good deal of public sentiment. Weeks after this provocation, foreign consuls were promised that their quarters would not be assaulted, so, women and children, sick and infirm, promptly moved to said quarters, with about 357 persons in the U.S. consulate alone. The consul, James DeLong, visited the outskirts of Auxiliary Quays and was overcome by the stench emitted by dead bodies, which had been left for food for the hogs and other animals. Hats and shoes were scattered all about. He spoke to 2 elders, who had been hiding in the woods. "It made my blood chill," said the shaken consul, "to hear them relate the murders. My life as well as that of all the foreigners and nations are in the most eminent danger, with horrors too macabre to detail, those surpassing anything recorded in the history of the most barbarian country." A steamer under the American flag came into the harbor towing a barge laden with arms, ammunition, and provisions for Salnave. However, DeLong fingered the latter as being responsible for most of the atrocities. This open assistance rendered to Salnave created considerable excitement and a strong feeling of resentment against foreigners generally and especially Americans, which was justified, though he was shortly to be victimized by these passions. Speculators were responsible for this influx of arms, seeking to profit from restiveness. Officers of the U.S. Navy were resigning their positions and allowed the command of Salnave's privateers, and it was these same officers who were committing acts of cruelty and barbarity unknown to civilized countries. The hands of these once beribboned officers were stained with the blood of innocent women and children. He resolutely confirmed that none of these acts of cruelty or vengeance have ever been practiced by the rebels. 53. My life as well as that of others are in as much danger as on a field of battle, wailed DeLong in May 1869, we are hemmed in on all sides like cattle in a slaughter pen. 54. Salnave was perceived as more favorable to U.S. interests, a realization ratified when in December 1869 the U.S. intervened to ensure the safe passage of his mother, wife, and children from St. Mark. 55. Luperon, on the other hand, leader of the anti-annexation forces, was perceived in Washington as being pro-London, a sentiment confirmed when in early 1870 the U.S. consul in Cap Haitien noticed that a small British schooner was headed to the Turks and Caicos Islands with Luperon aboard, bringing him nearer to the revolution at Puerto Plata. 56. Thus, when Douglas and his fellow commissioners visited, Saget and his cabinet were cold and formal. 57. A cul-de-sac for U.S. Negroes then under siege by Ku Klux Klan terrorists on the mainland and now seen as turning away from their global backer. Douglas was portrayed as being equally dismissive of Haitians, purportedly telling an inquiring reporter that in his judgment the Dominicans are a far superior people to the Haitians, that there is no republicanism whatever in Haiti, and that the government there is an absolute despotism of the most oppressive character. For good measure, the Negro leader reprimanded Senator Sumner's backing of Port-au-Prince. 58. This was not Douglas's finest hour. Apparently he was chosen for this delegation with the idea that his imprimatur would encourage U.S. Negroes to emigrate en masse to Hispaniola, ridding the mainland of a presumed intractable problem. 59. When President Grant held a dinner at the White House for the commissioners accepting Douglas, it became more difficult for the masses of U.S. Negroes to accept annexation or the counsel of this Negro leader for that matter. When a steward on the return voyage from Santo Domingo refused to serve him in the main dining room, Douglas's luster was tarnished further. 60. The indignity continued when, upon arriving in Charleston, Douglas was refused service on a train heading north and his fellow commissioners in solidarity refused to enter the dining car, meaning they all returned to Washington famished. 61. Douglas seemed a tad too proud to be traveling as a U.S. representative on an important mission with members of the elite. However, this was not just a personal flaw, it was symptomatic of a larger trend. When a form of citizenship was thrust upon U.S. Negroes, the price of the ticket was seen as going along with imperial projects, even if it meant those inimical to a nation that had sacrificed so much for abolition, namely, Haiti. Thus, the Negro leader preened about the spectacle presented by a colored man seated at the captain's table, since it was not only unusual but had never before occurred in the history of the United States Navy. He was baffled as to why my presence and position seemed to trouble the colored waiters aboard, seemingly unaware that their unease might have reflected their opposition to annexation. 62. But it was not just Douglas who had to bend pre-existing views in order to fit the new annexation consensus. Samuel Howe considered James Redpath a worthy friend, but this progressive voice denounced annexation unlike Howe. In fact, Howe confessed that one of the most painful episodes of my life was a short sojourn in Haiti, a nation he otherwise supported. He had always felt a deep interest in the experiment of a Negro republic. I came a warm friend, he confided. I wanted to be an indulgent admirer, but I had seen too many countries not to feel instinctively on landing that I was no longer among a democratic people, as I had been in the eastern end of the island since a reign of terror existed. Mulattoes, especially, seemed in fear for their lives, and after a few days, Frederick Douglass, meeting me on the quay, said sadly, "If this is all my poor colored fellow men have been able to do in 70 years, then God help the race." Even a cursory reading suggests that Howe and Douglas too were indicting Haiti in order to propel annexation. However, neither seemed to consider that even if their allegations about Port-au-Prince were accurate, this still did not justify liquidating island sovereignty. In any case, Howe was reputedly told that if we mulattoes should shout our wishes about annexation, the Negroes would murder us and our children. Howe's confidants there all looked to the annexation of Santo Domingo to the United States as a step toward the annexation of Haiti and their deliverance, which helps to explicate why this group may have faced a bit of hostility from those who continued to subscribe to black Jacobinism. Howe was willing to sink to great depths in order to indict Haiti, contending that where they are left to themselves, the Negroes of Haiti, as in other West India islands, tend to revert toward barbarism. Thus, witness the sacrifice of infants and the eating of their flesh. Hence, avoid the scheme of building up a great Negro Confederacy in the tropics. That implies the converse, to wit, a white republic in the temperate zone. It implies segregation based on color, and the world has had too much of that. After all, of all races the Negro can least flourish under such disadvantages. He needs contact with more highly developed races since he imitates rather than originates. Perhaps the color difference illuminated why President Baez walks about freely among his people, without parade and without guards, in striking contrast with the president of the neighboring Negro Republic, who seldom appears except on horseback, bedizened, and befeathered and surrounded by armed guards. The drive to annex Hispaniola perforce led to a sharp devaluation of Haiti, which opposed this maneuver that complicated its future. 63 Of course, when Howe became involved in land speculation in Samana, it called into question his self-righteous approach to Haiti. 64 Still, the influential Gerard Smith took issue with Howe when he said that the tropics belonged to the sable races while the temperate zones were the natural dwelling place of the pale races of men. Thus, annexation would be robbery. Not only was Santo Domingo just a step toward taking Haiti, it was also the first step toward our getting possession of all the West India Islands and, besides, an important and even indispensable means for paying our national debt. How could the United States, a nation which has surely surpassed every other country in wronging Africa, commit such further injury to her children? Yes, Smith confessed, I was wrong about taking Mexican soil and trying to take Cuba, and was now repenting. 65 When Douglas visited Port-au-Prince in 1870, he supped with John Bell Hepburn, formerly of the United States, who introduced him to the nation's president. But Hepburn then was in conflict with his new homeland and was lobbying President Grant for support. When I was in the United States, he told the U.S. leader, as a man of color, I was considered a chattel and by judicial election had no rights that a white man ought to respect. Being a man of sensibility and honor, he said pleadingly to Grant, could I be blamed for voluntarily expatriating myself to another country, even one where he found difficulty? 66 It was Hepburn, who described himself in 1869 as a mulatto and native of Virginia, 64 years old, and 35 years absent from my native country. 67 Also weighing in during Douglas's sojourn was Ed Horton, a Negro born 8 miles from Plymouth, North Carolina, in 1825, his mother and father were still living there. 68 Like Hepburn, Henry Allen, then in Port-au-Prince, was lobbying Grant. Born in Maryland in March 1800, he left in September 1824 for Haiti, where he had resided for 46 years. Allen added, I have brought property and built a large 2-story sick house of 2 apartments, but it had been destroyed and he was bereft, so he invoked the U.S. Constitution and a treaty with Haiti to bolster his claim against Port-au-Prince. 69 Such difficulties made these emigrants more prone to back annexation. Just as the Dominican Republic had invited the return of Spain in 1861 because of the fear of Haiti, a decade later Santo Domingo was making a similar invitation to the U.S. president. Baez was unequivocal in his charge that Haiti was backing the Luperon-led rebels with arms and ammunition that at least was brought to these forces through Haitian territory. It was, he said, no more than a Machiavellian policy. 70 U.S. naval leaders, poised to bombard Haiti in league with Santo Domingo, heartily concurred. There is a large party in Haiti in favor of annexing the Dominican Republic, said John Irwin. They are composed of the followers of the late President Salnave, and they are doubtless causing the present government much anxiety. Baez was eager to capture some Haitian-sick officers in order to prove the complicity of the Haitian-sick government. 71 Downplayed in this regard was the Dominican insurgency led by Luperon, which Washington knew was opposed to the cession of Samana. 72 Haiti was infuriating Washington because of its opposition to annexation. Secretary of State Fish made it plain that Washington was peculiarly interested in exemptions of the Dominican Republic from internal commotion and from invasions from abroad. 73 The man of color serving as U.S. envoy in Haiti Ebenezer Bassett cautioned that there was much excitement here just now in reference to the annexation, and ruling sentiment was opposed to any and everything looking to a possibility of giving up the nationality of Haiti. These forces had aligned with Senator Sumner, though he thought the support squishy since the presumed leader of this bloc had over and over again assured me that he is in favor of annexation. 74 Nevertheless, Bassett well knew that when Grant was re-elected as president in 1872, the reception in Haiti was at best mixed, with the annexation scheme accounting for the negative reaction. 75 Washington was thinking that it could parlay the alleged Haitian attacks on the Dominican Republic into an overall effort to annex the entire island. The Cacos, or militant Haitians, were just as determined to undermine the Port-au-Prince regime, another U.S. commander asserted. Since American influence decidedly preponderates amongst the adherents of Salnave, which had embittered the Cacos, this created a set of circumstances ripe for U.S. intervention. The U.S. Secretary of the Navy was informed that without some outside assistance Salnave will be overthrown and the influence which the United States has acquired through him will be lost, and the despised Cacos could surge to power in Haiti. The solution? Fund Salnave in return for access to Mole St. Nicolas, a key Haitian port. Of course, Paris and London were extremely inimical to our possession of this port, which at least would cut off the approach to Jamaica. In annexing Haiti altogether would be found an elephant both costly in money and lives, but this was becoming a minority viewpoint in Washington. 76 For there were potent merchant forces in Haiti with U.S. roots that found the status quo unacceptable. For example, there was Sumner and Brooks in Gonaives, which, it was said, carries on a large business at that port, but now the lives and perhaps more importantly the property of businessmen were unsafe. 77 Thus, the press reported then that big business was the driving force behind annexation of the island. 78 Dozens of U.S. nationals had lost property or investments during the Salnave years and the resultant conflict. About $500,000 in claims by U.S. citizens were posited with little headway toward resolution, and they were piled upon pre-existing claims from previous years. 79 Haiti's agony had continued during the Salnave years, with reports of unabated violence and barbarity unknown in any country professing civilization, according to the U.S. consul, whose own nation's experience with mass enslavement provided a tutorial on barbarism. Tyranny exists in its worst shape, said James DeLong, and I may say it is nothing less than a reign of terror. He recalled a distressing episode when all the mulattoes were shot in cold blood and their bodies frightfully mutilated. The black prisoners taken were liberated, their only punishment being a good thrashing. This was an emblem, he observed, of the war of caste, class or color, a conflict between the black and colored races. Anyway, the country was full of thieves and murderers, who deployed color as a cover for plunder. The unrest had taken a toll on the economy, since laborers are scarce and what little field work is done by women. This had an effect on the United States too, with Haiti being one of the principal consumers of American produce. The consul was exasperated, having been in Haiti for almost 6 years and having passed through some 4 or 5 revolutions. The frightened DeLong worried that were it not for the awe which natives held for the power of the whites, this latter group would be taken and killed and were ill-treated in any case. 80 The U.S. consul in Gonaives found complete anarchy there that also was intimidating to the French, who were receiving a stream of insults while, strikingly, the British seemed to be intimate friends of local leaders. 81 Former Haitian leader Gaffard, according to the U.S. Negro press, was rumored to be in Jamaica in the late 1860s and was considering becoming a naturalized British national. 82 Hence, annexing the entire island could have extinguished this developing trend. In the prelude to annexation being debated in the U.S. Congress, U.S. relations with Haiti were undergoing the usual strain, with abolition not eliminating underlying tensions. The U.S. delegate in auxiliary case found it very unhealthy, compelling him to reside 6 miles away from the city, where he had a small farm and sugar mill. Other foreign consuls too found it necessary to move away from the center of the city. That did not keep his property from being stolen regularly. The most recent case had caused considerable excitement amongst the natives and caused quite a crowd to assemble. Then, quite typically, a captain approached and after a spirited exchange of words, deliberately got off his horse and knocked me down, said a startled James DeLong, and commenced beating me. He was comprehensibly upset, angry that nothing had been done for me, being a white man I suppose, to punish this man for the outrage and assault of which I was the victim. That was not the end of his misery, for when he subsequently went for a ride on his horse, he was surrounded by 8 or 10 Negroes, headed by the commander of the district, who pulled me from my horse, throwing me heavily on the ground, and commenced beating me with clubs. Then they took my horse and one of the men mounted him sick and rode away. The indignity continued when they marched him home, continuing always beating me with their clubs. While this pummeling was unfolding, the commander of the district was present all the time, ordering the men to beat and kill me. After I got into the house the commander left, but returned in a short time with several other natives, and by his orders they broke open all the doors and windows and entered the house. While this was occurring, the commander during this time was calling out, "Beat him, kill him. Get a rope and bind him and take the sick white man to auxiliary case." At this point, DeLong was exhausted and for days following could neither walk, sleep, nor eat, vomiting almost constantly and sore from head to foot. He had not yet recovered and probably I never shall, he confided. Why was this outrage committed? The consul had caused the commander's son to be arrested for stealing money, and he, the commander, was determined to have satisfaction in some way. My son was so disgusted and mortified that he left for the States on board the first vessel heading north. As for DeLong, he was beset with injury. "I would prefer being shot at once and put out of misery and disgrace, rather than repass through what I have, and were it not for my friends I could not live." 83. When he appealed to a judge, DeLong's words were unheeded. 84. Despite evidence of violent language and threats and worse raining down upon him, including threats to shoot him by a Haitian who drew a pistol. 85. Like others, DeLong did not connect the hostility that he personally experienced with the hostility felt by many Haitians toward his government. This was an immediate product of the proposed annexation, but the fury toward annexation should be seen as a culminating vehemence toward a lengthy and hostile U.S. policy toward black Jacobinism. By late 1869, Paris had gotten hold of a U.S. message penned near Jacmel, warning Haitian forces to halt their acts of hostility against the Dominican Republic and their aid to rebels in the East, consisting of men, money, arms, and ammunitions of war. Haiti was warned that unless this ceased, the United States would deem this to be a hostile act against itself. 86. Paris also conferred with Spencer St. John, the British representative, who had spoken with Baez, but found him reluctant to engage with Haiti since he felt he held a trump card, U.S. support. Yet he also dismissed the idea of widespread backing for annexation, alleging that no one but Baez and his ministers are heartily in favor of annexation. The majority of people are averse to it but are kept down by terror, while the others, somewhat indifferent, believe that they will be able to expel the Americans with the same ease they did the Spaniards, if they find their new masters troublesome, and, he concluded, very little encouragement would induce them to insist on their government. Abandoning the thought of annexation to the United States, Paris and London should act together on this to preserve the independence of the Dominican Republic. 87. By early 1870, DeLong had been replaced but similar results obtained. Much of the property of the United States at this consulate has been stolen or lost, complained the new consul, W.A. Gould, in early 1870. There was no flag at present, nary a bookcase nor any proper place to keep papers on file, and no stationery of any kind. Moreover, nothing of this sort can be bought in this place, which severely hampered communication and normal operations. 88. Shortly however, the war had virtually ceased, said Gould, though armed bands marauded occasionally. 89. Nonetheless, as late as May 1872, after annexation had been squelched, the United States delivered a howitzer to its allies in Haiti. which even Secretary of State Fish acknowledged caused considerable excitement at that place. 90. Gould's view of Haiti was as malignant as DeLong's. To be sure, he had not observed any hatred of Americans, as distinguished from other foreigners. However, the governing class was bitterly opposed to all foreigners without respect to their nationality. There are but two parties here, he said, the party of the blacks and the party of the browns. He had crossed out whites. There were no public schools of any kind and the insane run wild in the streets, while the poor Negro of the mountain is the only one whom you can at all trust. Auxiliary Cayes, which had an estimated population of over 10,000, had not more than 100 votes that were cast at an election. 91. The problem was that Port-au-Prince knew nothing about what is taking place in Auxiliary Cayes and vice versa. Still, he suspected that what was obtaining in Auxiliary Cayes was not peculiar. Threats of assassination are openly made against persons who have incurred the displeasure of the authorities, and they say, if we kill a white man, the government will have to pay a few $1,000s and that is all they can do to us. Meanwhile, the chief merchant in the American trade there was suffering persecution. This strife may have affected his judgment negatively, since he also thought that the prospect of annexation meant that Haitians' respect for and fear of America is very much increased thereby. All the foreigners here, Gould noted, say that when San Domingo is fairly annexed to the United States, they will feel perfectly safe in Haiti. 92. Maybe so, though the U.S. consul in Cap Haitien was enduring similar harassment at that precise moment. By early 1870, as the annexation debate was waxing, this agent found that the military authorities had become riotous and menacing and engaged in unpleasant surveillance that included forcible entrance into my consulate. Haiti, he said haughtily, was semi-civilized at best. Besides, the domestic upheaval meant a heavy expense for the support of so many refugees, which was a terrible infliction on one with my small salary. 93. His ordeal was just beginning. Soon there was a large military force that surrounded this consulate with the most impertinent scrutiny. During the whole of the night they indulged in the most abusive, riotous, and barbarous orgies. They threatened, the consul said, to break in and shoot him on account of the refugees he housed, forcing him to retreat to his balcony, revolver in hand. 94. Vice-Consul Charles Brodie was accosted too. Two soldiers advanced on him, General Nord Alexis was informed, and one of them dealt his horse a heavy stroke with his bayonet, whilst the other fired at him. The ball passed near his head, creating a flagrant outrage. 95. General Alexis again issued a blanket denial, but his words were not taken seriously in Washington. 96. Unfortunately, Washington did not connect the growing problems experienced by U.S. envoys in Haiti with the vociferous opposition to annexation of the island, nor did Washington tie this opposition to the long and troubled relationship between black Jacobinism and the former enslaving republic. Problematic for the United States was that Douglas and Haitian problems of biblical proportion notwithstanding U.S. Negroes often disagreed with Gould's assessment, they were hardly monolithic in their backing for annexation, bringing rifts at a time when wars with Native American polities were ascendant and necessitated a kind of national unity. Henry Highland Garnet, for example, was among those in opposition. The Weekly Louisianan was among the periodicals in this beleaguered community that assailed Douglas for having accepted the position of a mere attaché on the Santo Domingo Commission after his name had been mentioned as a probable commissioner. The colored people everywhere, said this journal, felt that a man who is always and everywhere mentioned as the representative par excellence of the Negro race had compromised his dignity and belittled the colored man's claims to consideration, and where the interests of a Negro nationality were most at stake by going as a sort of nondescript official. 97. This pro-Haitian sentiment reached a new zenith when a Negro congressman was touted as being a native of Haiti though he was born in South Carolina. 98. Successful U.S. Negro emigrants in Haiti continued to be touted by this press. Theodore Hawley, a cleric born in Washington, D.C., was one of these emigrants. 99. There was also Hezekiah Grice, a native of Baltimore, who was a tolerable French scholar speaking that language with great fluency. A veteran, as early as 1832, he presented a report to a mainland convention on voluntary emigration. By 1834 Grice, having taken his own advice, had migrated and promptly found a high-level post as a machinist and inventor. He survived the dislodging of Boyer and acquired the confidence of Solok. The emperor sent him to Manhattan to obtain machinery for sugar manufacturing. He died in 1863, but left behind a family of 6 sons and 5 daughters, all of whom were born in Haiti. They are all good French scholars, it was said proudly. However, 3 of his sons returned to reside in the United States, leaving their siblings behind. 100. Both sides in the annexation debate had to take account of the U.S. Negro emigrant population on the island. This included Samuel Hazard, who visited Port-au-Prince in the early 1870s, and found a good many English-speaking people and amongst them some colored people who settled here years ago, established themselves in business, and are now doing well. It was unclear if this cohort were among those who felt that annexation was the only salvation for the island. However, he met one individual who declared that if annexation occurred, the response would be chilling: there won't be a white man left alive in the island. Despite this reservation, Hazard found an almost universal wish of the people, high and low, in Santo Domingo to come into the American Union. 101. Such an opinion was shared by some of the U.S. Negro emigrants, but the extent to which such a view took root is not clear. One mainland visitor arrived near the time of Hazard's visit and made his way to Samana, where he detailed the arrival in 1824 of a few free colored people from the American states of Pennsylvania and Maryland. About 300 of these people and their children are still living, the majority at Samana. They rank among the most intelligent and industrious on the island. In 1851 the population of the town of Samana was about 1,800 souls, of which 300 were colored Americans, and it grew even larger in the 1870s, propelled by commerce with the Turks Island. 102. President Grant also was the recipient of a fusillade of criticism, and his Haitian policy was termed an outrage. With barely contained rage, one journalist said that the White House proceeded to strike at the independence of the Black Republic in an open menace of war. How could the United States be involved in threatening to capture the Haitian ships and other acts of aggression? The newly abolitionist republic would have done no such thing to any white ruler, nor would our country have tolerated such a menace. Why was the U.S. Navy hovering on the coast, keeping that insulted people in constant anxiety? How could the United States collaborate with Baez, who immured a U.S. national David Hatch because it was feared he would write against the Treaty of Annexation? This was enough to call for the replacement of Grant with Horace Greeley on the Republican Party ticket. 103. This steadfastness in support of Haiti was all the more remarkable given the parlous condition to which so many U.S. Negro emigrants had descended in Haiti. As early as 1863, there were reports of destitute colored emigrants, notably those located on Isle of Ash. A statute had been passed to subsidize Negroes in Washington, D.C., who wished to emigrate to the tune of $100,000, this was in addition to an earlier $500,000 subsidy. But, by the late 1860s, many were still streaming back to the mainland, and the terrible portrait of their misery no doubt influenced those U.S. Negroes who longed for annexation by a richer power, i.e. the United States. 104. Of course, some of those returning at least before 1865 were doing so in order to join the fight to rout the secessionists. 105. Consider Edouard Tincturehant, for example. He was born in France in 1841, but both of his parents hailed from Gonaives during the Revolutionary era and settled in New Orleans thereafter. Tincturehant fought in the U.S. Civil War and played a role in crafting the Reconstruction Constitution, which was adjudged to be quite radical. For good reason there were those who sought to abandon the mainland for Haiti or elsewhere. Tincturehant became a cigar merchant in Antwerp, for example. 106, It was in late 1868 that Judge David Irvin in Texas was told that the hue and cry about the Negro would soon die and a kind of terrorism against him could easily resume. 107 R. J. Lackland of St. Louis said that the Negro had fulfilled his destiny in building the productive forces of the mainland and now could be ushered off stage as bonded labor from China would proceed to hold sway. 108. Yet those U.S. Negroes who opposed Washington's foreign policy were pursuing a dangerous course. The United States continued to challenge Haitian sovereignty over Navassa, the small island replete with guano, and was willing to back up this claim with armed force. 109. Yet Secretary of State Fish continued to be befuddled by the downturn in relations with Haiti. In 1870, as annexation hung in the balance, he learned with regret that a sentiment hostile to the United States prevails among a good number of Haitians, despite what the United States has done for the African race within the past 10 years. 110 The sanctimonious secretary understood why Haiti might view Spain with disdain, but this feeling should not however include the United States. Especially in view of the fact that the equality of races here before the law is signally exemplified in the person of our diplomatic representative accredited to them. 111 Namely, the U.S. Negro, Ebenezer Don Carlos Bassett. What might be called the Bassett card, or underscoring the ancestry of U.S. diplomats, was played repeatedly by Washington to establish the allegedly progressive credentials of the recently enslaving republic, and in a pattern that was to extend for decades, in the absence of concrete policies to highlight. When Stanislaus Gautier of the United States met President Saget, he gushed about Bassett, telling the Haitian leader that the United States, having abolished slavery at an enormous sacrifice, was now striving to obliterate its last vestige prejudice of color and to that end has sent a gentleman of your race to represent the United States. These remarks had the intended effect, or so thought Gautier. 112 The United States even thought the fact that it was now officially abolitionist should disarm Haiti and compel the nation to back annexation. 113 Appointed by Grant in 1869, Bassett was the son of a mulatto and an indigene, Pequot, which pursuant to the typical U.S. calculation made him a Negro. He had studied French and, given these characteristics, it should not be deemed surprising that from 1879 to 1888 he served as Consul General of Haiti in Manhattan. It is likely that Haiti did not want to insult mainstream Euro-American opinion by sending a darker man as its agent. This may explain the appointment of its Washington emissary, Stephen Preston, the grandson of a British officer, who had settled on the island after the failed occupation by London. He served for 2 decades in Washington as ambassador. 114 Bassett, however, was reproved by the U.S. consul in Cap Haitien, who resigned in early 1870, though it is unclear if his melanin content was the reason. 115 John Bell Hepburn, a U.S. Negro emigrant then residing in Haiti, did not shrink from making a racial reprimand, stressing to President Grant that the interests of the United States would be better served in Haiti by a white representative rather than a black one. 116 Secretary of State Hamilton Fish too was upset with Bassett after he allowed asylum seekers to enter the legation, contrary to instructions. He was inclined to recommend his recall, though he objected to the typical Haitian tactic of surrounding his legation with a military force, an indignity which cannot be allowed. Thus, he said, a vessel of war will be sent there. 117. Ultimately, it was Bassett who played the larger role in bilateral relations. He was a highly educated colored man and for years had been the chief of the faculty of the Philadelphia Colored High School, said one confidant of President Grant. 118 Bassett himself said, I was born and educated in New England, partly at Yale. 119 A post in the diplomatic service even in a place that was scorned like Haiti was deemed to be a plum position and there was competition for the assignment. George Vashon told Grant, I resided in the island for nearly 3 years, during the latter portion of which I held the professorship of the Greek and English languages in the College Faustin, which enabled me to attain an extended familiarity with the French language. 120 But it was Bassett who got the job. This sourness was an aspect of a larger ennui that gripped the island in the aftermath of a failed annexation. Stanislaus Gautier, the newly appointed U.S. consul in Cap Haitien in 1871, found it very gloomy and racked with an uneasiness which has been severely felt in business circles for some time past. This was worsened by the unfortunate Franco-Prussian War, which completely paralyzed commerce and harmed U.S. interests. 2.121 Surely, U.S. maritime interests were threatened when David Williams, described as a black man, emulated many from his mainland group and deserted his Navy vessel. In Haiti, although a reward of $20 was offered, Gaudier noted, he was not apprehended. 122. Though London was elated with the foiling of annexation, it was displeased with what it saw as communistic assassins, who were supposedly proliferating in Haiti. These forces seemed to answer the call of any agitators who cry out against the proprietors that they are intriguing to sell the country to the foreigner and who propose a division of the property of the wealthy. Perhaps strengthening the Catholic Church would flummox these forces, it was said. 123 London, then worrying over a typical spate of insurrectionary unrest in Jamaica. 124 had reason to fear that any contagion from Haiti could have easily spread to Kingston, just as it was fretting over spreading unrest from Cuba. 125. President Saget was unhappy too, sternly rebutting claims by the United States and the major powers for losses sustained by them during our last civil war and the considerable arrears that were due to France. While clamoring for payments, U.S. forces occupied the island of Navisos, situated but a short distance from our coast, and did so without having entered into any contract with the government, Saget noted. All the while, they were conducting a considerable commerce with the guano, the proceeds of which rightly belonged to Port-au-Prince since, President Saget reminded, his nation had incontestable rights to this island. Such aggression meant bankruptcy stares us in the face, though we still have immense resources, as the line of steamers steadily plying the waters between New York and Haiti suggested. 126 Nonplussed, the United States steadily pressed claims and, just as steadily, Saget sought to rebut them. 127 When American silver became the circulating coin of the country, which was the U.S. contention in 1873, and the indigenous filthy currency was sidelined, the prospect for Haiti satisfying claims became even more complicated. 128 This difficulty compelled Port-au-Prince to apply to a London bank for a loan. 129 Even a successful deal would have made for more complex relations with its powerful mainland neighbor. 130 This possibility of economic distress seemed to be realized when, weeks later, Haiti found it difficult to pay its London envoy 131 and key personnel in Port-au-Prince too. The news for Haiti was getting worse with the rise of Germany or Prussia, indicated by its recent triumph over France. There was now yet another power interested in plundering Haiti. By 1872, the United States resorted to appointing a Mr. Herberlin, an American citizen, to the post of consul in Gonaives. He was both a partner in an American house and a Prussian and also German consul at Gonaives. But it seemed his allegiance rested with Berlin, particularly since another U.S. consul thought that he might raise the German flag above the glorious stars and stripes. 132. Joseph Fabens was disconsolate too. The failure of annexation had scuttled his ambitious real estate visions for Hispaniola and seemed to inflame his ire toward Haiti accordingly. By 1873 U.S. warships still hovered near the island, which he endorsed, since it deterred filibustering expeditions and invasion by land and sea from Haiti. Why was the Dominican Republic so despotic? It was Haiti's fault. The fear of their western neighbor was of justifiable concern, since the Dominicans are of the white race and mixed breeds too, with few pure blacks, whereas the Haitians are almost all Negroes. Thus, all intelligent Dominicans perceive that their existence as a people is constantly threatened by the blacks of Haiti. In fact, mothers frighten their children by threatening to call a black Haitian to come and gobble them up. This was not, Fabens maintained, pure fantasy, since 5 times in 40 years, the Negroes of Haiti, who although possessing only the western end of the island and about a fifth of its territory, are 5 times as numerous and rich as the Dominicans, have crossed the mountains in open war and in large numbers. 133 More pressure on Haiti was needed, a proposal that would have been supported by William Casno, whose American West India Company, founded in 1862, was designed to exploit Annexation but now had to turn to other schemes. 134. While Fabens was licking his wounds, Santo Domingo remained in an uproar. Rebellion rocked Puerto Plata, purportedly led by those still concerned about annexation. A Dominican general was killed and 2 of his sons rebelled in response. They then fled to the British consulate after committing an assassination of their own. They were granted asylum and strident resistance was accorded to those who sought to capture them. These were humiliations, claimed the U.S. envoy. 135. If it had the opportunity, Washington would have looked with grave suspicion on the seemingly congratulatory message to Haiti's London envoy from Port-au-Prince, cheering the revolt in Puerto Plata and awaiting eagerly the downfall of Baez. 136. By January 1874, Port-au-Prince seemed to have been gloating when it reported that Baez had departed unceremoniously and was headed to the United States. Now was the time for an entente with Santo Domingo, it was said. The agents of the president's demise had been placed on a steamer, apparently at Haiti's behest, headed for the capital to form a provisional government. 137. That was in January, and in June there was enthusiasm at the eclipse of Baez and his annexationist plan. 138. But by August the news was discouraging in terms of bilateral relations on the island. 139. There seemed to be much bad blood and too much interference from external forces to bring the two republics together. In any case, a story possibly false was circulated that Haiti was seeking ammunition, arms, and steamers from the United States in order to better confront what had become a perpetual antagonist. 140. Still, Port-au-Prince continued to speak optimistically about an entente. 141. Though right after that U.S. gunboat diplomacy continued to operate when Secretary of State Fish requested a battleship to be sent to the island and virtually demanded that Haiti take no offense. 142. Almost 2 decades later, Haiti's envoy in Washington was informed that the welfare of Haiti is again threatened by the very likely real negotiations for the partition of Saint Domingo. 143. This perception was confirmed when in 1874 the British consul in Port-au-Prince was trying to negotiate a treaty between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the completion of which would involve a bailout of Port-au-Prince and annulment of foreign concessions in Samana. The latter decision would be contrary to Washington's interests and entail its possible replacement by Her Majesty's minions and, thus, was receiving pushback in Samana. 144. Nonetheless, soon official Haiti was satisfied by improving relations with its immediate neighbor to the east and the apparent decline of U.S. influence that inexorably accompanied this development. Vigilance was counseled, and the mandate to unite the two populations of the island was the watchword while guarding against outside meddling. 145. This rosy scenario was not easy to realize, as evidenced from reports emerging from Puerto Plata. There were a considerable number of American vessels trading in wood, honey, and other products of this island at the port of Monte Cristi, Santo Domingo, and near the Haitian frontier. 146. But soon there was a predictable event. A revolution was pronounced, and strangers have been the main sufferers, it was reported. Cubans who were naturalized American citizens were the greatest sufferers, while even children of American citizens were forced to bear arms. The city, which still contained a number of U.S. Negro emigrants, was besieged, but it was not evident if the outrages that were daily being committed upon American citizens as well as other foreigners included these migrants from decades earlier. 147. Evidently, one of those so affected was not Jane Casno. Even after the unsuccessful annexation, perhaps to fulfill the promise of her real estate speculation, she continued to expound on the island. By 1878 she was in Samana. The Gibraltar of the Antilles was her phrase, where she took careful note of a widow, the daughter of a colored emigrant from Virginia. There were other colored Americans all about. A band of freedmen and their children was in many respects the most remarkable missionary congregation I ever had the good fortune to encounter. They deserve honorable mention as industrious Christians, but it is especially of their qualities as reliable sailors that I wish to offer this certificate of merit. These colored American settlers owned and cultivated some of the prettiest little homesteads in this region. They all speak English as well as Spanish, which made them valuable interlocutors regionally, though they are almost a state unto themselves. This state involved 50 homesteads, each a picture in itself, each tidy cottage nestling in its own grove of coffee and fruit trees, scattered in irregular profusion over a rich upland, sometimes expanding into level savannas and sometimes swelling up into romantic eminences. Many claimed descent from a party of liberated slaves sent out from Virginia while Boyer was president of the whole of Haiti. The newcomers received a generous welcome from that wonderful man. They controlled several small vessels, ranging from 20 to 40 tons that plied constantly between Samana Bay and the Turks and Caicos in the fruit trade. These colored Americans, effused the adventurer, have surprised me more profoundly and more agreeably than anything else I have met in this land of surprises. Their small estancias, seldom reaching 10 acres in extent, featured more care and, of course, more profit also, than those of the average of their Dominican neighbors. She was impressed with the setting and lamented that it was no wonder that England and France forbade the cession to the United States. Yet she was disturbed that Haiti still clings to the doctrine of Negro supremacy, but not the Dominican Republic. A white man, though just as wise and well behaved as the most exemplary Negro, is denied citizenship alike in Ashanti and Haiti. Looking back, she recalled how she was twice present in the library of the White House, when the project of a free port at Samana was explained and defended by her spouse. Secretary of State Louis Cass was present during this briefing, where Mr. Casno warned about a Spanish takeover, a warning ignored, and now Samana was in the hands of mere U.S. Negroes. 148. Despite the setback, Jane Casno had fared well in the region, with an estate in Jamaica and another near Santo Domingo of about 20 acres. She had controlling interest in a wharf in the latter city and a square of land nearby with 4 homes sited. She was still pursuing a claim of $10,000 against Madrid in the wake of the occupation and owned a tract of 40 acres near Samana. 149. In December 1878, she left there for New York City, but her vessel was lost at sea. 150. An ignominious end for her and for this chapter in the history of Hispaniola. Though racked with instability, Haiti in succeeding years continued to maintain legations not just in key ports, e.g. Hamburg. 151, but also in flashpoints, e.g. Wilmington, North Carolina. 152. Port-au-Prince also continued to maintain an acute interest in mainland trends, notably the struggle for equality. 153. And the mainland continued to reciprocate. In his final message to Congress in December 1876, President Grant continued to complain that the newly emancipated race of the South would have found a congenial home on the island, whole communities would have sought refuge in Santo Domingo. Yes, the whole race would not have gone, but enough to fulfill the dreams of those who longed for a land free of Africans. 154. Grant seemed to be obsessed with the failed annexation, speaking in 1878 in harsh terms about the abolitionist Wendell Phillips, who had spoken with contempt of the treachery to the black race involved in this pro-annexation effort. Yet, countered Grant, Douglas was among the most enthusiastic supporters of the treaty that would have given a new home for the blacks. For if 200,000 or 300,000 blacks were to emigrate to St. Domingo under our republic, the Southern people would learn the crime of Ku Kluxism. And, he said with regret, we would have made of St. Domingo a new Texas or a new California. 155. Taking this into account, the militant U.S. Negro journalist, T. Thomas Fortune, sought funding from Port-au-Prince to establish a mainland newspaper. I believe, he told Haiti's U.S. envoy, that a newspaper devoted to the interests of the government and the people of Haiti, printed in the English language at New York, and properly circulated here and elsewhere throughout the country, would serve an important and useful purpose, not least in correcting the misleading and often malicious and damaging statements which constantly appear in the American journals concerning Haiti, its government, its people, its social life, and the administration of its laws. Said Fortune, I understand that the Haitian government has already a paper of that character issued at Paris in the French language, so why not one published in Manhattan? Was it not true that the desirability or the necessity of having such an organ in the United States is much greater than in France or elsewhere in Europe? Was not Haiti sensitive to the impact of the prevailing contemptuous feeling existing in the United States, but not in Europe, toward the African race? He was willing to concede that the matter appearing in the columns should be approved by the representatives of the Haitian government, though it would weaken rather than strengthen the force of the paper, if it should be known to be in any way a government organ. I would name the paper the West Indian Trade Journal, indicative of regional ambition, and it should be free of charge to all persons engaged in the import and export trade between America and Haiti. Start-up costs would be a mere $400 per month. But Haiti, then pressed on all sides, was hardly in a position to embark in this potentially attractive direction. 156 For example, the Haitian legation in the United States was perhaps understandably more concerned with illegal practices, e.g. U.S. vessels' supposed transmission of correspondence with political refugees from Haiti with the aim of destabilizing a government that was unsteady in the best of times. 157 Understandably, Haiti too was consumed with unraveling the often convoluted problems that ensued from a massive emigration of U.S. Negroes, who left relatives and at times property behind. 158 Moreover, Haiti continued to be dogged by claims stemming from the revolution and the massive indemnity paid to Paris. 159 In 1888 Haiti was forced in Washington to hand to Charles Adrien Van Buckelen $60,000, funds that would have been better allocated to health and education in Port-au-Prince. 160 Nonetheless, Fortune's project, which envisioned mutually beneficial trade relations with Haiti, would have been a boon for both sides. 161 As suggested by the fact of a surfeit of applications for presumably lucrative Haitian consular posts in ports like Mobile. 162 and Norfolk. 163 The point is that the failed annexation did not squelch continuing interest by U.S. Negroes in the fate of Haiti. 164 Perhaps seeking to redeem himself, Douglas, speaking in Chicago in 1893, saluted the Haitian Revolution as one of the most wonderful events in the history of this eventful century, and I may also say in the history of mankind. Rather than castigate the Haitians, as he did during his mission, he acknowledged that they met deception with deception, arms with arms, harassing warfare with harassing warfare, fire with fire, blood with blood, and they would never have gained their freedom and independence if they had not thus matched the French at all points. 165 In Samana and Puerto Plata, the U.S. Negro emigrants continued to play a major role on the island, and this remains true today. During the dictatorship of Rafael Trujillo in the mid-20th century, this community suffered. Still, they persevered and, like their relatives on the mainland, they valued education. They built many schools, and their children often returned to the United States for study, including at the Tuskegee Institute of Booker T. Washington. Some of the first engineers in the Dominican Republic emerged from this community. 166 The influence went in the other direction too. Haitian Americans have left an indelible mark on the mainland. The growing list includes Jelly Roll Morton, the famed musician and composer. 167 and Septima Clark, who has justifiably been compared with the legendary Rosa Parks as a heroine of the anti-Jim Crow movement from her perch in South Carolina. 168 Of course, perhaps the leading light of Black America, W.E.B. Du Bois, had roots in Haiti. 169 Unfortunately, this mutuality is not always recognized. For example, the contemporary Haitian American artist Wyclef Jean, who grew to maturity in the U.S. Northeast, has been troubled by conflict between this largely immigrant grouping and those now designated as African American, an ironic counterpart to the 19th century emigration to Haiti of U.S. Negroes. 170 By the same token, African Americans today have not fully digested the implications of the failed annexation of the island. Indeed, the assumption of U.S. citizenship has come at a steep price, namely, presumed or coaxed support for imperial ventures that are harmful to longtime allies and are, ultimately, detrimental to the true interests of African Americans themselves. Nevertheless, the ultimate legacy of Haiti on the mainland is the penetrating impression left by black Jacobinism, which inspired abolition and helped to generate a spirit of militancy among African Americans that has yet to be extinguished.